thank Oracle as our hosts. This is a fantastic facility. It's my first time at the lab. Anyone else been to the lab before? So we're all first timers, bar one. So it'd be great to use the facility and explore the facility. Ray, thank you very much for helping organize this. We've been talking about this for a long time, so it's nice to actually be here. We also have Autodesk as a very significant sponsor to help us put the event on today, and Catenda. Catenda are giving you the coffee and the lunch, so make sure you say hi to Jonathan. Jonathan, hand up, because he's feeding us and watering us here for those of us that are live. We're focused on transportation, but this is all about open standards. And on the next slide, for those of you who don't know, I'm going to give a 30-second advertisement to, oh, there's a clicker. There we go. Armed and Dangerous. If it works.
You click it and then Calvin hits the button.
That's what happens.
It's automated.
It's AI. It's only the AI.
No, we should have a buildingSMART International slide. Just to remind you that buildingSMART International is an open standards organization, vendor neutral. We're always terrific to partner with the vendors, as we are at this event today. International, we have a consensus community internationally for the work that we do for our summits. We're a not-for-profit, which is why it's so important to get membership support and sponsorship support. We're working now towards IFC 4.3 as being approved as an ISO standard. We're in the final draft stage, reviewing some comments, and then that will be ISO status. Try again. Nope, other way. There we go. The agenda for today is we're going to go through a series of national updates this morning before we have a coffee break. Transport pool funds, federal highways, and NIBS. After coffee, we're going to start what we call openBIM in action, because a lot of people talk about open standards, they talk about IFC, but they've never really seen them in use. So today, we want to share with you all and our virtual audience many examples and a lot of US examples of how these open standards are actually being applied. There will be a lunch break. For those of us that are here at the Oracle lab, we're going to go across to the building across the road. We're going to have box lunches, and you'll have the opportunity to go into a conference room to have a couple of presentations from Oracle that are very relevant in terms of Esri integration and in terms of Oracle Aconex as a OpenCDE platform. Oracle are really pushing the OpenCDE initiative by buildingSMART. We're very thankful for that leadership. And then we'll have a presentation by Autodesk, which will include the virtual audience. So virtual audience, you'll have a break for a period of time. We'll give you exact timing for restart, but we'd like you to log back in time for the Autodesk presentation. And then we'll reconvene on this side. And we'll finish off the day with some industry updates on openBIM. So that's sort of the journey that we've planned for you, but the significant part of the day is really putting open standards use spotlighted in practice in terms of what problems are they solving and how are practitioners using those open standards today. There's a lot of people obviously that have helped pull today together. Some of them are here in the room. A lot of them are online. But thank you to the buildingSMART USA chapter folks who are just an army of volunteers that do an amazing amount of work that makes these kinds of events happen. So thrilled to have them here with us, and always very grateful for their support. We are going to have some Mentimeter questions as we go through. So I'm going to ask our gurus online to fire up the Mentimeter question as the first question of the day. There'll be presumably some instructions with regard to a barcode. And we'd like you in the audience here to complete these questions as well. So this is a practice run in terms of just who are you representing today?
So for those of you new to Mentimeter, you can go to menti.com and then enter the code 8917719.
So you should see that online as well at the top of the screen, menti.com, using the code 891-7719. And keen to get you all to do this online as well, please, so that we've got an appreciation of just who's being represented. So whilst you're all completing that, I'm going to hand over to David Unkefer from Federal Highways. Our first national update is from Federal Highways. David's going to take us through that as our first speaker, and we'll line up his slides. Mentimeter results will be at the end rather than progressively. I'm looking at Alexa, I'm looking at Julie, I don't know. Certainly we'll be calibrating them back office, that's for sure.
It's on the screen, Ian. It's live.
Understand, yeah. I'm just wondering what analysis we can do from those, but we'll see what the other questions are before we go. Enough from me. David, over to you.
Yes. Thanks, Ian. So is it hot enough for you guys today? Man, I came from Georgia, and I think I just stepped out of the frying pan into the fire. I just wanted to start. I think I'm open just in the background there. I'm going to just start by saying, did anybody go to the AGC event yesterday? Okay, Ian, Will presented. So were you encouraged by what you heard about what's happening in the transportation sector as far as the movement of BIM, the deployment of BIM?
Absolutely, I think contractors are ready.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of, many of the contractors that were in the group that we were in were more from the vertical side, and they were just amazed at how much progress that we have made in such a short time. So, you know, they're now looking to us for some good ideas. Particularly, we talked about model as a legal document and some other things, but I only have an hour, so I'm going to go ahead and get started.
That would be 14 minutes.
That would be 14 more minutes. I'm sorry. Okay, so, all right, so Federal Highways. Everybody's familiar with Federal Highways, right? We provide the funds for the highway system and the bipartisan infrastructure law. I always have to have a disclaimer in our presentations, so you can read it at your leisure. I'm going to keep moving. I just want to, because, you know, for me, it seems like BIM is clear what we mean by BIM, but then almost every event, somebody seems to think that, well, I'm just going to give you the Federal Highways. You know, BIM began as pretty much the modeling side of things, but for us, we look at the maturing of BIM as kind of what you see here. It's an open standards. We want to see the data liberated and moving freely so that we can, as a industry, as a country, be more productive. We see it as much more than just the model and the data. It's coming up with methods for structuring and managing the data, and doing that for assets and networks on a life cycle basis. So I just want to start to make sure that we're clear on what we mean by BIM. There's some, if you look on the left there are some stats from the Dodge data about how BIM has improved things. That's a little old, but I just like to make the point that, you know, BIM is making a lot of difference. All right, so I also want to say that there is quite a journey that we have ahead of us to deploy life cycle data management, building better information management. I probably should have said that with the previous slide. BIM, you know, kind of began as a building information modeling, but we kind of see it having matured to better information management throughout the life cycle. So the end in mind that we want to keep in focus is the idea that we could better manage our transportation systems and assets if we had data that was integrated across the enterprise, across the agencies. And ultimately, that might look like a digital twin. And I know there's a lot of different definitions about a digital twin, but just think of it in the big idea is that we could have a virtual version of many of our assets that we could manage in more real time, as well as for asset management. And so with that in mind, having open data standards, which is the focus of a lot of what we'll be talking about here, means that openBIM would allow us to move that data more effectively and utilize the digital twin. So I'll just keep moving. The idea is that for life cycle data management is that currently we do what you see along the bottom here. I don't know if this will work. I don't think so. We currently collect data and then we are not accumulating it for the benefit of the enterprise, for the benefit of life cycle information management. So what we would like to do is shift away from this approach where data is collected and recollected, and instead integrated at the enterprise level, and then we would have more of a life cycle information management approach. And I don't think there's anything anywhere, it's not new to most of the people in this room, but I guess we're just wanting to keep pressing the message forward, thinking about how to solve that problem. And I think, using methods of BIM and open standards are one of the keys to connecting that data and those systems more easily. So I also want to point out that while the end, some of it seems a little far off, there are examples of proven solutions where openBIM has been used, and one of them was an award winner from buildingSMART 2021 award program called SmartBridge Hamburg, where they placed they built this bridge in Hamburg using BIM and collaborating with different software around IFC. And then subsequently, the bridge was fitted with sensors and currently is now producing structural health information on a real-time basis. And I put the link here if you're interested in seeing this. So I think what's happening is you see examples of large and complex and high-risk facilities, bridges for us that are where BIM is being used both to build more effectively and then to manage the facility. So I wish I could show you that there's a nice video if you want to go to that link. So some of the initiatives that Federal Highways has been involved with in an effort to bring the country, the highway industry together would include some of the following. We have everyday counts. We have done a number of what I call bites of the elephant of BIM as part of a move, trying to get to the sharing of data more effectively. So you can kind of see here, currently we're doing e-ticketing and digital as-built. In the past, we started with 3D engineered models for construction, more 3D models, but with a 4D, 5D, and then e-construction, and just kind of more of the move to paperless and more exchange of information as part of e-construction. So these are strategic things that kind of are 2-year pushes that we hope we know are moving the country forward in little ways. We also produced a national strategic roadmap for advancing BIM. I don't think that's new, but the link is there if you want to look at it. Probably maybe the point to make here is that we were trying to come up with something that broke down the deployment of BIM into more manageable pieces, and that was a little more thoughtful. So instead of just technology, it looked at people, processes, tools, and data. So in other words, if you look in this report, you'll see that the strategy for deployment was not just technology. It was the people side of things, the organizational change that might be needed, the process and the workflow activities. It was broken down into some kind of 1 to 3 year, 3 to 5, and so forth. This is not a mandate from us. This was just our way of showing that you could break that deployment down into more manageable pieces that maybe would be easier for the country to implement and to fund. And so I think our expectation is that this maybe helped with the BIM pooled funds, and that maybe they'll now pick up and take the ball forward. So we also did a global benchmarking study. Again, I know most of you are familiar with that, and it showed us that in some ways the United States was a little behind. And so we learned from that study ways that we could maybe see how they were successful, what were some of their early successes. It turns out that the approach that we saw for deploying BIM in the countries we went to in Europe was really mirrored that people, processes, tools, and technologies, and a couple other things. So it's kind of, that's where, you know, we kind of got affirmation on that approach to deployment, breaking the deployment into kind of more of those different areas of strategic activities. I think you're going to hear a lot more about the BIM pooled funds, but I'm just going to say that that is something that we are extremely invested in and pleased with, that we have so many states. Instead of one-by-one solutions, we have, I think, over 28 states, you know, between the two pooled funds for bridges, and one for bridges, one for infrastructure. Whoops. And so, you know, we're beginning to develop national solutions. And so you're going to hear more about those here in just a minute. So I won't jump into that. One other thing that Federal Highways is doing is what we'll call gap closing and implementation supporting research. We've done a number of, if you look at the list of projects, it's quite significant. I think overall we've probably spent over $30 million to this point in research. But one of the things that we've done, and there's going to be an additional, I think there's intended to be a follow-up to this, is to develop a national BIM transportation library and some workflows. And I am not an IT person, but essentially it's a piece of the puzzle that would help us define data, specify more the data types and data schema names that will help IFC function more effectively. I'm going to let others that are a lot more technically inclined explain, you know, how that works together with some of the things that buildingSMART is doing with the data dictionary, and they'll explain that. But the point is, it's a gap closing effort to try to provide another piece of the puzzle that makes data interoperable. So, you know, I think other things that we're doing that are strategic, we are partnering with AASHTO. Obviously, they're a counterpart to us nationally, and they have two committees. I think you may hear from them. The Joint Technical Committee on Electronic Engineering Standards and the Joint Committee on Data Standardization. We also are trying to partner with buildingSMART and just the IFC effort to move that out. We've seen that attempted several times with things like TransXML. And so, you know, but I think we have, at this point, we have a strong sponsor in buildingSMART that can maintain the data standards and actually amp them up to the point where they become more, just they're able to function more in that automated fashion that we are all hoping for, where the data moves more freely and more directly between different software. But then it becomes less about the proprietary file types, more about the power of that particular software, what it can do. And then, of course, we're continuing to do EDC 6. So activities, and in some of those we're engaging with stakeholders around how we can advance aspects of BIM, because as-builting is kind of another piece of the handoff of data between project development and post-construction activities like asset management and so forth, operations. So I can't not mention the Advanced Digital Construction Management Systems grant. This has infused what we're going to be doing just tremendously. It is providing $100 million roughly. I'm not sure after appropriations. I won't explain all that, but dollars to help move forward. Essentially, things that make data more interoperable, and it has the word construction in it because it's a lot about how construction is accomplished. But if you read the goals of the program, it's also a lot about interoperability of data, where we can connect data more effectively all the way from project planning and programming, NEPA and so forth, all the way to asset management. So anyway, that is due on the 28th. Those are due on the 28th. And I know we're very excited about where this goes. There's links there if you would like to see more about the program and you haven't yet heard about it. There'll be 5 years. Well, we're doing 2 years right now because we're a little behind in getting the money set aside, appropriated to us. But after this set of proposals, I think there'll still be 3 more years that they will have of receiving proposals for this program. See me if you have more information. So I'm going to close with just showing you some contacts. On our research team is Catherine Petrus, who is back here in the middle, and also Morgan Kessler and Matt Corrigan. On kind of the I guess I'll say the infrastructure side, the policy and so forth. This is our digital as-built team, but it represents kind of some key contacts in the area of BIM and digital project delivery. We're missing a few people that I'll be adding in the future, but there's some contact information if you're interested. And I believe that's it for me. So thanks. Who do I hand it off?
Let's see. I think I need the mic. I don't like to yell. I yell enough at my kids, so. Good morning, everyone. We are happy to be here today to give you an update on the Transportation Pooled Fund, BIM for Bridges and Structures. My name is Julie Rivera from HDR. I'm the project manager for the consultant team. And with me today is Alexa Mitchell, our technical lead. In full disclosure, my background is in structural engineering. So just because we're using my laptop today, don't mistake me for an IT expert or anything like that. So a lot of my job is to translate what our technical team is doing related to open data standards and IFC to our client, who consists of bridge engineers from 24 different states. I want to give a special shout out to the folks on the West Coast. I saw at least one name that I recognized from the Bridge Pooled Fund. So there, you can see their dedication to open data standards by joining a conference, a virtual conference at 6 a.m. local time. So thank you all for joining us online as well. This is our agenda for this morning. We will provide a project overview, and we will spend most of our time giving an update on our progress in the past year and our ongoing work. And then we will touch on phase 2 BIM for bridges and structures. That may be new information for some of you. And we should have a few minutes for Q&A at the end.
Can you all hear me?
I don't think online will hear you. If you don't use the mic.
Okay, that's fine. All right. So let me give you a little bit of an overview on this project. How many people in the audience are familiar with this project? All right, so I'm going kind of quickly. All right. So the BIM for Bridges and Structures has been around since 2018. It's a 5-year program, and we are in the 5th and final year of the project. As you can see, there are 24 states that are sponsoring this, and federal highways as well. And the intent of this project is to develop the standards for openBIM for bridges. Now, what you see on the map is the red items on this timeline are the items that the pool fund is doing. And then there's other things that you see that are being done by other people. The green stuff is
Green is the pool fund.
the green is, I'm sorry, the green.
Well, now you can see it bigger.
Okay, so yeah, I was gonna say, those are all the things we're doing. So the green is the pool fund, the red is future options that people are thinking about, and the blue is efforts by others like BSI or AASHTO or whoever. So, but we've spent a lot of time just creating the framework in the last 5 years. And so we are happy to share some of that stuff with you today. Okay, so I think this project is unique, and I feel very privileged to be a part of this project because it's the first of its kind, where you can get 24 states to agree on one standard, right? Or there was a vision, and the vision was to develop this national standard for exchanging bridge model information. And so there are 24 states being represented in the pooled fund, but all 50 states approved the standard in June, right? Through the balloting of the Committee on Bridges and Structures. And so for me, this is like really, really just amazing, right? I mean, I used to work for DOT, and it's really hard to build consensus around certain things. And I've been very impressed with the bridge engineers that created the vision for this. They are still involved. Many have left, but continue to be involved in the project. And so what we focused was on one type of exchange. And I really like that about this project, that it had a narrow focus. We knew exactly what we wanted to do. I'm of the opinion that if you focus on one thing, you can do that really well. And that is the case for this. And so the exchange that was selected for the pool fund was that from design to construction. So that handoff from design for bidding, executing construction, and initiating fabrication. So why a national standard, right? I've heard people say, oh, we'll never be able to agree on something. I don't think that's true. But we're having this digital transformation. You heard from David, a lot of data, right? There's this movement towards digital twins. And so what happens is we just have a lot of data, and we have so much, we don't even know what to do with it, right? I mean, like, is data valuable if you can't find it or you can't use it? So why collect it? Right, so the intention of having these national standards is to provide that framework to manage that information, to support the use of model as legal document, to collect better information during construction, at the end of construction, and being able to collaborate better as we do these projects. So I think that's you, right?
All right, so we will get into now some updates on our recent progress. But before we jump into some of those technical details, I did want to share just a project timeline. You don't necessarily need to read all the text here, but there are various aspects of the project that have been going on in the past 5 years. So today is in the far right, covered up a little bit by that box, but you can see we're towards the end here. And the core focus over the past couple of years has been the IFC development task in yellow. So that is a lot of the information that we're going to share today on our technical IFC related work products. Another task that I wanted to highlight though was the task in green, industry involvement, and specifically our engagement with the software vendors. What we are producing out of this project is essentially something that the software vendors need to incorporate into their products. Without their support, without their buy-in, without coordinating with them, the project will not be successful. So in the first year, we developed a software vendor engagement plan, and we have been executing that plan for the past 5 years. How we engage with the vendors varies a little bit each year. And right now it's really ramped up. Jeff Ouellette is here from our team. He's leading this effort, and he is holding bi-weekly meetings with the software vendors. And we'll touch on that a little bit later. Before we get into the technical stuff, I also want to share that we have a website, BIMforbridgesus.com. Many of you may already be familiar. It started out as a pretty basic site, but there is a little bit more information that was added over the past year or so. We do have a calendar of events, so we do try to capture important industry events. Hopefully we're invited back for the next regional summit because it didn't make the website apparently, but we are happy to be there, and we take requests for adding events on the calendar. We also have a resources page where we have been posting a lot of our work products, and they are sorted by intended audience. So this image here is showing various products that are intended for state DOTs as well as bridge engineers. And there are other products that are intended for software developers. We also have links to other groups such as specific AASHTO committees and FHWA initiatives or other publications. So now we're going to dive into some of the technical work. So before we do that, I want to make sure everyone's on the same page with acronyms. I think our audience is pretty well informed, so this is probably review for most of you, but in case you are new to this, we wanted to define first IFC. So IFC stands for Industry Foundation Classes, and it's a non-proprietary, which means platform neutral data schema for the built asset environment that is managed by BSI. What is BSI? I'm sure Ian can give a very thorough explanation, but my simple explanation of BSI is the nonprofit organization that manages the IFC schema and supports open digital data sharing in general. IDM, this is one of our work products. It has been published by AASHTO, and that stands for Information Delivery Manual. And MVD, Model View Definition, that is very closely tied to our work, and Alexa will be talking about that a little bit. And then specifically, one MVD that is of most interest is the Alignment-Based Reference View. This is a base MVD that is published by BSI, and our team has been supporting this and coordinating with the international folks that are developing this and finalizing this, but it is not a direct work product of BIM for Bridges and Structures. And then lastly, IDS, Information Delivery Specification. That is another work product. Some of these items are kind of newer in the last couple of years. When we started this 5 years ago, the framework, our understanding of the framework was a little bit different, but openBIM, these types of things evolve over time. So the pooled fund members have adjusted as well. We've adjusted some of our deliverables to meet the current framework. And with that, I'll hand it off to Alexa.
Thanks, Julie. So I'm going to dive in a little bit more about the difference between all the terms that Julie talked about, right? Just so that everybody's on the same page as we talk about the work that we're doing for BIM for Bridges and Structures. So obviously the IFC 4.3 is the schema, the ISO standard that we're basing all the work to create these openBIM standards. Alignment-based reference view, like Julie said, is a subset of IFC. And so I always think of IFC as the Lego store, right? And then alignment-based reference view may be portion of the Lego store that is only applicable for alignment. So without ABRV, you really can't do infrastructure. So that is the way that the standard enables the connection to an alignment so that you can get information by station and offset, right? That doesn't exist in the vertical world. And so then there's like different subsets, right? Because if you are working on a project and you want to use openBIM, you don't want to sift through the entire schema, right? You want to take a look at some of the things that you're interested in. And so, what we're trying to do with this project is enable that sharing of information, exporting from your software, importing into another software. And so a lot of those things are things that are at the highest level at BSI. And so the software developers are working directly with BSI through the Implementers Forum to get this base so that we can do our work on top of it. And so where we come in then is this bridge design to construction IDS. And think of the IDS as a validation tool that checks the IFC file for a few things. Checks that is properly mapped to the schema, that there is the geometry is there, and that properties are there. It doesn't validate values. It doesn't validate design. You still have to do that in your authoring tool and through your engineering practices, right? So I just want to make that distinction because I think there's quite a bit of confusion about what IDS is because it is relatively new. And so it's just a computer file that you can load and it checks for these things automatically, right? So being able to map things in structured data is really important that for openBIM. Now we are developing one IDS as part of this project to validate that the models being exchanged meet all the requirements spelled out in the IDM that Julie mentioned earlier. But we believe that there is much more that can be done, even with this IDS. Someone could take it and tweak it to check things at different milestones because the IDS that we're producing, it really is only checking that exchange between design to construction when the model is completely 100% done, right? So, but you could create an IDS that checks for requirements at 30%, 60%. Obviously, there are things that you don't know about your bridge design at 30%. And so if you were to run our IDS, you would say fail, 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 right? Because it doesn't have those things yet. But so that's kind of like the analogy I like to put in terms of the schema. Talked about the information delivery manual. So if you attend the Committee on Bridges and Structures annual meeting, this was pretty exciting. It was voted in June of last year. I happened to be there and help introduce the balloting item. And so it was really cool because for anybody that was in the room, you were creating part of history when it comes to openBIM because this is the first official standard that has been adopted by AASHTO. So think about that. That's huge, right? I mean, like, could you do design without the Green Book today? Or LFRD if you're an engineer? Probably not, right? You may not, as a state, use everything in the Green Book, but that's the basis for a lot of state standards. And so this is incredibly important for several reasons. That obviously we don't have enough resources to be creating IDMs for everybody uniquely. Number two, it sends a strong message to the supply chain that you are serious about openBIM, about moving to BIM deliverables. And so that our software developers have an easier time saying, okay, we are going to invest in this because we know there's commitment, it is being governed, it's not going to be something that phases out in 2 years. And, so it really creates that structure to say, no, we really are serious about this. This is what we agreed upon for workhorse bridges. And I'm not a structural engineer, so if you don't know what a workhorse bridge, we'll have to have Julie explain that. And so we have these accomplishments that Julie talked about early at the high level. We have a substantial completed data dictionary. And we say substantial because there's just a few tweaks that need to be made yet, but it is almost there. And so the data dictionary is a part of that puzzle that gets used with a standard, you know, so being able to do a crosswalk, I guess, you know, like some people call one thing one way and some other way in another state. You know, I always think of guardrail and guide rail, right? And so data dictionary allows you to be able to kind of map those things and map to the right IFC schema sometimes. That is part of the work. So it's kind of like a chicken and an egg kind of thing. You know, we were like, okay, so we need the data dictionary that informs the IDS, but the IDS informs that data dictionary. And so we've had this back and forth, but the ongoing development of the IDS that will be completed at the end of this project, which is the end of January of 24. And then when we started, you know, the process for the open standard was a little different. There used to be these model view definitions that a lot of people created for very specific uses. And so you could think of hundreds, right? Hundreds of MVDs out there, and it just became really difficult to manage. And so BSI changed the framework to have base MVDs that work for everybody. So that's the base which you use to build on top of, and then introduce this concept of the IDS, where you could make it more specific to your agency or specific to your project and check those things through an IDS. And so that makes it a little easier for software vendors to adopt the standard within their software. So, you know, trying to make it easier, that was one of the things that comes out of the implementers forum, is like, you know, if you ask your software vendors to do something 15 or 50 ways, it's really hard to keep up with it, right? So I think you'll start seeing more functionality in the products because we are agreeing on how we want to use the software. And we are continuing the development of unit test suite. And I know you're speaking later, but you're not talking about that, are you?
On detail, a little bit.
Okay. So I won't steal your thunder, but Jeff is our lead on working with the software developers in creating a unit test suite so that they can use to slowly test different things, right? As you go along, you don't want to test the entire bridge. We want to test little pieces at a time so that when you have a whole bridge, well, we check the little pieces along the way, the whole bridge is going to be good. All right, so I think I got ahead of myself a little bit here, but so this is the evolution of that model view definition that I was talking about. And so we always talk about the IDM. The IDM is really the most important thing in my opinion, because this is the human readable manual that anybody, any of us can pick up, read the pages, look at the tables, and like, oh, I understand what information is needed, right? But you can't, the computers can't use that. So you have this whole framework of these model view definitions and the IDS. So like I mentioned, there were a lot of MVDs. We thought that we were building an MVD. That's what we started with, that we were going to build this very specific use case MVD. Well, along the way, we realized that after checking the alignment-based reference view, which is an international MVD, that's not the case anymore. That will support all the things that we need to do. And so all that we need to create is this IDS for a validation. So that was a pretty recent change. I think we made that decision last year. And Jeff is nodding his head just to make sure, right? But it's really, you know, when you look at these openBIM projects, it's never going to be the same that you started with, right? So it evolves so much because technology is evolving, frameworks are evolving. And so you have to be pretty pretty quick on your feet to change directions or do whatever you need to do to accomplish the goals of the project. And so that's what the team has done. Okay, so you'll have to remind me which ones are yours.
I have a few more. Okay. I need them.
Okay, so the IFC mapping, so we've talked a lot about this, we talked about the IDM and the MVDs and all that good stuff, but it really is about mapping the elements of your bridge model to the IFC schema. It has to find something in the IFC schema that it can be mapped so that the software can report on it. All right, we talked about the IDS. Those are the exchange requirements in computer format so that you can validate that model from design to the bidding and letting. This is just a screenshot of what, after you run the IDS, what it looks like. And I don't know, does the pointer work? No. Okay, but the things in red, those are things that the IDS check and like, hey, your data set doesn't have these things. Go check, so it highlights the areas. And this is an open viewer that we were using that we brought this bridge in. So it just gives you a little example about what that final product is going to be.
Just a beta version. It's not, right? It's a beta version.
Yeah, it's a beta. Yeah, so the IDS is still ongoing work, but we're testing as we go along so that we don't, if we get to the end and it doesn't work, like that would not be a good day, right? So we're kind of going along through the process to test little pieces at a time. I think this is.
You skipped the slide. Did you mean to do that? This is the 36.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this earlier, right? That you could modify your IDS to check different deliverables at different milestones or create a totally new one for different use cases.
All right, we're going to talk briefly about the data dictionary. Alexa already mentioned the importance of this and how this is critical for the overall success of implementing open data standard for bridges and for anything for that matter. But as far as an update, is what our team has done to date, we have created a domain within the buildingSMART data dictionary service. It is available for viewing in a prototype format. So it's called the AASHTO bridge domain. But the bigger question here is really about long-term governance. Creating the domain was a relatively simple step, but how is this going to be governed for all of infrastructure and for all the different disciplines as well? Essentially, one domain is a single database. So AASHTO really needs to determine how many domains are desired. This is a great question for the JSTAN committee to consider in the near future. Maybe it's one AASHTO domain for everything. Maybe it's a domain per discipline. Maybe it's multiple domains per discipline. So that's to be determined. But for now, there's just this one. One aspect of creating the data dictionary is compiling definitions. So that's a recent task that our project team did. This is taking bridge elements from our IDM and compiling definitions. Many of the definitions are already published in various references by AASHTO and FHWA. So we compiled those, and if we couldn't find a published definition, then we created a custom definition. And this was reviewed by about half of the pooled fund states. That's just one component of the data dictionary. Also, that effort identified synonyms, but also we are compiling metadata and finalizing the IFC mapping. And together that will be the entirety of the data dictionary. This is just a screenshot from that live prototype. So this AASHTO Bridge version 1 data dictionary has some placeholder information. Just a few elements are listed there just to kind of show people what it would look like. But this would be replaced eventually with our complete and very lengthy data dictionary information. Here's just one example of a data dictionary entry for a peer. So this is the type of metadata that is included. A couple of entries are determined by bridge engineers, like the definition and that a pier belongs under a substructure. And then other entries are determined by IFC experts, such as the IFC mapping piece. So it's just a little quick view of what the data dictionary actually looks like. On the back end, software accesses the data dictionary through the JSON format. And if you want more details, I'm sure there's some experts in the room that can explain how that all works. this you?
Okay. All right. So early in the project, there wasn't a whole lot of interaction with the vendors, right? We didn't have a product to test. We were just informing them. So it was relatively quiet until this year. And this year has really ramped up. Jeff Ouellette has been really busy hosting meetings with vendors every 2 weeks to talk about the unit test suite. In the unit test suite, we've had 5 meetings to date, but the test suite looks something like this, right? So we have these drawings, sketches to illustrate what the element is in a way that people understand, especially if you're not a bridge engineer. This is really helpful if you're coding a program. So it gives you kind of that, can your software model this, number one, right? And number two, you know, how do we check that is mapped correctly to the IFC schema? And so those are some of the things that Jeff is leading here among some others, but this is probably the more heavy lift right now that Jeff has. All the information that he's providing with the software vendors is through GitHub. Any kind of file that we're sharing with them, it's there. The other thing that is happening is vendors will submit and store their IFC files in their folders so that we can try to run that IDS against them. And so it is really a neat meeting to attend if you're not a software developer. I mean, sometimes I call in just to see what's going on. There's a lot going on, right? Like, you know, when people ask me, it's like, well, the vendors are not ready for this, or the vendors won't do this. I'm like, no, they are doing it. They are doing it, and they're collaborating quite well. So I think that is a testimony of, you know, when you really have the standard that everybody can follow and everybody agreed to follow, it's much easier to get buy-in. And I'm going to pass it back to Julie.
Yes, and we are almost done. So we've mentioned a few times that we're in the 5th year of this 5-year effort for what I'm now going to call phase 1 of BIM for bridges and structures. The pooled fund states decided that this is not a one and done type of effort. So there is a second pooled fund created. It's called phase 2 BIM for bridges and structures. And before I talk about what is intended for phase 2, just a quick summary of some of the phase 1 accomplishments. We've talked about many of these already: the IDM, data dictionary, IDS, coordination with the alignment-based reference view, unit test suite, and extensive coordination with the software vendors. That's everything we've been talking about in a nutshell. So why is a phase 2 pooled fund needed if we've done so much work already? Well, phase 1 effort was obviously a fundamental step. It was the first of its kind for open data standards for the US bridge industry, but we were just focused on one use case, that design to construction exchange. We produced one IDM and one IDS. Phase 2 will develop open data standards for additional use cases, meaning more IDMs and more IDSs. The pooled fund states are very excited about the prospect of having multiple IDMs and IDSs after another 5 years. So the timeline is the phase 1 project will be ending in January, and phase 2 will start seamless transition starting in February of 2024. If you are a state DOT representative, probably not many in this room, but online, if you haven't already committed to this phase 2, solicitations have been open since October of last year. 15 states have committed so far, and we anticipate that that number will grow. If you are a state DOT representative and you want more information, feel free to reach out to me, but you can also contact Iowa DOT. They will be the lead agency once again, and I can get you connected with the right folks at Iowa DOT if you need more information. And just briefly, the anticipated work plan, 3 major areas of activities are anticipated for phase 2. As I already mentioned, development of national open data standards, more IDMs, IDSs, additional test instructions for software providers. Item number 2, state DOT pilot project support is of interest. The majority of the resources is going to be invested in this item 1, but the states are interested in developing some high-level training outlines related to pilot project support. However, they want to seek a separate funding mechanism to actually deliver those trainings. And the idea is that maybe these would be in-person regional workshops throughout the country. So that's to be determined how that would be carried out under a separate funding mechanism, but that is their idea for now. And then thirdly, very important is external stakeholder collaboration activities. A lot of this has been going on in phase 1, but it would be ramped up in this phase 2. It's your letter soup of organizations that would be eligible to join this industry advisory group. There's a lot of work being done, as you all know, by different AASHTO committees, and continued coordination with buildingSMART, especially the USA chapter Roads and Bridges Committee, as well as the BSI infrastructure room on the international level. So that's the high level plan in a nutshell, and that concludes our presentation. We may be a little bit over on time. I don't know if we have time for questions. Oh, right on time.
We may be taking all the questions towards the end.
Sounds good. Excellent. Thank you.
So next up, I think we have Mike Kennerly joining us, and now we can stop sharing. I think you'll be sharing on the screen.
Yep,
Can we do a
Mike.
sound check and a screen test with Mike?
Yes, we have Mike. Mike, you can go ahead and check the screen.
And please share your video if you may be camera ready.
Can you see the screen yet?
Yes.
Yes, we can see your desktop. We
Good.
can hear you.
You got a lot going, Mike.
What's that?
We saw your presentation a minute ago. Now we see your desktop.
Yeah, me too. Give me just a second.
Do we want to take any questions at this point, or, oh, there we go. All right.
All right, thank you. I've been given about 15 to 20 minutes to cover 2 topics. I can assure you that you're not going to hear IDM, IDS, or anything like that out of this presentation. So you have that going for you. And given the amount of time that I have, I need to get started. But in terms of why I am not there, this is why. You know, there were a couple of reasons when it came to being able to attend remotely or attend in person, that I really wanted to be there. The workshop yesterday, I was really excited about, but unfortunately I've been traveling a lot the last 4 weeks. And so I wanted to take time out to be able to participate in this. This is the first day of school for my 2 youngest grandchildren. And I have established a long time ago a habit of always being there on the first day of school. And so this was an opportunity that I really could not miss. In terms of the topics, it's going to be, you know, update on the infrastructure, the BIM for Infrastructure Pooled Fund, and an update on the AASHTO Joint Committee on Data Standardization. Now, you can use this slide whenever you have Halloween things that you need to do and you're just looking to scare people, but they wanted a headshot and a little background, so I included it. But in terms of just kind of trying to set the table, when we start talking about, you know, the JSTAN and the BIM for Infrastructure Pooled Fund, the BIM for Bridges Pooled Fund, I just wanted to kind of set the table. We're going to do a deeper dive this afternoon, Will and I will, on this, but, you know, this kind of gives you a sense of the AASHTO structure. You know, and you'll notice here on the left side, it says Program Delivery and Operations Committees. And then under that is the Design Committee. And, you know, there are, you know, several technical committees under design one of which was already mentioned earlier, the Joint Technical Committee on Electronic Engineering Standards. But then when you look at the enterprise cross-discipline committees under data management and analytics, that's where you find JSTAN. It's a subcommittee under data management and analytics in AASHTO. You know, as far as how some of these things relate, you know, what I wanted to do here was, we talk a lot about the pooled funds, and there's often a little confusion about how they connect with AASHTO. You know, and the pooled funds are sponsored by the FHWA. You know, states, and you heard earlier, can join the pooled fund. There's typically a dollar amount that each state commits to for, you know, a 4 to 5 year period, and that funds the activities of the pooled fund. And you know, on this screen, you can see where on the left-hand side, the BIM for Infrastructure pooled fund isn't directly connected to AASHTO, but there's a link between the pooled fund and the Joint Technical Committee on Electronic Engineering Standards. And what that link provides is, you heard them earlier talk about how AASHTO had voted on one of the products that BIM for Bridges had put out. Well, on the right side, you see that the BIM for Bridges pooled fund connects to the T19 technical committee under the Committee on Bridges and Standards. And so, you know, the pooled fund works with T19 then submits things to Committee on Bridges and Structures, and that's where they're voted. And the same thing will be true as publications and other documents come out of the BIM for Infrastructure pooled fund. They will go through the Joint Technical Committee on Electronic Engineering Standards, and then that is submitted to the Committee on Design. The Committee on Design has now been, as has the Committee on Bridges and Structures, been delegated the ability to approve publications. And so, you know, once those two groups approve it, then it'll be published as an AASHTO standard or an AASHTO guide. There are still some things that go to the Council on Highways and Streets, but in terms of the primary products that will come out of these two pooled funds, most of that will be approved either by the Committee on Design or the Committee on Bridges and Structures. So with that, in terms of the FHWA BIM for Infrastructure pooled fund, it was posted back in 2020. Our funding goal was 2 million. That number that shows to date 1.3 is not accurate. It's actually higher than that now. When I wasn't able to get that number updated, but it's actually about 6 states ago. You know, we have 20 states that are participating in the pooled fund. Iowa is the lead state. Catherine Petros from the FHWA, you know, is the FHWA technical liaison. And you can see the states listed there that are participating. And it's a really good cross-section of, number one, the U.S., but number two, it's a really good cross-section of states that are in varying degrees of adoption of, you know, BIM and 3D models and model as a legal document. And so it's a really great resource, you know, in terms of trying to work with each other and help guide this effort. You know, in terms of the study areas, there's 4 work areas. The first one is the digital workflow development, you know, process modeling, information requirement development, BIM tools and technology. The second work area is on digital data flows and information management, data modeling, data standards for information exchange. You heard a little bit about that earlier. Data warehouse and data governance. And those 2 things are extremely important when you're talking about this area. That whole idea of having a data warehouse where this information, once it's captured in a digital as-built, where this information can be transferred into, is critical to being able to manage these assets over the life cycle using the new digital information that we're able to capture. But then data governance, without that, this whole thing falls apart. You have to have data governance and data standards so that the information is consistent, regardless of where it is, you know, it's coming from, either from the contractor or from a supplier or from the agency. You know, that whole ideal of data governance and data standards cannot be emphasized enough. The next work area is stakeholder outreach and engagement, which is, something that we all need, we have to understand the importance of working with the various stakeholders as this goes along, both internal as in AASHTO, but external as well as in the contractors. And you heard, David referred to the workshop yesterday, which is one of the things I had really wanted to be able to participate in, because that was a group I haven't personally had a chance to talk to yet. But that ideal of collaborating, with the AGC, ARPA, ACEC, those are critical components of making sure that we're all singing off the same sheet of music, and that we're all working together. The last one there is BIM deployment, enabler, development, we're really talking about what's the, what is it that's really going to be one of the success factors here. And you notice that D4 there was its training programs. We talk a lot about the technical side, and all the new tools that are on, that are on the floor right now, all the new tricks that we can do with the software. But at the end of the day, this is a people process, and training is a critical component of ensuring that your staff is able to get all of the benefits out of that software, that they are capable of making the transition from 2D to 3D to models. If we are not developing solid training programs, it's really going to slow the implementation and transition down. And so one of the things that I think is key, and and David referred to it earlier, is that people side of this that often gets overlooked in this rush to to adopt this and take advantage of all the new tools that we can utilize now. So I'm really excited about that one, because I really think it's going to be critical. But then also the pilot projects, and as we look at this, one of the keys is being able to learn incrementally, and that's where the pilot projects come in. Because you put something out there, you work with your contract administration folks, with the AGC, the contractor, you find out what works, what didn't work, you modify your process accordingly, and then you do it all over again. And as you continue to do that, and you continue to learn it, and you continue to grow, one of the side benefits is that your customer, i.e. the contractor, has a lot more trust in what you're putting out. Number one, because it's higher quality, but number two, because they were involved in trying to improve that quality. And so that gives you just kind of a quick overview of the pooled fund study areas. This is our year one timeline. Like the BIM for Bridges, this is a 5-year program. This is the year one deliverables. And one of the things that you'll notice is that the screen is fairly full of ideas or items that we wanted accomplished in that first year. When we started putting together the RFP, it was really kind of fun and funny. But one of the things that was really apparent was, we were like kids in a candy store. We wanted everything. And we wanted everything now. It's like, okay, can we get this and can we get this now? Can we get this and we can get this now? And part of that is because of all the great work that people had seen BIM for Bridges do. And so it was that tug of war between recognizing that it took BIM for Bridges 5 years to get there, and the idea that some of these things, depending on where you are really critical to your continued implementation. But we came up with a fairly lengthy laundry list of items that we were tasking the consultant team to develop. And we were really impressed at their ability to kind of map that out and start putting those things together. But it is a rather long list, and I'm really excited about our ability to start seeing some of these products completed. The basic model that they're going to be using is that as items are developed, be there, be the BIM implementation guidebook or the BIM deployment tools. They're going to go into a clearinghouse, and what that clearinghouse will provide is an opportunity for people to go in, to take a look at these new tools, to look at the guidance, to comment on it, and to give us feedback. And if they need to or want to, they can use them. But at the end of that, then those things are moved into a annual update or guidance document. And so we develop, the group will develop things. They will put them in the clearinghouse for review and comment. And then at the end of the year, they will take those things out of the clearinghouse, incorporate those comments, and then put them into a guidance document. And each year they'll take another step in developing more information that will go into that guidance document. So you can see there's going to be 5 releases corresponding with the 5 years of the pooled fund. And that guidance document, hopefully at the end of the 5 years, will be something that we can take into the Joint Technical Committee on Electronic Engineering Standards to forward to the Committee on Design, similar to what Bridge did, for adoption as a national guidance or a national standard. And so it's going to be that process of developing tools, putting them out for comment, and then taking that and putting it in a guidance document, and that guidance document will be available, for states to utilize, and it'll incrementally improve and grow over time because they want this to be considered a living document. So you'll always see another step in the progression of information added to that document that will help states in this transition to a digital workflow. But one of the key things that we also know is critical is the idea that the BIM for infrastructure pooled fund and the BIM for bridges pooled fund have to collaborate. And one of the things that we have done to ensure that is we have developed liaisons that are going to work with both of those groups. The liaisons from BIM for bridges that will sit in on the BIM for infrastructure work, and then BIM for infrastructure liaisons that will sit in on the BIM for infrastructure work, so that we're always communicating and we are aware of where each other are and collaborating. Skip that slide. The next one here is the Joint Subcommittee on Data Standardization. And like I indicated earlier, that committee falls under the Data Standardization, the Data Management and Analytics Committee, which is one of the enterprise cross-discipline committees under AASHTO. In terms of an overview of JSTAN, which is the nickname that has been given, I think the key thing there to highlight is what's in bold there. One of the primary purposes of JSTAN will be to help the adoption of standardized data schemas, including helping to coordinate schema development, identify gaps, resolve conflicts, and avoid duplication of effort. And you can look at how the membership is made up. It involves the committee is made up of members from bridges and structures, design, construction, data management and analytics, performance-based management, and AASHTO. And that's the group right now. Our chair was Mike Busselman from Montana DOT. He decided that for whatever reason, I'm not sure why, but he decided that retirement might be a little bit better occupation or way to spend his days. And so he retired, at the end of July. And so we're now looking for a replacement for Mike. Really great guy. For those of you who didn't know him, I enjoyed working with him. He was just a really good leader, and he was really, really committed to this idea. But for whatever reason, he just thought that, hanging around Montana and fishing and camping and doing stuff like that would be more fun than this. But then you can also see who's involved from each of the other groups in terms of bridges and structures, design. You see myself and Bill Pratt from Connecticut DOT, construction, John Kraus there from data management and analytics, Matt Harbrook who's also from the Iowa DOD and in performance-based management, and then AASHTO. And that, having AASHTO involved, I think, is also a really important step, because again, they're involved in putting out products that the agencies use, and having them a part of this group, was essential in ensuring that AASHTO is coordinating their efforts and coordinating their products and not duplicating efforts, but leveraging what others have already done. With that, I think my time is up. And I think they said they were going to save questions until the end. So thank you.
I could just steal a moment to remind you all that JSTAN are the co-hosts of the meeting today. We've worked closely with the AASHTO committee and Mike Blusenland in particular, and with Mike Kennerly, who chairs the Joint Technical Committee on Electronic Engineering Standards. So buildingSMART, working with those committees and having common membership is a big part of the collaboration. You saw that outreach is a big strategy for AASHTO. buildingSMART's part of that and helping to glue the various communities together, which is why we were at the AGC event yesterday. Will represents buildingSMART and AASHTO on the ARTBA committees. So again, we're trying to make sure that the industry as a whole is taking a 360-degree view of this opportunity. But it's great to be co-hosting this with JSTAN. And now it's time to hear from National Institute of Building Sciences. Roger.
All right. Thanks, Ian. Hello, everybody. Good to be here. Good to see you all. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about NIBS and the National BIM Standard version 4. Is there a sticker for? There we go. This. There we go. Okay. First, just a minute about NIBS, the National Institute of Building Science, your National Institute of Building Sciences. It was created by our Congress in the 1960s to help the government work with the private sector to improve the performance of the built environment. It was under the Housing and Urban Development Act, so probably didn't have a lot to do with infrastructure at the time, but then again, buildings sit in the context of the infrastructure that's around them, and the kinds of things that we do to improve practices and procedures are really common across all kinds of assets. I think this is even more and more true as we're trying to digitize everything so that it all speaks together and works together. We're really, I think, in NIBS at an interesting position to help facilitate that integration. We do a lot of work with the federal government agencies like our General Services Administration, our Veteran Affairs Administration, Department of Defense, Department of State, and also with the Federal Highway Administration. And in fact, I think we were instrumental in a project that we did that helped bring a lot of the work that had been going on for years in the building sector on how to use IFC. It was created really for buildings, and how to translate that into, the work was already started, but to take it a lot further, to translate it into its ability to be used to model bridges. And I need to give a shout to Tim Chipman, who's a colleague that worked with me on that at the time. And he did a lot of really groundbreaking work on how to make that translation happen. And it turned into the things that are now in IFC 4.3 that we're using today. So I think it's important to keep in mind that, our infrastructure is buildings and roads, bridges, tunnels, everything. It's not one or the other, but we tend to get sort of into our silos. And I just like to point that out to keep it in mind. And I'm, really happy to be here talking about NIBS at buildingSMART event. I've been involved in both organizations for many, many years, and I've seen them go through some times together and some times apart, and I'm glad to be back together again. NIBS and buildingSMART International and buildingSMART U.S. just put MOUs in place to express our goals to work together. And so I'm happy to be here to talk about that. I want to just give a little context to standards, because we're here doing a lot of speaking about IFC, which is a really important standard. But to really achieve interoperability and to get projects that are delivered for owners in a way that gives them digital representations of their facilities, we need more than just IFC, IDM, MVD, and BSDD. We need a framework of standards that tell owners and the whole project team what to do and how to behave, how to exchange that great information that's in an IFC format. And a lot of that has to do with international standards at the ISO level. A lot of us have heard about ISO 19650. I think Alexa's going to talk a little bit more about it. It's a great process standard for owners on how to get information and use it across the project. It references things like IFC, certainly, and the buildingSMART standards. We're very focused at NIBS on our national implementations of standards. And we've developed the National BIM Standard for the US, which I'm going to talk about, that has many components that are referenced by ISO 19650 and are set up to help support the utilization of IFC for delivering information about assets. And so I'll talk a little bit about what are the components of that are in the new version we're releasing. I think it's also important to think about what, I don't know, does this have a pointer on it?
I don't think it works.
Okay. To also think about the requirements, because we don't get anywhere if an owner doesn't issue a requirement that gets what they want. And we've worked for federal agencies for a long time. They would say, give us a BIM, but they didn't do anything with it. And if you don't tell somebody what you're going to do with it in a way when you ask for it, that you get what you want, it's kind of an empty bit of calories, so it really requires an obligation on the owner's part to ask for the right thing, define the right thing, and integrate it into their internal processes and procedures. And so we do a lot of work helping owners with that. And I think establishing their requirements in a way that makes that happen is really important. And we've actually just released a standard with AASHTO, an ANSI standard for how owners can express BIM requirements. And I think it's equally applicable to owners of buildings as well as owners of infrastructure. And I know there's a lot of conversation and even some advanced work in the infrastructure space on how do you get to model as a legal document. I'd like to advance that we change that to model as a legal deliverable, because I don't think it's a document. So anyway, that standard can kind of help in that, and some of the other pieces that are in the National BIM Standard can do that as well. A lot to unpack on this slide. Credit to John Messner, who's the chair of our NBIMS committee on putting this together, and we keep evolving it. Another important distinction is this layer, this information layer and management layer. A lot of what we're talking about with IFC, IDM, BSDD is how do we exchange the information, but we need to manage that process. And that's where ISO 19650, some of the things that we've done, put in this standard with AASHTO and are in the NBIMS come into play to help facilitate that and do it across the life cycle. So the National BIM Standard U.S. version 4. Version 3 came out, I don't even 7 years ago, I think, 2015, 8 years ago now. So we're finally around to releasing version 4. We've made a lot of changes in this version to modularize it and to make it so that it can be referenced and implemented in contracts by owners, and so that the components that are in it can be true standards that can be implemented and then checked against and certified whether there's compliance or not, which is really an important part of a standard. So there's several modules. Oh, first of all, I just want to point out that we have a process that we conduct, which is a consensus process for developing the content with a group of volunteers. Then we put the content out for public and work group review, and then we go through a voting process. So it's a conventional consensus standards process. It's not ANSI certified, so we're not an ANSI registered standards body here in the US, but we follow a consensus process. And that's part of why we've been working with AASHTO to develop a standard for owners, because some owners would want to have an ANSI level standard to be able to express in their contracts. So we follow this process. The modules that are coming out in September, October, we're finishing the voting at NIBS conference next in 2 weeks, and then we'll be releasing things after that. It's all going to be released electronically. There's an overview, project BIM requirements, execution planning, BIM use definitions, and an updated version of COBE. And this won't be in it an information standard. It might end up being a guideline. I'll talk just briefly about the different parts of this. But within the standard, there's standard language, which can be verified for compliance. It's written in a way a standard would be written. There are supporting guidelines then that help you to implement the standard and provide advice. There's templates that can be used to fill out to provide the content that the standard references. And then there's this exchange definitions section that we're working on, and what are the schemas that can be used. Some of the modules are delivered as JSON or IFC files as well. So the overview is really talking about what's in it, but it does have a terms and definitions section. So all the terms and definitions in the standard are in that section. How am I doing on time, Calvin? I don't.
You have about five or so minutes.
Okay.
About seven.
Okay. Well, the project BIM requirements section, I think, is very interesting. It's a new section in the standard that we put in place with the idea to be able to lay out for the whole project team, what are the requirements to deliver building information models, digital information on a project, and how do you write that into a contract? So we all know every owner that you work for has a slightly different contract with different things in it, and they all are trying to accomplish this, but this gives them a consistent checklist to go against to say what should be in BIM requirements. The other thing we've done with this section is we're trying to go down the pathway of getting ISO 19650 here in the US. I'll talk about that in a minute, but we've made the sections of this reference the sections in ISO 19650 where they apply. And so this is something that can be used for contracting, and I think it's equally applicable to infrastructure projects, although we haven't tested it there, as well as building projects. The next module is a BIM execution planning module. This module identifies how to make a BIM execution plan, a critical part of delivering successfully BIM on any project. It has a whole series of requirements of what should be in it. It includes a template of how to prepare it. It's based on the work that many of us have probably used from Penn State that most people have started to develop BIM execution plans from. We work closely with John Messner from Penn State to update this. And it has also some implementable components, the template. The template can be obtained in a JSON format. It also includes a model element breakdown, which you need to associate with a BIM execution plan. It has a suggested model element breakdown for buildings and infrastructure developed by some of your colleagues here, or maybe they're on the line today. And in fact, at IHEAP, I'll give a little plug, Chess Meyer and I are going to talk more about how this can actually be implemented on infrastructure projects. So that's the BEP module. The BIM use definition module is also really important to have a consistent set of uses that an owner can reference and that a project can be built around. And this lays out a set of BIM uses, which came from work at Penn State as well. Many of us have used over the years. And it fits together with the BIM execution planning module, because if you're going to ask for a BEP, it has to tell you what you're going to do with it. And it also is important for how you're going to require BIM on a project. It has the definitions in a library and how to identify them in the BEP is covered in here. And the goal would be, and we're working with buildingSMART on this, how do we extend this into BIM uses with the use framework that buildingSMART's already started? So that's an important thing to be able to catalog these things and make them applicable. COBE, Construction to Operations Building Information Exchange, is an exchange format. It's basically an IFC specification that tells you how to deliver information at the end of construction to operations. It started life as something for buildings. How do you take all the critical equipment information, boilers, chillers, air handling units, and provide the right things over to operations? And we've updated it. We've made it more reflective for use in operations. We've also tried to address how to use it in infrastructure to some degree. It's certainly not going to be perfect for that in any way. There's challenges with what you call things and what you name things and the kind of information you want to exchange, but it is based on IFC. We'll have an updated IFC model view of it. I guess that's what you'd call it, IFC specification of it, and a JSON format. And we think it's going to be very complementary to the asset operations handover effort that Jeff's leading and that buildingSMART's working on. And we think there's some updates in here that'll assist in that.
I don't do everything, but I do have my fingers in a lot of things.
Yes, Jeff, we know that. And just to make it memorialized, I'm referencing. Okay, and then this information exchange framework, we're not sure if it's going to be a standard or guideline. The idea of this is, there are IDMs that tell you what to exchange, but in working with owners, there's a lot of confusion about if we want to do something, how do we work with these exchange specifications that are out there? How do we identify our requirements? And this isn't to redo something that's done by buildingSMART, but it's to help provide the owners that we have familiarity with some guidance on how to capture exchange information in a way using the processes that are out there. So we're working on this now. It's not quite as far along as the rest of the standard, and it won't be released. And I think it's clearly an area for us to collaborate with buildingSMART on. People who are involved in it are very involved in buildingSMART as well. So this one is still in the development phase for us. And those are the modules. It'll all be available at nationalbimstandard.org in September, October. We're kind of rolling it out at our conference the first week of September and then making it available after that. And so you can find information about it there. I just wanted to, I've talked about a lot of these things, but I think there's a lot of opportunities again for this ongoing integration and collaboration between the building world and the infrastructure world. NIBS, we more represent the building world, but honestly, there's, as I've said and made the point, we all know there's a lot of integration of some of the things we have going on beyond what's in the National BIM Standard are working on ISO 19650 with ASHRAE and also with the U.S. Technical Advisory Group representation on ASHRAE. Every ISO standard gets voted on by every country that's a member. ANSI is our member organization, American National Standards Institute. ASHRAE is the representative to TC 59, SC 13, which holds all of the standards we work on. And so we're working with them to, one, work on the forward and annex for ISO 19650 so that it can be done through our national standard body. And then two, to work on our voting mechanism through our tag for voting on ISO standards. I think that's a really important area of collaboration. We're also working on digital twins and BIM and how these things fit together with the digital twin consortium, what's needed there. I think that's an interesting area of collaboration. We've got a project with CII and Penn State on capability maturity modeling, which is something a lot of people want to measure. We're also working on product data requirements. It's more on the building side, but there are certainly products that get plugged into infrastructure projects as well. And I think those are some good highlights of things that are going on. We're trying to, I guess, through NIBS, have a place where we can bring these things together in the U.S. in the way that other countries around the world are doing. The UK that have more of an opportunity to have a national view of their standards, practices, and procedures. So through our national BIM program, we're working on that. And please check it out on our website. I'm again happy to be here and talk about these things with colleagues and to continue to work on these things that have been a interest and passion of a sort for a lot of years for me, and I know for a lot of you as well. So it's great to be here with colleagues and share thoughts and experience and work. And I know we're all trying to make things better. So that's a great place to be. And we're fortunate to be working in, the shelter industry and how we move around. So we have a great job to do to make all those things better. So that's my inspirational moment at the end, since Calvin hasn't given me the hook yet, but I know I'm over time, so I should probably stop there.
So we're gonna do questions right after this, right? So I'll just put mine into about 10 minutes, just go over really briefly. So what I'm going to be talking about is actually the ACEC efforts to support all of this. And ACEC is a federation of 6,000 engineering firms with 600,000 employees across the country. And we've been involved in the Joint Technical Committee on Electronic Engineering Standards when it was first not from the inception, but brought on a little bit later. So I'm going to provide that background. And then what we've done to help that committee, also to educate consulting engineering firms across the country. It's going to be more based on the risk that there we go. So there it is. All right. And a little bit about myself. Why I'm here is as a representative of ACEC. In my company, we have offices across the country. We also work in both software platforms, both the Bentley and the Autodesk software packages, and within our transportation group. So having one, interoperable, standard would be very beneficial across the country. So here's the goal of the presentation, is to actually provide this information to inform you of our efforts that we have been to engage professional firms, also to understand their concerns, and then seek feedback. And what we want to do is provide a feedback loop. We provide information, we get feedback, we also provide that back to the AASHTO Joint Technical Committee. And then we also educate them on digital delivery, what it is, what it's not, and then ultimately what it's going to be used for. And then here's the most firms, mitigation of risk management is important. And so to look at that, I just put this slide up there because when we started this journey in 2021, we started showing this map of what states have actually been involved in model as legal document, legal delivery. And that was back in 2021. This is it now in 2023. And I'm sure it's changed even today from where we're at today. It's moving along pretty rapidly. And so this information that we're pushing forward and providing feedback on, we really do need to keep that information loop out there and keep that information moving. So when I talk about this, I'll just give a little background. I'm just trying to demonstrate to you what we have provided as educational opportunities for those firms. We provide the background of that AASHTO committee. I'm going to also give you the ACEC input to date into that committee and that feedback loop. And then finally, when we talked about the model element breakdown framework, very important, and having that actually be brought up in the beginning of these projects all the way to the end. So starting out with the JTCES, 16 states, with all the involvement. It's a great group. You got a good industry involvement. ACEC did appreciate being brought into this to provide that feedback with all the professional consulting engineering firms across the country being able to at least provide our concerns and information back. And those were the basically when we started this evolves as the progress is made with this committee, working through the level of development, the model is legal document delivery, and then the webinar series asset management, and then the BIM maturity model is the primary items that this group was first working through, which as we made progress, obviously has changed into other priorities. The reason I show you this is we provided this as an educational information to those consulting firms so they understand what's going on in the industry. And this is the primary parts that we worked through within the subcommittees and provide input to, because it was a key concern of most consulting engineering firms, is how far you take these models, you know, and then what does that mean? Definitions, the level of accuracy, the use cases. And then as he mentioned, the model element breakdown framework, and actually providing in there a clear understanding of each element, what's the level of development, the authorized uses, the limitations, and then whether it's contractual, whether it's for information only. And then also in there that AGC and the CDC coordination. So the input to date. So back in February of 2020, we actually sent out a survey, said, hey, what's your primary concerns about this? What is your key issues that you have going forward? And these were the top 5. We got a lot of different concerns, but these were the top 5. As you might imagine, data security, what happens when that model leaves that engineer's office? What's going to happen to it? Is there going to be modifications made to it? And then also the clear definition of model accuracies and tolerances, what the contractor can expect to build the product with from what is being produced. Also the quality process. How does this even, when you have a model that's being developed in model space, how is it even QA QC'd? There was some concern with lack of contractor experience. I believe that there are, there's certain levels of contractors that understand and can use this type of information. And then the investment was a key concern, is the software, the training, and the learning curve. So what we did after that was we actually created a formal document back to the AASHTO committee that included those key concerns, and then also the digital delivery requirements, including level of development, a good understanding of it. This was vetted with the ACEC Transportation Steering Committee, vetted through our group, vetted through the AASHTO committee, and then provided at least these specific elements. The model element breakdown framework was also included in that, and then that was formally brought back to the JTES in November of 2020 as a formal document that had gone through the entire transportation group. There's the other ongoing discussion since 2017. When we first got involved in the committee all the way through, we've been providing information back and forth. Like I said, our role is a feedback loop. It's as things are developed and as information comes through, we continually provide updates to the consulting engineering firms. And then finally, fall of 2023, we're actually going to create another new survey as firms have got more experience, as this has been more developed, as model element breakdown structure, level of development is more defined, then they have more experience. We want to capture that. We're going to bring that back and then also create a formal letter in that regard. So within this committee, the level of development model element breakdown framework was actually a key element of that. Will was primarily, Alexis, John back there were primary contributors to this. Just going through it really quick. All of the different things that are being involved in this committee, what's the most important, what can we work through? And of course, level of development and model element breakdown was one of those within the risk environment. And there was the general approach, and then also the data that was utilized, basically everything out there that we can try to create something of use and something that would also give us some structure. So just want to throw that up. This is when we started working on this. This is some of the information we provided to firms that they understood what it meant. If it's a level of development 100, this is what it means. Same thing with level of development of 200, 300, and visual as well as a description. So that this isn't being done in a vacuum, we can allay some of the fears that are out there. And finally, the model element breakdown framework, which we felt was important that this be provided from the beginning through contract, just so everybody understands what's being produced in these, how highly it's developed, what are going to be the authorized uses, limitations, whether it's contractual or for information only. And so and this be done right away in the beginning. And so when you're through contracting all the way through construction. So with that, we probably have a few minutes for your question and answers, right? I went through that fast. And then got to have the FHWA.
Thank you. So I'm going to put our virtual team on alert to check if there are any questions online, but let's take one from the room first. We've got about 10 minutes before we break. We'll take one first question here, then we'll go online. Just handing over the mic.
Hi, Patrick Lane with the Department of Transportation in Montana. My question, where'd he go? Right here. Percentage of firms delivering model for information only versus the model as legal document. What we're finding is that just educating the ACEC group in Montana and that coalition of partners to deliver an actual model, even if it's for information only, is a big jump, let alone model as legal documents. So curious from a national standpoint, what you're seeing as far as PDF deliverables versus model deliverable, even if it is not for contract, but for information only. Thank you.
There are states around the country that actually do provide it as information only, and then they still provide the plan set. So it varies from state DOT as far as the information only and a plan set. For instance, in Wisconsin, all the models are included in the final deliverable, and but this is information only. So then the contractor consumes that and reproduces another model that they use for their AMG equipment. And the goal obviously is to put that all into the same document all the way through, so that the engineer produces it, that goes to the contractor builds it, the as-builds come back out of that same model. But it varies across the country.
And then do we have anyone online that has raised their hand and mic turned on for a question?
We do.
We do, and Matt France has a question. Matt, you should be able to speak now.
Yeah, hi everybody. Matt France from New York State DOT. One of the things that we're currently struggling with is when we develop a model in design to put that information on the ground in the field during construction, we have to strip any of the high detail model down to 2D or 3D lines and or build surfaces that can be exchanged through land XML. In the IFC 4.3, has there been work with surveying firms on how to field survey software firms on getting that information, right? You not having to strip that information down from a complete complex BIM model down to individual ways that we've used them for the past 15, 20 years. Is where are we in that discussion?
So do we have an expert in the room who can address that? Or do we have an expert online who can address that? Everyone's pointing to everyone else, but Alexa's going to take the question.
I'm going to try to answer it anyway. So Matt, that's a great question. In terms of what we're seeing right now, obviously IFC is really for 3D geometry. It works for 2D geometry. But I think that the work that at least on BIM for bridges and structures, Trimble is one of the vendors there that is involved. So I think from the surveying perspective, they will be able to handle those kinds of things. We haven't actually put any of it to practical work, which I think is phase 2, wanting to do some of those things. But I really think that, to someone's point earlier, that IFC may be one of the files that you exchange, and land XML may be what you need for a surface or an alignment. So it's not all inclusive. It's just, again, trying to figure out what is the best file format that makes it easy for the receiver. So an IFC is just part of it. You want? Okay.
So I'll clarify a bit. So in one of the major moves into IFC 4.3 from IFC 4, in IFC 4 and previous versions of IFC, we were concentrated on buildings, as was said before, and we also had the concept of georeferencing. So where's the building on a site? Where is the building relative to a local coordinate system? But then what is that coordinate system's relationship to the real world in another coordinate system? And the coordinate system is declared by, whatever the owner requirements are, right? So that still exists. The interesting part is, and we talked, and Alexa mentioned it earlier, this idea of alignment-based reference view, is that with expanding the schema into infrastructure, we understood that the complexity of location, projection, the proper sort of understanding where something is in 3D space was going to be more complex with infrastructure. So that work is there, that framework is there. It is possible to do that. And it is one of the things that the vendors are currently working on, and I'll touch on it this afternoon in various forums to figure out what is the best way to do it, right? Because with buildings, we have a flat surface, we have a flat site, that's easy. But then when you deal with horizontal infrastructure, that with any distance, dealing with elevation as much as plan projection, and then what happens to that over the curvature of the earth over a certain distance. And yes, all of that is input that has been taken into account, and the vendors are currently working on.
So we have 2 more hands online.
If I could elaborate for 1 second, buildingSMART International does work with OGC, Open Geospatial Consortium. We are looking at ways to integrate Land XML, City GML with IFC. And there is coordination that starts at the level of Scott Simmons, who's the Chief Standards Officer at OGC, working with key leadership at buildingSMART to literally see if we can make this a lot easier given the framework that's now in place. So some good things coming. The other thing I would mention is that Esri are a multinational partner at buildingSMART. They have gone on public record, have committed and are working on IFC implementation in the ArcGIS Pro family of products. So that's another level of integration we've never seen before. So a lot of good things happening and a lot of good things coming. So we have another question online. Tony, can you?
2 more hands. Yes.
Okay, Tony, can you turn one of the hands on, please?
Yes, Claudia or Ricardo, are you able to unmute your microphones? Oh, here, Claudia.
Hi.
Hello. Yes. Sorry it took so long for us to get to your question, but please ask it now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I have my hand up? Apologies. No, I didn't mean to do that.
Oh, no worries.
It's a great session, though. Thank you.
Well,
thank you for joining us. And we have one other online question before we break.
Ricardo, do you have a question?
Or perhaps he was trying to applaud one of the speakers.
All right, so that gives us time for one only question in the room. Who'd like to be lucky last in the room?
Oh, sorry, Nina. Nina has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have Nina online, please.
It's also typed.
So Tony, if that's a typed question, can you read it out for us?
Yeah, hi. Is there a national effort collaborating with railroad agencies and other U.S. permitting agencies to accept IFC format if the owner delivers the project as mauled. And that's from Mina at Caltrans. And Mina, if you want to unmute your microphone, we'll enable talking for you. I'm just scrolling down to you now.
So with respect to rail, that is a new initiative. The infrastructure standard does include rail specification, objects, properties, relationships. A huge amount of work's being done on rail. It's being adopted by many rail authorities internationally. And it's a project that we would like to start in the US chapter. So anyone interested in rail, please contact me, ian.howell@buildingsmart.org, and I'll start a network group going that we can try and kick off that initiative. In terms of permitting, that's not something that I'm aware of in terms of any current initiative. Certainly internationally, yes, permitting requires IFC in Singapore, permitting requires IFC in Finland and other jurisdictions. So that certainly has a lot of precedent. And again, if people are interested in that, I think contact Jeff or myself.
So with permitting, permitting's a funny one, not funny, haha, but so an effort to integrate models into permitting process has been going on, I don't know, Roger, since 2006, 5, maybe even 4. Where's Jonathan? Jonathan Whitney. Yeah, so Jonathan knows well, a lot of those efforts go back a long time.
We have 60 seconds. We can't have a history lesson.
So yes, it's been tried on the building side. Yes, there's more work that needs to be done. There is BSI work. It's the regulatory domain in which they're trying to provide guidelines for it. But yes, it would be great if we could get a focused international interest in, especially through transportation organizations, to sort of pick up that work and then move it forward.
So here at Oracle Lab, we're going to take a 15-minute break. There is coffee, bathrooms beyond the coffee station. For those of you online, please grab a coffee at home, and we will be restarting in 15 minutes at 10:15 for the openBIM in action segment. Thank you. See you in 15 minutes.
We kept driving and driving.
And so now we're focusing on phase 2 training. But it's like it's really good for Europe. It's mandatory here. Yeah, I think on his slide he was showing that too. And he, yeah, actually, like yesterday, he presented about how in Europe it is it's like, but like, yeah,
All right, it's 3 minutes after 10:15 Chicago time. Please get your coffee and we should be get going again. Just a quick check for those joining us remotely. Can you hear us okay? We should be back on.
Yep, we do have audio, Calvin. The camera is focusing sort of randomly around the room.
All right, sounds good. So let's get going again. So thank you all for this part. From now until lunch, we are trying to complement what we heard this morning. Very important kind of like a roadmap from different pool fund, from national BIM standards, what we are doing on the national side. And in the upcoming series of presentations, we'll team up with lots of experts around the nation to show us how IFC, how openBIM, and other sets of open standards are working in action. So I'm Calvin Cam, along with many of you serving as a volunteer for buildingSMART USA. My day job, it's with Strategic Building Innovation, SBI, and I'm also with Stanford University as an adjunct professor with Sci-Fi. So the title of this is about seeing it's believing, and we introduce this program in a few minutes. But first of all, this morning, we tend to focus on what's happening within this yellow box that we heard so much about the alignment, about the expectation, about all the hard work that goes in with our horizontal community. I'm so happy to share that we are not alone. We are not alone. Globally, many of our global peers and partners have been working on the very same problem. They may or may not be speaking in the same language, have the same driving in the same side of the road, but they are facing a lot of the very same challenges as we are, and there are some global opportunities that we can solve together. To give you a few examples, in Scandinavia, there are 7 countries teaming up to saying that working on infrastructure, working on roads and bridges, they may be speaking Norwegian, maybe speaking Swedish and Finnish, but they are committed in using openBIM, to use openBIM, and they understand it's not all there yet, but they are rolling up their sleeve and working together. I was at Stanford 2 weeks ago, meeting up with the leader of the Singapore Building and Construction Authority. In that small country state in Singapore, they are saying that all the permit submissions, whether it may be roads, bridges, buildings, government, public, private work, are all going to be coming BIM as a deliverable. That's what they've been doing when we advised them 10 years ago. But starting next year, if not later this year, all of those will be coming in IFC-centric format, what they call ConnectX. So Singapore has gone from analog to digital 20 years ago, from digital to BIM-based deliverable 10 years ago, and later on, they're about to embark on having openBIM as the center of the ConnectX submission. So good to know that we're in company. Happy to hear that many of us may be aware of buildingSMART International. And over the years, we've been recruiting many teammates and experts in the nation to join us to serve as the award jury for buildingSMART International. Last year, we have seen quite a spectrum of award-winning cases, ranging from infrastructure, and I think David earlier today talked about a smart bridge in Germany. We have seen skyscraper, we have seen historic buildings working with existing condition. We have seen Estonia, European country, very progressive, looking at how to work with a BIM-based, open BIM-based submission and evaluation. Yet, we are also wanting to see a lot of the numbers, a lot of the metrics behind it. Are they telling us amazing story? Are there numbers, are there evidence, are there business impacts behind it? So my team at SBI, Strategic Building Innovation, we've been compiling through our own experiences working on open BIM and some of the award-winning projects, some early metrics, some early evidence of how open BIM, open standard workflow, aligning that with good management, with good planning, with good teamwork, can actually contribute to, for example, millions of dollars of saving, to, for example, 92% reduction of time to get any asset management facility and asset operation be ready, to reduce construction time by 144 days, to contributing to something very important to all of us, civil accidents, safety. And beyond that, sustainability, able to work with common data environment that serve up to 10,000 of IFC objects and 26 models, hundreds of as-builds, how really with open BIM, with some of the award-winning projects, those are not just a dream, those are proven by many of our global peers. Yet, as we hold our monthly call with my fellow volunteers and leaders with buildingSMART USA, we're wondering, how can we bring some of those to the States, to the US? We've seen so many global examples, global metrics, but what does it mean for us in the US? So that's the idea to revive. It's not a new idea. I remember 15 years ago, I was sitting in Washington, DC Convention Center with my federal government colleagues and really absorbing a seeing it's believing program, what our European counterparts were able to bring by showing us live demo, by showing us what is possible, not with technologies that I'm going to promise you 3 years later, or an emerging solution that's not quite there yet. Working with today's technology, today's solution. Yes, they are not perfect, but they can still solve some of our immediate needs and business case. And can we show that? And very often we may be working on a project with one sponsor, with one solution provider, with one particular use cases. Here, can we democratize it? Can we, it's almost like BYOB, but rather than bring on your own wine, can we bring your own BIM, your own open BIM? Can you bring your own business case? Can we bring our own kind of like curator to it? So the idea is that within the US, can we come up with a seeing it's believing, proving ground to grow together? Can we move the needle together? We have seen many solution seekers, state DOT and asset owners and public taxpayers and public agencies, right? What are the business case that they want us to solve together? Sure, we heard a lot, but what may be the priorities? Having understood that, what can our solution providers, right? Today, we are here at the Oracle Lab, we see Autodesk, we see Catenda, we see Deluxe and many, many other solutions out there. Can we work with them? Don't just show us European examples and global examples. Can we work with them to actually show us what can be done with the sound bites, with the priorities from the American solution seekers? And then a lot of us with buildingSMART USA, and we see that, for example, Joe with Michael Baker, my team at SBI, Strategic Building Innovation, we are served as the facilitator to try to bridge between the two so that we can soon, these are all still global examples, Europe, Vancouver, Asia, that can we start to really form some use cases that we can grow, we can critique, we can learn together. And can buildingSMART USA provide a repository that we all can refer to it? They are not perfect. Let's talk about the pluses and delta, but together really make it much more actionable, much more closer to all of us. And the idea is that it's iterative. Right now in this, we hope we could get, we all want to get budget and formal endorsements and everything, but no, this is BYOB, right? Just bring your own business case, openBIM and time, and see what we can do together. So we came up with that idea earlier in one of our executive committee call. And then by May, we launched that as another regional event that we have helped host at Stanford University. Very similar setting as today, hybrid events, good engaged crowd, and also like today, about 100 or more virtual participants. That day, we were able to bring in 30 asset owners in person or remotely. We also continue the second day with an education event. What my colleague, Dr. Wanata Futa, also serving on the buildingSMART Education Certification Committee, was able to show what their students are doing with BIM technologies. But more importantly, we try to understand what has been proven, what is our points of departure, right? So, for example, a long old friend of mine, Yili from Finland, who is serving many of the Scandinavia countries from Finland, Norway, Sweden, and the like, was bringing up a live demonstration of a bridge that was in IFC almost 10 years ago, back in 2014. And yes, we can now also work with IFC 4.3, but a lot of what they have put in with some of the attributes from IFC 2x3 are still well kept, are still accessible, are still open and available. More than that, he was able to also demonstrate to us how to harmonize, how to upgrade certain information to new mapping to in accordance to the IFC bridge part and IFC 4.3. So that's a vivid example that we could see. Many of us have been serving, in my case, with an innovation award, BIM awards nationally. Sometimes rather than saying that a 25-year awards in design, in engineering, can we ask anybody to open up a BIM from 10 years ago, right? Very often, oops, sorry. You need to upgrade your software. You need to really upgrade the version. A lot of those may not be working, but to see back in May that we can still open up an IFC of a bridge project from 10 years ago using openBIM, that's pretty promising. Another partner of ours, in this case, Rick Kluster, in May gave us a live demonstration of how we could use not just openBIM like IFC, but also CityGML, but also CCM, and really an array of open standard solution working together to help us to start to visualize, to help us to understand information, whether it may be BIM, whether it may be CityGML, whether you may need to navigate and understand the context, and be able to once again pull up certain information, certain views, and be able to curate that, be able to work with that, be able to understand the broader context in a GIS case. Yet the difference here is that we all work with preferred technology as the authoring tool or as certain downstream application, but then this is all using open standards. It's digital Netherlands, it's digital Rotterdam. It's something that the Dutch community has been doing for quite some years now. Also in May, and for those of you who may have tuned in to the buildingSMART International Summit, back in March, we're very excited that, and they also sponsor our event at Stanford, that we could see how a global partnership between ESWI and ACA and Italy-based software, it's able to demonstrate, as we saw also earlier today, how they can work with IDS. And in this case, right, how they can also demonstrate not just the static side of openBIM, but if we can tie in with the IoT, Internet of Things, with the sensor to monitor, for example, structural health or any other stress strain of a particular element, that we can also visualize it using the same openBIM platform. Of course, you can, working with ESWI, you can also get a sense of the terrain and be able to also benefit from the GIS front of it. So again, all these are solutions available, and as a community, we can test, we can drive to say, well, let's not only hear what Calvin has to say or what, in this case, Michelangelo has to say. Can we actually work on those cases together? Can we curate that? Can we better understand what works and what not? And if not, how to make it work better? At Stanford University, I've also invited 3 of our PhD students, candidates, to also share what we are working on the research side. So in May, I've invited, for example, Junwon to talk about how to turn AI, artificial intelligence, ChatGPT. How many of you have some experiences or stories around AI, right? But we bring it to a BIM GPT so that you can use like chat, like natural language, to work with our AI engine and get 98% accuracy if you ask something about asset management and facility information. Similarly, we just awarded a project as a community at Stanford to provide seed funding to a student. His name is Junpu, who is also working with one of the consulting engineers in the room to actually look at how to do video-based pavement detection and crack analysis. And that day, what was magical was that Caltrans, who was there in person, said that, well, rather than students using your low-budget camera, can you be using some of the more higher-end video capturing device that Caltrans may be able to support and team up? And then another PhD student of ours, Steiner, joining us after over a decade of bridge engineer, bridge contractor in Norway, actually teaming up with Trimble to actually share with us, in fact, maybe reacting to some of the questions from our friend from New York State, how to actually bring survey, how to actually bring some of the precision down into fabrication, down into the field. So, so that's also what's possible in terms of solution providers. It's not just our friends with technology vendor. It may also be students, not just Stanford University, but any other students and professors around the nation. So many of you may be following our Mentimeter. We'll pop up more questions later on. Many of you have led an in-person workshop in Washington, DC for the BIM Infrastructure Week. And we have also done similar surveys. What we have noticed was that among the many use cases, our audience seem to more focus on data query, visualization, and also model checking and quality assessment. So those all will be very important as we frame and help build relevant use cases. My team, Dr. Min Song and I, we also showcase a project that we've teamed up with 5 countries to do like the IDS example that we heard earlier today, to run about 24 checks using IDS and be able to work with 149 openBIM submissions. Some of them may be buildings, majority of them may be infrastructure work, and be able to check those IDS schema and 24 checks in average 12 seconds. And many of them may involve tens of thousands of objects and properties. So all this became available for our Seeing It's Believing initiative. And the key results from the Mentimeter and the in-person discussion was that our audience, for those joining us in person virtually, was that digital twin model as legal deliverable documents, and also open way of putting all this information together in what we call a common data environment. Those were some of the top priorities for many of you a few months ago. We run the Mentimeter again to see if that thinking may have changed, and if so, where are we looking for? So what we want, and then kind of like taking a lot of those results, kind of like strategizing with Ian, we're saying that can we first focus on introducing to our community through seeing it's believing the buildingSMART BCF, which stands for BIM collaboration format. Because we find that there are lots of very nice products, process, pool fund, and really workflow coming in. And maybe BCF may be a good way to bring seeing it's believing to try to integrate with a lot of the good foundation, a lot of the good work that is ongoing. So, and thank you. I think New York State's DOT, Federal Highway, Michael Baker, among others, have been bringing your openBIM or your business cases. So we are thankful for that. And what we have done is that we have received a BIM from New York and from Michigan. And we try to bring at least 3 different applications, such as Catenda, who is also sponsoring us today, such as ODA, which by the way, it's a free application that many of us can not only use, but you can build a point, you can embed, you can make it better. And we have also used Simple BIM just to demonstrate what can be done and what use cases can we inspire you to then let us know what you want to see. Say the next time we meet on a webinar, or for those of you joining us in Utah for IHEAP, what would you like to see for the next round? So the idea is that BCF can support designers, contractors, owners to communicate. I don't need to ship the heavy BIM with kind of like the whole bridge and all the information. I can only ship and I can only transmit the relevant issues, topics, work orders to you that are actionable, that are lightweight, that are focused. That's the power of BCF. And indeed, in the future, we can also extend that with GIS, with further normalization, information alignment and upgrade, and with IDS. But for now, for what we are about to show you, that's what we have done. So without further ado, my teammates, Min and our team have come up with 2 videos to briefly show you. The first video, again, thank you to Michael Baker, Joe, who is presenting right afterwards, and through Michael Baker, Michigan DOT, to give us a segment of a corridor bridge about 1,000 feet. Native application was Bentley coming into us with both IFC4 and IFC 2X3. So let's see what we can do with that. The idea is that using those openBIM authoring tool, you can export the IFC model, the 3D model, and then you can load it to say in the first case, a first demonstration, Catenda as a model server, as a common data environment. And then we can actually use it to mark up, to review, to add your comments, approval, rejections to the sites and whatnot. And then you can open it up, say, if I'm a downstream partner, you can open it up with your tool of your choice. In this case, we will demonstrate to you by ODA. And then the second demo we'll see, thank you for David introducing Brenner from New York State. We're able to again get the native BIM in Bentley, pass that to IFC. In this case, open it up with ODA, and also do some quick processing with Simple BIM. So this is the first video. So this is bringing that Bentley-derived openBIM into a Catenda platform. With Catenda, you can bring up the BIM, you can use markup, you can comment on it. And then using BCF, you can bring any observation in a focal view, give it a unique ID, understand what are the actions or the non-actions, and who is responsible for that, and really give it a life of its own. And then with the BCF, you can only transmit that BCF, issue, topic, and then to another downstream application, and then you are able to carry that forward. So that's what BCF can do in this simple case. Similarly, with New York State, we've got a bridge replacement project about, this is the dimension you can see. It came to us in IFC 4.3 form. And we understand that we were asking, can we go to the authoring tool and help to maybe filter or adjust some of the export? It was not easy, no worry. We can still work with whatever we have and demonstrate to you what can be done. So for example, we can come up with a work order ticket. We are able to kind of like associate any photos. It's not only BIM, BCF can also associate any openBIM, any BIM topics with photos, with markup, with comments. And then you can, once again, rather than shipping the whole BIM, heavy BIM, you can ship only the topic, the action, the responsible activity and actor to focus on those particular issues. It can be transmitted by file, it can be transmitted on a server environment, which means it's always on the cloud, you can always get synced. The idea we hope to ground openBIM is that it is here today. It's something that we can work on. It brings value, just like what we have seen over the last 20-some years, projects after projects. On the one hand, working on the longer term, the better version of it, but at the same time, it's proving that you can bring value to us. It's not just a 3D representation, right? With ideas, information delivery specification, we can manage the requirements. With IFC, we can better produce in a neutral representational platform. With BCF, we can check, we can collaborate, we can comment. With OpenCDE, you can serve as the knowledge repository. So that's the quick demonstration. And to help explain, BCF, it's the standard for exchanging issues, topics, so that you can link it to BIM, useful for decision-making, actions, work orders, and team sourcing information. So you can use the BCF and say that, hey, this is my topic. I want to talk about that first in my meeting agenda. Then all the image, all the BIM, all the work orders and actions will arrive. You can turn it to be a ticket for operations and maintenance. You can turn it to be a work order or design review comments. So, and it's not something that's new, that's unproven. Once again, buildingSMART has been around for well over 2 decades, and BCF in itself has been around since 2008. So many iterations, many improvements, but more importantly, more than 30 applications. I hope you find many of them that are very familiar to you. Many of you are in the room who are fully supporting BCF. And why? Why care about that, right? Our friends in Europe, in UK have done some studies. If we were to use your specific application, turn over all the issues and work with another downstream, for a particular set of experiment, it may take 2,500 minutes, 40 hours to handle some of those. With a BCF approach, it can be shortened down to 9 minutes. 2,500, 9. So we want to spend our time in more value-adding work rather than sifting through the comments and coordinating on all the basic kind of like components. So this is where we are. By no means is that exhaustive. By no means is that truly aligning with your daily priorities, but that's where we are calling for your participation. Is that whether you may be a solution seeker, let us know your priorities, the business case. If you can donate and work with, support a native BIM or openBIM, we would love to work with you to show that you can work on your projects. If you may want to help us to curate and guide and align with what you may be doing nationally, organizationally on a project, we welcome that. Together, And then and like with New York and Michigan, we can also respect your identity, your projects, or any information that you may not be ready to be shared in the public. So, so please contact buildingSMART USA and let us know if you may be interested. Last but not least, we also want to mention that globally, there are 18,000 professionals who are getting certification, who are getting qualification in openBIM. It's a good way to understand the foundation, the ABCs. Many of you, actually, a show of hands who may have taken or heard of the openBIM foundation courses. Wow, wow, very impressive. I cannot see the virtual hand, but that's quite a lot of hands here. So many of you have either taken or heard of the foundation course, but globally, there's now an idea about entry. Can that be relevant for executives, relevant for busy people? Can we focus on management track versus practitioner track? So a lot is going on, but in all cases, foundation is the foundation, is the key intersection. And beyond that, my team at SBI, we are also working with buildingSMART USA to not only offer the foundation course, but we heard from some of you who have taken the course and said that, well, there's a lot of the ABCs and vocabularies. How can we make it relevant to project and contract management? So there's a new course on project and contract management. On the other hand, for those ready to put your fingers on top of some of those openBIM and applications, that's also a third course on openBIM applications. So that's what we have for today. Once again, we want to move the needle together. I want to show a different presentation at iHeap or future webinar. So team up with us, how we can continue to grow and make seeing it's believing something we can all point to complement with what we are seeing and what we are benefiting globally. So I see that I'm right on time, so I kind of like turn this to be very brief. Ian and Will and many of us would like to know who may be buildingSMART members in the room. Thank you, thank you. We noticed that we have two categories. These are those of you who are supporting not only buildingSMART USA, but buildingSMART International. So we are very thankful for that. And on the other hand, we also have many of you who are supporting buildingSMART USA specifically. So can we give a round of applause and thank you all for your support. And at the same time, for those of you who may not have raised your hand, please join us, please support us, buildingSMART USA. And on that, I also have a Mentimeter question. So if any one of you can scan the QR code or go to the same Mentimeter, we have some questions to engage you about the seeing it's believing, whether you may want to participate or what use cases may be more relevant for you. Okay, so with that, why don't we tee up Joe to be our next presenter? And we'll handle all the Q&A towards the end of this presentation.
All right, thank you, Calvin. So today here, I want to talk a little bit about using IFC in bridge BIM pilots. So in my background, I wear several different hats. One of them is supporting the BIM for Infrastructure Pooled Fund that Mike talked about earlier. Another hat that I'm going to be putting on here today is as a bridge engineer using BIM to deliver bridge projects. Okay. And through that, I've gotten the privilege to work with some of the most progressive DOTs really in the country as we try to move the industry forward in this important area. Okay. And one of the ways we're doing that is was mentioned with model as a legal document or model as a contract document. So what we're going to talk and what I was asked to talk about today here is some of the pilot projects that we're working on there, and even more specifically, how we're using IFC within those bridge projects today. Okay, and those are real world projects that are being delivered and constructed here today. In fact, I think that one of the projects I'm going to show here, I think they did the bridge pour either yesterday or the day before. So very, very active. This is, again, firmly placing my practitioner hat on here for this presentation. So a little more background on myself. So about 8 or 9 years ago, started getting into using models to generate our typical bridge deliverables. So, any plans, quantities, schedules, just using that within design. And we called it model-centric design process, but really only input the information we needed for design. And we got pretty good at that, got efficient. We're able to get a lot of value out of it, specifically with quality, being able to build the structure essentially, in 3D as it will be built in the field early on in the design process. But as we went through this, we quickly realized that we were losing a lot of that information, that digital information that we were providing and we were generating. We were dumbing it, maybe dumbing's not the right word, but we were stripping it down back to a 2D PDF plan set, which, in my opinion is unstructured. It may be digital or maybe electronic, but unstructured format, right? So that set us on kind of a course of how do we now, as an industry, use the information that's available digitally to advance beyond design, right? So that's where we started here and where I'd like to go to here. It looks like Autodesk getting some extra play here from that. That was not part of my presentation, but so there you go. But as we get into it here, a couple things to start out. Really want to make sure that I point out that this is not going to be a technical presentation in terms of I'm not a developer. We're not going to get into schemas or anything like that. And I'm not even really going to get into how we develop the models, although I could spend hours talking about that. Really what we're going to focus on is how we're using that IFC or open standards here. And particularly what I'm going to show you here was IFC today to deliver these projects. Okay, so real world applications here. The other thing I want to mention is this is for workhorse type bridges. Same concept that we mentioned before. And I think it's important to note that because some of the, let's call them the bigger cable stay signature type projects, they can kind of take on a ecosystem of their own in some cases. And it's not what our bridge owners are seeing and working with day in and day out. So the examples we're going to be showing here today are really looking at these workhorse type structures here. Okay. So with that framework, we're going to look at these examples where we are now. I want to get into a little bit about where we want to be in the near future. And then finally kind of hit home that why this is important. So highlight some of the things that have already been discussed here today, again, with some of these examples. So where are we? So I'm going to go through a couple examples here. The names and likenesses have been removed to protect the innocent, which maybe a little cat out of the bag on one of the projects with Calvin going first. I didn't think through that process, but really what we want to do is kind of strip that out because I think sometimes we get involved with who is doing it or where it's from, but really this can be anywhere. So kind of strip it down and just look at these examples because they really could be from any bridge owner as we get into this model as a legal document. Okay. So the first example I want to talk about is in reinforcement. So even more specifically into the fabrication and placement of reinforcement. A little audience participation here. Why do you think we were able to have some early success and examples with reinforcement? Anybody? Anybody have an educated guess? Clash detection, yeah. But more specifically that it was a little bit more mature than some other phases. Anybody want to venture why that would be? Roger knows here.
PCI and ACI spent a lot of time and effort developing standards for reinforcement.
Reinforcement, right? On the because it's the vertical side is the same as the transportation side, right? Reinforcement is reinforcement essentially.
The original MPD we did had reinforcement in it as a result.
As a result, exactly.
The bridge process since the very start.
That's right. Yep, absolutely. That Tim worked on, right? Yep. So this has been kind of an early win, if you will. Okay. Even some of the earliest mold projects, I was involved as kind of a case study working with FHWA, and the reinforcement fabricator couldn't use the native format that was generated, right? So to their credit, they gotten with the owner and the original and the design team and worked together to find hey, what can you use within your software? And one of them was IFC. So we worked with that, and they were able to bring that, the IFC export into their software early on. This is talking back, 5, 6, maybe even 7 years ago at the start. Able to use that and develop not only some of their fabrication processes, but also, do their placement drawings. Okay, so the reinforcement placement drawings for their iron workers. And we'll go through this in several different examples, but I think it's important to note some of that people, the people side of things, right? Their iron workers are not, they're not going to have the VR glasses out there trying to place the reinforcement from the model out in the field, at least at this point, right? So we're in this transition period, but we are able to, because of this process, have some enhanced drawings, show some things, maybe an isometric view, but still get them what they need in the field in order to build the bridge. Okay, so that's really, again, what we're focusing on, some of that beyond design into construction. So here's another example here. And this is actually a situation in which a toll organization was delivering a project. They were using this particular project as a pilot project with model as a legal document. But at the end of the project, it was going to be handed over after it was constructed, it was going to be handed over to that particular DOT organization within that state. So it was an ambitious project. They're working through it now. And luckily, that state also was working on their, advancing in this area and model is a legal document. But they wanted to bring the model that they received from the toll agency into the software that they were using. And of course, they're using two different softwares, right? The two agencies are using two different softwares. So we tried first the native import, and I wouldn't even say import's probably the wrong word here, because we're really just opening up the files that in that native file within the different software. And this is probably a little hard for some of you maybe in the room to see here. But we're looking at the bearing pads here on the bridge abutment. And you can see that some of the layers of the bearing pad are essentially sticking out. All right, so this is supposed to be just a rectangular bearing pad, but this is how it opened up geometrically within this software, right? So of course we were looking at, in some cases they were actually even missing. So there were some gaps there. Of course we had direct communication with the vendor, but what do you think the vendor is going to say? Wait, it's a bug, we'll fix it in the next version, right? But we're delivering, this design review is happening and this project's being let here in, a matter of weeks. And it's not a knock against the vendors, right? That's what else can they do? And some of the cloud-based softwares, they can do things more quickly, but we need to deliver today, right? When we're doing these projects and these pilots, okay? So what we did was bring it in with an IFC import, okay? And here's how it came in, not doing anything. This is IFC 2.3 again. So we're using the information and the exports that we had available, but geometrically, we were able to get that in and bring that in to be visually accurate for the design review that needed to take place, within the next couple weeks or days even. So another example for that same project here, reinforcement again, okay? In some cases, bringing in the native file, we were getting reinforcement outside of the footing in this case, okay? You can see some of the arrows showing that, sometimes sticking out. Then when we went through the IFC import, came in geometrically correct, again, with reinforcement being, I think, an easy win here with all the development that's been going that Roger noted here before, okay? So, and this has, I think a lot to do with some of the native formats and how they do it. Anybody who's used Revit, you can do some things with doing it in design, hide first and last type bars. If you're familiar with that, that just wasn't getting picked up with the native file format. But again, with the IFC export, having that standard that both softwares are aligning with, was able to get that geometrically correct. So this is one that's the scary one. So what we're looking at here, because this is actually in construction here, where we were working with the surveyor at this point, And what this image here on the left is literally a phone screenshot of what the surveyor had sent me, what he was seeing in his software for the footing for an abutment that he was getting ready to stake the next day, okay? And this is what you're seeing. You're kind of looking at a plan view. You can see some of the piles there that are being battered, but it's just looking down at a plan view in this case. You can see the white outline there is the footing. And this is supposed to be a combined footing. You can see what it looks like here on the other screenshot here on the right. But this to me is scary, right? This is what my model showed as. Again, it was the same native format just opened up in his software, okay? And luckily it was off enough that he knew to say, hey, something looks off, right? And we were able to work it out, make sure we got him, and the solution we came up with was getting them an IFC export that, and again, this is the same software. Now it's coming in geometrically accurate, okay? So, you know, again, some examples of how, where we've used IFC and how we've used that. Maybe just from the practitioner perspective, where do we want to be in the near future with this? And I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this because we've already had discussions on, but maybe just to highlight and punch home a little bit of why this is important. But looking at, you know, the standardized element and property sets, again, with the reinforcement example, this is, you know, 100% translates through pretty much every software that I've used. Again, even in the 2.3 versions, being able to translate that information, not only geometrically, but our property sets are translating, okay? And then again, to further illustrate, this is just looking at bearing pads, right? Where we're struggling with this is some of these other elements that were, you know, not specifically mapped in 2.3. Obviously, we're getting there with some of the later versions, but you know, they're coming up as IFC building element proxy type, okay? We're struggling with efficiently being able to put these attributes in to these type of elements in a way that can be viewed consistently with other software. Okay, so again, this is why we need that standard, these testing criterias in order to do that. But it's critical. It's critical to move forward here in terms of being able to have that you know, consistent view from model to model and software to software. So another thing I wanted to mention here quickly is looking at shared views and sharing other content here. And this is something I haven't heard discussed a whole lot through some of these IFC discussions, and I think it's worth bringing up. This is an important step, I think, and we found a lot of success again with the people side of things, is through this transition period, being able to convey our design intent accurately in a way that the contractor, subcontractor, fabricator can consume. Okay, so this is essentially being able to turn off elements, you know, show different perspectives, even some of the, you know, the way solids are viewed and what have you through this, being able to have that, and even in some cases recreate some of the views that their contractors used to seeing within their plan sets, right? Give them a familiarity with the information. You know, we can lay them out. In this particular case, this is one software's example, but being able to kind of have that snapshot of the model in the way that you want to view it, and being able to translate that from software to software. Okay, so you know, this is again something that we feel is important, and you know, I know we have ways of obviously being able to store layers, levels through this, but you know, even you know, think about if you've worked with DOT level libraries, layer libraries, you know, this gets really, I would say, bloated really quickly, especially when you start talking about different reinforcement levels that you need for design, and it gets overwhelming even for somebody that understands that and knows that and has even developed it. So imagine a contractor who's not used to working, you know, maybe even with a computer, but definitely not with a CAD software, okay, trying to go through and turn things on and off that he wants to see. So the ability to translate that again, in not only just the model content, I think that's first, right? Make sure it's accurate and you're bringing in that information, but in the way that you intended it to be seen, okay? As at least the starting point for using the model in its transition period. So I hope you got some of the reasons passionate about this and why this is important. And I think, at least for me, the most important image I can leave you with here is this image, because this I hope it scares you a little bit, because it scares me. Right? This is again the model that we created that has my seal on it, that's opened in the native format, not even an export. Okay, and that's how it's viewed. Now, obviously, again, this was so far off that we were able to rectify it. We got called and got this figured out. But what if it's not this obvious? What if it's a slight shift? Okay. And again, I'm not a lawyer here, but then who's paying for that if that's a mistake in the field? So again, just to drive home the point that the need for an open standard that software can be mapped to both sides with all the different things that go into it as far as testing. As a practitioner, looking at contractors, and consultants, but contractors, not familiarity, but also just confidence in this information is extremely critical. And I think that's all I have here. I think we're going to wait for questions here at the end.
Thank you. Can we have Tom?
Yep. Okay. I'm Tom Coleman. I'm with WSP here in the WSP's Chicago office, but I've spent the last 4 or 5 years actually implementing many of the strategies that were talked this morning. And that was a lonely job. So it's very interesting to be here with like minds. And what I want to discuss is our strategies, how we're implementing tools on our projects. Again, I'll talk a little about WSP digital delivery, as well as how we're implementing out of the National Strategic Work Plan or for BIM implementation, as well as open data CDE use cases, and then we'll hold questions and answers later. Again, the whole, and the interest, and obviously we are thinking the same way, but this situation of how do we define digital project delivery? What is the outcome of that? Why are we doing it? These are all difficult questions within a large scale global engineering company where we, for the most part, have been doing things the same way for many years with our clients. And now we're in a dramatic shift of how we use data as well as design to operationalize models to help us build more cost effectively and so forth. But that is fundamental for WSP USA as well as WSP globally, how we embrace digital delivery, how we can develop asset-based models and bring that information forward to be able to have a digital twin or an operational model of a project before it's built. And this is obviously to address many challenges and opportunities. I'm not an engineer, but I'm an urban planner. But I work with many of our design teams on projects in terms of part of the promise of using these strategies or from buildingSMART is breaking down the silos in our company to address all sorts of impacts within a model. And it's not just a single model of a bridge, but how do you build a digital twin of a neighborhood, a city, or many infrastructure projects to be able to bring data and make better decisions. And quite simply the promise of this, of course, is to bring that asset management framework forward so we can analyze models and look at the performance of those models well before it's constructed or built. And I'm glad Alan Esquire is here from Bentley, because we've worked closely with Bentley on many of these, the implementation of these strategies. But behind this, I'm not talking, we're working through a process on many projects in the USA, but this is perhaps the difficult part, because when you begin design, whether conceptual design or preliminary design, the last thing on a designer's mind is usually what the assets are or the elements are. Those geometric elements may turn into that information, but usually that's well along down the road. In order to implement a BIM implementation plan, ISO 19650, or the strategies that we're talking this morning, we actually have to start thinking at the element level what these things are, what may be in a model. And then the next question, what is the LOD of these things? How is it going to progress? But this is some of the most challenging aspect in terms of our work, is getting our teams to understand this or value this information at the beginning of a project. And again, this is so we can develop a model-centric view. And again, the framework here I'm presenting is not just of a single roadway or a bridge or a complex system of infrastructure in a city, whether it's rail, buildings, highways, bridges, and other sorts. Again, the life cycle aspect of this is to not just think of these things as steps or linearly in a program, but a holistic view of these. And in terms of being able to look at how we can better construct as well as operate projects, do cost estimating or analysis of those things in order to get better insight well before construction may occur or contracting. Key to this is developing the project information requirements as part of the information management out of ISO 19650. This is a strategy we're implementing in BIM implementation with many of our projects to start to develop those requirements, as I showed earlier in that slide with those assets, but starting to think about the life cycle of those things and who's going to handle those, how are the handovers going to occur, what information is necessary. As a basis of this is, of course, as Alexa spoke of and Andrea, Julie spoke of this morning. I won't repeat that, but again, utilizing the roadmap or the information that is being forward that we've talked about this morning. These were the tools that we are bringing to our projects with our teams to be able to understand the value or the return of value or investment on implementing digital delivery when it is not fully accepted in the industry yet. Again, the life cycle information management, again, the outcomes of the studies that were talked about earlier in the study, and perhaps even though there are 23 or so DOTs that are behind this, there's many DOTs that aren't quite at this level yet or understand the value of information management in design. And so forth. And I'm borrowing this from Minnesota DOT. We presented at the Minnesota Transportation Conference last year. But again, and the interesting perspective of this is where partners or DOTs or our clients are taking the implementation of this, because now once you consider the life cycle or the asset aspect, can we actually build that into the workspace for how we design things? Can we actually change how we design things so we get that information in there when a design is started in concept design or preliminary design? Can we actually specify that and build those requirements up front instead of trying to add it later? And that's a lot of the frustration perhaps in a large project development or design process is what stage do you implement data into your geometry or your project? And because the resistance is there, quite simply. And so it's not, it may be a simple solution. Yes, we could work with Bentley or Autodesk and build it into the setup of the software. Wouldn't that make it much easier? But how can people understand that? Again, I quickly want to go over, I used to title this slide digital twin use cases, but since I'm talking about OpenCDE, I changed the word up there. But the point is when you start to think about the life cycle of data, really information management, there are many things that, and the list is lengthy, but in terms of what we can accomplish using models or a model-centric delivery. And that is some of the other things that weren't talked about that I'll touch on in terms of reality data. GIS was mentioned this morning, but again, also IoT and sensors. And the ability is there, the data is there, the clouds are there, the connections are there, but a design team might not say, well, we only have a 10% design of our model. Why do we need to use sensors? Well, again, it's the value of bringing information into a model-centric format that can allow you to make decisions. And whether that be seismic or weather or location data, well, that may help you make better decisions that you're usually may not be focused on that aspect yet. Through many of our projects, we're looking at how we build better context for our projects. And that started with drones, but drones are limited to small areas. But you being able to use mobile mapping or airborne LiDAR in a 3D sense, photogrammetry or LiDAR, in a sense of being able to create a 3D spatial geospatial context for a project. And WSP, we're working with vendors like Here Data, which is mapping, obviously mobile mapping many streets, as well as other firms that do aerial photogrammetry or LiDAR to build context data around a project. Again, and if you're doing that, the value of when you extend that, it's not just the picture per se, the 3D picture, but can't we use that point cloud data to extract features so we can classify things and understand them things? And then the thinking goes further to say, well, one of the biggest challenge in any major project is an existing conditions model. And usually we only get so far as a survey or something like that, but all those existing assets, whether signs or roadway striping or lights or crossings or other things, those are maybe accounted for in other ways, but usually by different teams, disparate from the design process or what have you. So if we can use context data to automate feature extraction and build that data, we can connect it to our models. If we're building a new bridge or expanding a bridge, we can also know where all those existing assets are and whether they'll be reused, repurposed, or what have you. Again, the outcomes, the value of, I think, obviously the value of being able to bring many of our clients use GIS for asset management, but bringing that GIS asset management together with the visual information, as well as the design information at the beginning of a project to develop that holistic understanding. And then some of these are videos which I'm not sure how to play, but we're doing this with structures in terms of. Okay, yep. So again, in the early wins of our projects was with our structures teams. Again, and part of that is understandable in terms of the BIM information and the Building Institute, but being able to understand what the quantities are, the visual aspect of a model. And this is a ramp from a project we're involved with now. But this was all, again, we're not even in 10% design in a project yet, but we're at a high LOD with a structure that we can get accurate quantities or information out of it. And it didn't necessarily take more hours, or this wasn't a long hurdle. It took maybe 2 weeks to train the engineers to be able to do this. And then once they did it, we could replicate it over and over again, but we can get a higher level of detail and information out of that project. And then obviously Costa, another, if you can be my video assistant. Thank you. But again, and being able to model bridges, to be able to get a cost estimate or different aspects of those models. And this is a hypothetical model, but this was something that members of our team could create in hours versus days or weeks in order to start to understand not only what the geometric design of the bridge is, but what are those elements? Can we classify them? Can we link it to IFC? This model we could export out, view it in IFC viewer or whatever, and then start to categorize those things. Obviously, it's not just limited to buildings. And this is a hypothetical terminal building, but again, using the same tools to do the same thing, whether from a transport infrastructure perspective as a bridge, as well as a building. And I touched on this morning was creating a common language between transportation and buildings. But that is, we are working internally within WSP with our buildings group, our transportation group, and other groups. And asking the question, can we build our own library for projects? And then a lot of work we're doing recently is we're getting questions from our clients to how do we understand as-built of something that's already constructed? Can we take something that was constructed under 2D plans or plan sets that were hand-drawn, and can we turn that into a digital twin? And part of that answer is yes, because of the strategies I showed earlier, what we've been able to enable our structural teams to build models, representative models of existing bridges in order to start the asset element introspection of those models and build the data. And you don't need to build an actual construction model of that bridge. You need to build a representative model, but usually there's enough information in existing 2D information to start that 3D design process and start the implementation of that. And then really on my closing slide, this is another aspect again, in terms of different partners we're working with at WSP. How do we extend this framework and understanding so we can enable a virtualization or digitization of campuses or large areas or cities? And WSP globally, last week we just won a project with Victoria, Australia, to implement a digital twin or virtual twin for all of Victoria. And we're getting questions from the clients in the USA. Can we actually develop the everything that we discussed this morning here, can we put the data, the information, the standards, the requirements together to be able to start to understand a complex system like a city and get return on investment or value of not just having a picture, but an operational model? Whether that's from a infrastructure perspective, climate change perspective, or other socioeconomic perspective of a city. And I think that's the future of where this collaboration and everything we're talking to today is where, where I see the roadmap can end up. It's not just for that highway or bridge, but we can better manage our cities and places or our natural environments. Because the idea you could create a digital twin of a forest or a natural area, the same principles apply. Thank you.
It's lunch. No. I have a coveted spot right before lunch.
No pressure.
No pressure. Yeah, thanks. Yep.
Wonderful. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for inviting me to come here and talk a little bit. So my presentation is titled Demystifying Open BIM for Highway and Bridge Practitioners. Thinking about our audience here and virtual as well, this may be less of a presentation specifically for the people here and hopefully providing some information or some concepts that you can take back with you in your day-to-day and explaining some of these concepts and terminologies and technologies around Open BIM. So why am I targeting the highway and bridge practitioners? Well, it's because that's what I know. That's what I've done. So I'm a civil engineer next door here in Indianapolis, Indiana. A little over 20 years of experience. And I like to say that the first 15 years of those were fairly traditional in geometric design and project delivery, some construction inspection. And then more recently now kind of a technology pivot. So my current title with HNTB is a VDC systems lead. Mostly my day-to-day looks like taking these concepts and these processes of BIM and digital delivery that are well established and proven in the vertical industry and applying them to linear projects in BIM for infrastructure. So in terms of what I'm hoping to accomplish, I want to demystify open BIM. So mystify as a verb, to perplex the mind of or to bewilder, or to make mysterious or obscure. So what we're trying to avoid here, right, is people's heads exploding. And hopefully at least something that I'll have here in our presentation will help with that. So a couple of foundation concepts that I like to use a lot in talking with folks. I like to think of BIM as a verb, thinking more of the workflows and processes, and then the actual model as the noun, as the BIM model. And I like to tell people there's two main components here, right? So you have the 3D geometry, and it's usually 3D parametric geometry, as well as the metadata and the property sets. So we can see that here in this example, right? We've got our 3D model. We've got property sets here with some information maybe about identification of this particular bridge. We've got some material properties, or at least placeholders for material properties. And then down here at the bottom, some of the parameters for this substructure element, right, to resize that as needed based on the particular design. Okay, so a couple of basic Open BIM principles. Interoperability, right? We've been hearing over and over in all of these presentations. Open, and what I like about an open format is that you can actually take an IFC file and open it in a text editor and look through it, right? It's not a black box or some mythical series of bits and bytes and ones and zeros. It's reliable, fosters collaboration, and provides flexibility. Right, you're not tied to a specific piece of software. You can use the tool of your choice, the tool that you're familiar with and proficient with, and then exchange data with other users that maybe are proficient and familiar with a different tool. And sustainability as well, right? The fact that, as someone mentioned, BIM data that we're putting together now, what happens 5 or 10 years down the road when we need to maintain that asset? Are we able to open and access that information without data loss? So another slide I wanted to put in here, I can't take credit for this. This comes from the airport committee from a webinar. I think it was earlier this spring. But the concept here is for the owner side, the recommendation to focus on the data specification and less on the specific means and methods or the workflows. And from my perspective, a little bit of me dies inside when I'm reading a BIM requirement and it specifies a specific platform. If you think about it, that's not what we do in construction, right? So for instance, imagine if you were reading a construction specification around common excavation and you found something like all excavation work must be performed solely with Komatsu equipment, right? No CAT allowed. Well, that's almost laughable, right? You wouldn't see that. So the point being made here is aspirationally, we'd like to see design and other parts of the asset lifecycle move in a similar direction. Focus on the end result and provide flexibility and freedom in how you attain the end result. So obviously, from a foundational perspective, our industry foundation classes or IFC data is sort of fundamental to openBIM processes and workflows. So here on the screen, we've got a storm sewer network. This was authored in Civil 3D. We see it here on the left-hand side on a desktop application in the Blender BIM add-on. And then we see the same data in a web viewer in a different platform. But obviously from the same view, you're seeing the same information with the same properties. And again, providing flexibility for practitioners to use the tools of their choice, the tools that they're familiar with. And again, standardized, digital, open, international, multiple use cases. Okay, so what I'm going to try to do to demystify some of these concepts is to make connections between things that a lot of practitioners would be familiar with and sort of correlate them to openBIM concepts or principles or standards. So we're going to start with the venerable DXF file. I would wager anyone in the industry has come across or utilized DXF at one point or another to shove data from one system into another. So I've got some examples here from, I think this was a visualization task that I was involved with a couple of years ago. And what I'll try to do in all of these examples is list some of the similarities, and then we'll talk about some of the differences. So in terms of IFC and DXF, some similarities that there's a wealth of geometric information available. You also have the information that is broken out into layers that has presentation information like color, line style, etc. And of course, you have multiple tools that can read and write, right? This is in some ways kind of the lowest common denominator of the industry. A couple of important differences. So DXF is geometry only, right? There's no property data set, no metadata. And it's also controlled by a single vendor. So our next connection here, again, sticking with IFC and then looking at a points file, an ASCII text file as a generic way of handling information. So usually you would see this with a survey deliverable, right? The survey folks will go out in the field and use their equipment, gather the data on existing conditions, and then do their work to post-process everything and maybe adjust it based on a traverse and a level loop. And then, at least the way that I've typically seen it, is it comes in a file kind of like this. So again, we have some similarities. This is vendor neutral. It's open. You can pull it up in Notepad or Notepad++ or Visual Studio Code or Vim or Nano or whatever. again, vendor neutral plain text format. However, there's really no schema here, right? So in this example, you would likely look at it and think, okay, it looks like we've got point number, northing, easting elevation, and a description. So it's kind of a handshake agreement, but not an official standard. And also thinking about this, really the only way to QC this is to take the data and bring it into your system and do a visual check and look at other items, which can be very time consuming, right? And so it's hard to be able to scale that type of process. Okay, so moving on, probably what I think the closest concept that most practitioners would be familiar with in terms of relating something that they know to something that they might not know or be nervous about, IFC and land XML. So example here of a land XML file with some alignment data. So again, vendor neutral format in plain text. We can open this up and inspect it, you know, make minor corrections if necessary. I don't know if I'm typical, probably atypical in that I love doing this when I receive the data to open it up and take a look at it. I may be in the minority, but anyway, some similarities there between land XML and IFC. A couple of differences is that land XML is fairly US centric. It's not an international standard. And it's also not under active development as far as I'm aware.
The Finns are still messing around with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for the correction. Okay, so that was kind of data focused. And so now I want to kind of step into more of workflow and process. And so our BIM collaboration format, or BCF, again, open communication, identifying and exchanging issues. So in our example here, we've got, you know, what appears to be a issue or an inconsistency between the 3D model geometry and a plan sheet in terms of this specific column. So we can see this marked up, and then we've got, you know, some issue history and collaboration tools and whatnot. So the connection or the correlation that I would draw here is that this is similar to what I would call an issue tracking spreadsheet, right? So as a roadway or bridge designer, let's say you make a 30% or 60% submittal, and it goes to the client and someone does a review of your PDF file, and then you might get, or oftentimes you would get a spreadsheet, a list of issues, right? So you've got number or identification of each of the issue, maybe who was originating the comment, what sheet it refers to, the specific comment, and then we've got some additional fields here for the designer to respond to, right? Do we agree? Do we need to discuss some more? And then further out here, we've also got additional fields for tracking that, yes, it has been resolved. This person has made the update, and this other person has verified that the update's been made. So, wrong button, sorry. Some similarities. So similarities between this spreadsheet and BCF. Both of these are a list of issues or a way of collaborating, in this case in design review. And they each have status for each of the issues and assignments or ball in court of who needs to take action to resolve these issues. Again, used for collaboration and review. Some differences is that your issue tracking spreadsheet is text only. Other than, you know, in this case, a reference to a sheet number, it's not graphically tied to anything specifically in your plans or in your BIM model. And these formats tend to vary, maybe from project to project or from client to client. And it's also, in my experience, sometimes can be fragile, that someone may unintentionally break either the formatting or maybe some lookup tables or whatnot within the spreadsheet. All right, so another concept here, IDS, again, probably not new or to a lot of the folks here. And again, we're talking about a machine readable specification for exchange requirements. So The example here is a file that I've put together in some of my work as BIM coordinator for substructure utility modeling. So one of the requirements on this project is that we have metadata representing the subsurface utility engineering, the SU quality level, right? So folks may be familiar with that. That's generally a letter grade of A, B, C, or D. So what we've done is to build out this fairly minimal text file or specification that lists this requirement and then lets us run this against our model information and against a lot of model information and be able to identify those issues where, hey, these are some specific elements in our model that need to have this attribution added, right? It's missing. So the way that the way that I would correlate that to known topics or known issues is that the IDS is kind of like your QC checklist. So this is an example from a BIM execution plan, right? Typically you'll have a section on quality control. What are the checks you're going to do against the BIM model data? Who's responsible for them? What does the checklist look like, right? So that you have documentation that those checks have happened and that your models are meeting the requirements. So some similarities here, like I was saying, that what similarities here in terms of the purpose of both of these things in the context of a contract, right? To verify the validity of the information, to make it a reliable information exchange between parties. And both of these are customizable, right? So getting to the flexibility part that we had listed before. The main difference here in my mind, the QC checklist process can be very lengthy, can take a lot of time because it's a manual process. And then the other potential that I see with IDS is the ability to integrate with standards that may be developed in a data dictionary in terms of defining the property sets and their requirements and their values and units or data types as opposed to, or specifically as to something maybe that needs to be a number versus a text string versus maybe selected from a list of domain values. Okay, so then here on my last connection, this starts to get a little bit more aspirational in terms of where I see things headed or where I hope things will go. So this is comparing IFC and PDF delivery. So some similarities here, again, maybe aspirationally, at least currently in the industry, PDF is sort of the de facto way of delivering construction plans or design information. And clients are comfortable with PDF as their long-term archive mechanism. Both of these are open formats, published ISO standards. And again, multiple tools can read and write this data. So you have some flexibility to use the tool of your choice. Some primary differences is that, the PDF, the actual data is more of describing what needs to show in a view or what needs to show on a specific sheet. You can have some geometric metadata or some transform information from sheets to model coordinates, but at least in my experience, that typically doesn't happen. On a PDF set of plans, you'll obviously have the properties and the metadata, but it's typically not specifically associated to the geometry. And again, we have a manual QC process as a PDF, again, which can be lengthy and can slow down the process. So a couple closing thoughts. Again, this is it's an interesting time, but it's a very disruptive time in our industry. I think this is in a lot of ways as big a change as the transition from board drafting to CAD, maybe even more so. That we've got increasing volumes of information involved in all of these projects and all of these engagements. And I think in what I've seen and in discussions with a lot of colleagues and clients and other partners that seems to be fairly general consensus that the future is open. So I think we'll pause here for questions and from the room or from the virtual audience for all 4 of the folks.
Scott, thank you. In fact, we're opening up. Opening up for questions, not just to Scott, who's obviously available out front for answers, but also for the last couple of presentations in this segment before we get to lunch. So don't be too eager to get lunch. We're running well early. We've got time for 10 or 15 minutes of questions and still be early for lunch if you'd like to ask anything. So anything in the room as a first question before I go online?
We do have 1 or 2 questions teed up, but any questions in the room? Reactions, questions?
All stunned. Stunned by the fact that we're actually doing this stuff in America. Now, that's not bad. We keep looking at European examples and all of the fancy Norway and Hamburg bridges. And those guys have been doing it for a long time. People actually ask me, why is Europe so far advanced in terms of some of this? And it starts with the fact that they were 17 kingdoms trying to become a common market. So you think of what they've had to do around currency and governance. And one of the things is that all of the suppliers in those 17 different countries wanted to have a common language to do construction projects over border, so that German companies can operate in France, French companies can operate in the UK. So if you go back historically, the simple driving factor for common language and interoperability was they couldn't function as a single market, as a single construction market. Now, of course, buildingSMART International is looking at it as a global market, where that's the US involvement, of course, because we can be suppliers to and contractors for overseas projects as much as we can for our own market. But our own market has been sort of slow to respond. So a lot of the companies we're talking to are global firms. They are already consulting and engaging in projects using open standards for the European clients. But the demand has not been here until we've now seen the foresight of AASHTO to really create that demand. And why are 50 states all doing 2D documents a different way? Pretty crazy. So that's our need for a common market, is one national standard for 3D engineering data. And indeed, Scott, you've demystified a lot of the vocabulary and the terminology and mapped it back to concepts that we understand. Thank you. That is really helpful. So one last chance for a question in the room. And if not, we'll put people on standby. We do have one in the room and then we'll go virtual.
Can we also introduce Joe and Tom to join us on a casual panel? Please introduce yourself. Yeah.
Greg Netto. I'm chairman of Infrastructure Ventures and publisher of Infotalk America. And Infotech America is a fairly new operation. And to describe it in a nutshell, we try to distill. We're distillers. We distill information. I'm looking at the presentations this morning, and our sort of motto is that we every conversation, every innovation begins with a conversation. So this conversation is extraordinary. I heard my former colleague this morning, David Unkefer, discuss sort of the update on openBIM. The work that's being done is extraordinary. I had the privilege of serving as Federal Highway Administrator back in the Obama administration, and I remember when I was briefed on 3D modeling, the first of the several the first of the several digital initiatives under EDC. And the extraordinary progress has been made. But to your point, and that's kind of the question I want to posit, when the roadmap was published by Federal Highway almost 2 or 3 years ago now, it estimated that it would take 10 years to achieve state of practice. And my reaction to that at the time, when innovation deployment is concerned, patience isn't a virtue back in our Federal Highway days, especially working with Victor Mendez. So how do we accelerate that curve, if you will? What I've concluded in the last 5 years, having spent extensive time working on really the digital as-built and the e-ticketing world, which I think are coming together in significant ways. How do you accelerate that process? And the answer at the end of the day is state DOTs making a commitment to get there. And what I'm seeing, just the attendance and the interest in this forum today, the number of public agencies that are involved has been an extraordinary growth in interest and commitment to advancing it. So do you believe, based on all that's going on and everything that we've been briefed on today, that that 10-year estimate, we coined a hashtag, we can do better, not at all critical, but to say, what do we need to do to accelerate that curve? Because 3 years from now, we're going to be reauthorizing the next EJA. And by then, I think we need to have a compelling story that says this is what the investment resulted in, and we can advance projects faster, better, smarter, and more cost effectively. And open standards and adoption of open standards in this country, the work that's been described here, the quicker we get there, the quicker that's going to happen. Is that you buy that thesis, and can we do better?
I've got one thought before I go with my thought. Any takers? So I'm going to embarrass some people in the room and some people online when I say this, so apologies in advance. But I believe as consultants, as contractors, and as owners, putting pressure on our friends, the software application providers, because that is, I believe, the thing that comes next. The standard is written. It's about to be stamped as an ISO standard. We've got fabulous cooperation from our vendor partners, including our sponsors today, but a broad range. When we meet with implementers, as buildingSMART International calls them, we have 180 different companies working together to implement this standard in software, because if we can put the functionality in the hands of the users and offer interoperability that works, meaning when you want to export a model, you can. When you want to import a model, you can, and it all passes the validation and quality checks that can be automated, and that is part of the work that's being done. The whole thing starts to flow in terms of the sharing of data that we're talking about here. So in the past, when this has been a little less mature, it's taken smart people with programming ability to kind of make the connections work, because it may only work to 90% accuracy instead of 100% accuracy. I think what we're looking for is the pressure on vendors that the owners, AASHTO, DOTs are creating the demand. buildingSMART's created the standard and some of the services around the standard. I think the consultants need to skill their workforce, because we've got experts like Joe and Scott and Tom here that are doing it, but their challenge is how do you put that across their workforce in terms of all of the engineers at HNTB or at Michael Baker and in all their offices. So there's a skilled workforce question that I think we have to work on, and that's why we emphasize that there are training tools available and more practice hands-on tools coming in terms of certification. So getting workforce certified, insisting that the deliverables are in open standard format, and our vendor partners having the software that works reliably, that this information can flow, that you do have that flexibility and choice. So I apologize, it's a long answer, but it's by working together as stakeholders that we can mutually reinforce the end game that we all aspire to. And once this information is happening in the seamless way that I'm describing, then we can support a digital twin. And that's sort of the big future vision, because that's sort of what we aspirationally would like, is the operational model that Tom referred to. But we need to combine systems and exchange of information between systems to pull that off effectively, because that starts to become dynamic data where you have sensors that can trigger events that can relate to what's in a model. Is it working the way it's supposed to work in terms of design intent? So that's a bright new future. A lot of work to be done to get to that point, but the foundational work is an important step. So I'm excited that if it was a 10-year plan 5 years ago, are we halfway? Maybe not quite, but at least we're moving in the right direction. But I'll ask others to offer up an answer as well.
To quickly build upon that,
a slide I've been using a lot in my presentation, it's to look at management science, into management science to answering your question. And the analogy I like to give is like following a marathon. It's a 10-year target, kind of like focusing on the front runner of the marathon. Many of them are in this room. We're focusing on where the ambulance usually is, not where the press will be focusing, which is at the very end of the packs. We look at the average speed of the whole packs. So I think innovation is an ongoing journey. It's always lovely to see where the front runners are going, but let's also not forget about the average, and let's also think about how to diffuse BIM. Because one thing we are also definitely cross-pollinating between the vertical and the horizontal is that it's always easy, always spectacular to focus on the front runner, pilot cases, spectacular example, but it's a whole different journey, decades and decades and counting, to really make it a sustainable innovation that are fully diffused, that are fully into the DNA and culture. Yeah. Any quick take from my fellow panelists?
Yeah, a couple of quick thoughts. So one of the things that I'm excited about, and I think is a very recent change, at least kind of from where I stand, is the change and more clients that are putting these sorts of things out there in contractual language, right? So putting my consultant hat on, a lot of my colleagues that I talk to, previously it was more of a sales pitch to try to make the business case. But when the client is asking for these things, then from my perspective, that changes the conversation, right? It's no longer optional. It's no longer R&D or cutting edge. It's not the future, it's the now. So in terms of where we'll ultimately land on the 10-year timeline, I'm not sure, but I'm, based on the momentum that I see and feel right now, I think that things are definitely moving in the right direction and starting to accelerate.
Will or David, you want to add on to it?
Will Sharp with HDR. No, great question on that. And as you can see, you've got a lot of people in this room that are driving hard toward that goal. But I can tell you from what I've seen, I've been at this 36 years. I was involved with a precursor to the XML stuff when that was developed as an open standard. So I've been at this. Yeah, Ron's laughing. I've been at this a long time, so have you. But a couple of things to note here that I'm saying. I do think there's several critical elements that are really going to help us accelerate. I've always drawn a strong tie between model as legal document and open data standards. I think you got to have the combination of that, right? You've got to have the open data standards that the contractors can use, but it's got to be contractual as well. It can't be for information only. Maybe it's right, maybe it's not. It's got to be the information. So I think those two areas are important. I do think, I know we've been advocating for more national funding on open data standards. We've done bridges, workhorse bridges, design to construction, one BIM use. There's a lot of work to go there. I know John Wilkerson in the back, that's a big focus for the BIM for infrastructure pooled fund. It's a focus for phase 2 of the BIM for bridges pooled fund. So there's a lot of activity there. The other thing I would add is that we've got to work with our contractors. And I can tell you a whole group of us were at the AGC IT conference yesterday, and met with several of the contractors, had a very interesting discussion, horizontal versus vertical, what the contractors need. They've got to be able to use our data to build these projects. And we need their data after construction too. So, we've got to also increase that dialogue with contractors as well. We've got to do better there. But that's what I would offer is what I'm saying more on the national side of those critical needs to move forward. But I'm excited. I see all the investment Federal Highways putting in this. I see the pooled funds. I see JSTAN was created, all the activity with, AASHTO Joint Committee on Data Standardization, the Joint Technical Committee on Electronic Engineering Standards. There's just a tremendous amount of effort going on in this area. So,
David and then Tony.
I know we're at lunch, but I think I love the question because let's get her done is my approach. And, my thought is you heard there's a lot of efforts underway. I personally think those form the foundation, the pooled funds. In other words, it's already there. The two pooled funds, if we just leverage those, you noticed how the BIM for infrastructure is very agile in terms of its way for delivering a guidebook every year based on the latest information we have. So I think that towards implementation, so I think leveraging the pooled fund to avoid ad hoc, you know, because there's a lot of moving parts, right? You've already heard a lot of moving parts. So leveraging the pooled funds. And then I'll tell you from Federal Highways perspective, this ADCMS program, we would like to see that be more strategic in the way that it delivers solutions. So if we're hoping to get proposals that help us see how to put some of these parts together in a real and strategic sort of way, if that makes sense, right? We're gonna tackle some difficult issues with a lot of funds. And so we're hoping that will be strategic. And I think, Greg, I don't know how your firm fits exactly, but as we were talking this morning, I thought we have struggled to message to our, the policy message to executives, and we need to do that badly. Did I say that grammatically correct? But we really need to message to the AASHTO executive leadership why this is important, whether we call it BIM or digital project delivery or whatever we're going to call it. We really have got to message why this is so important for the future of our industry, that productivity that we're all seeking, and the exchange of information. So those are just three quick thoughts. And did you want to hand it off, you said, to someone else?
Yes, we have a few very patient online participants waiting for the turns. So tell me, how are things going on Zoom? Seems like we have about exactly 100 online participants.
Yes, we have many people virtually in the room with us today. So thank you. All the presenters have been wonderful. Thank you, Calvin and Ian, for helping to orchestrate. It looks like Matt France has a question, so let's let him open his mic and ask first, and then we'll move on to some other folks.
Hi, thanks, Tony. Thanks, everybody. I don't really am not super psyched about being over the lunchtime in Illinois, but I'll try to make this as brief as possible. It sounded like I may have kind of gotten an answer from one of the last respondents to the last question in the room. But I'm trying to understand, is the intention or goal overall, you know, for the engineer of record to use the IFC model file as the legal document or deliverable, or is it more on the you know, native file format as the legal document, and the IFC format is accurately translating that information to other software platforms? It sounds like from that second to last commenter that it's the push really is to try and have the IFC model as the legal document. In New York State recently, in our last couple of you know, model-based contracting digital delivery projects, we allowed for land XMLs of a highway alignment, say, to be the legal deliverable document. That's a very basic concept, right? Horizontal alignments have been proven through land XML for a decade and a half or more now. But ultimately trying to understand where the push for the IFC file lands. Is that the legal document or just a reliable exchange format?
So Matt, my understanding working with some of the AASHTO committees is that the IFC file would be the MALD deliverable. But if Mike Kennerly's online, this is clearly where the Joint Technical Committee on Standards at AASHTO needing to have those conversations and agree with Joint Technical Committee on Electronic Engineering Standards exactly what the AASHTO guidance is for the states. But the people we're working with on pilots are definitely telling us they'd like the IFC file to be the MLD deliverable. Joe and Scott are both nodding over there as our last two experts, in fact, enthusiastically nodding. But Mike, if you're online, perhaps you could offer an answer from your perspective, please.
Mike is both online and he raised his hand. So Mike.
well, I raised my hand because I wanted to comment on the question that was asked earlier, but in terms of, the IFC file being the model of the legal model of record, yeah, you do want that. And I think that is one of the goals. And as we, develop all the tools that we need and all the information that we need in terms of, defining the deliverable, I think we'll get there. I think there are interim steps to that. And I think a lot of states are using those interim steps, but I think eventually, yes, you would like that IFC model to be the model of record.
Good, Mike, thank you. And you said you had a comment on the prior question?
Yeah, in terms of what is it going to take us to get there, I think there's, I agree with everything everybody said, but I think there's also a couple of things that we need to also make sure we accomplish. And the first is that, we need to, if this is going to be sustainable, if this is going to be something that continues, for the foreseeable future, we have to create a message that allows everybody else in the development process to understand what's in it for them. Because if the only goal is a model as a legal document, then what's the benefit for the Office of Right-of-Way? What's the benefit for location environment? What's the benefit for traffic and safety? There has to be a compelling message that incorporates the benefits of moving to a digital workflow for all of the players, and that then cements their commitment to providing the information in a interoperable manner that can be, moved back and forth across the agency seamlessly. But if there's gonna, if we want a commitment from the agency in terms of making this reality, we have to craft a message that helps them understand from an agency perspective, beyond model as a legal document, what's the benefit of moving in this direction. And I think that's one of the things that we haven't spent a lot of time on. I think we acknowledge it, but I think if we're gonna move this faster, and if we're gonna sustain it, there has to be a message that explains why moving this direction is beneficial for all of those in the project development process.
Completely agree, and that's good work to be done on the business side rather than the technical side of the equation, because it does require both. And did we have another question online?
Yes, Tony, we have a couple more hands.
Yes, George, are you able to unmute your microphone? Oh,
I
there
am.
you are.
Yeah.
Great, thanks. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm George Bornstead with the Oregon Department of Transportation. I'm one of the senior bridge design engineers, and the question I had was around accumulation of models into one location, one file. For example, we use some GIS platforms to, you can enter a feature number, bridge number. It's not so much for bridge yet, but other facilities, and pull up all kinds of data and information off of a map. We use TransGIS to, you can get all kinds of information about the highway, about, the bridges, some bridge numbers, things like that. And just listening to this, I'm kind of my first exposure to a lot of what was talked about today, but the future, if it's not already there, is that I could see is where you could go to one location, and almost like if you had mapping on a CAD file, that you could, zoom in to a certain location and pull up the bridge model for that bridge. So it'd be like a map of your whole state or your whole region of a state, and over time accumulate those models into one location. So that's kind of my thought and question.
Yeah, I'll take that one. So this kind of ties in with a clarification I was going to offer on the previous question. We were saying IFC file as the legal deliverable, but I think it's actually better described as IFC data in the open common data environment. So I think, yeah, absolutely, to your point, we should be thinking about common data environment that's aggregating all of this data at a wider scale, and less about discrete models for a specific project. And yeah, the point that you make in terms of GIS and the ability to zoom way out at a statewide scale and be able to see everything. I think the potential there is maybe for some system integration, right? That GIS might be the tool where you start. And then if you do want to get information on a specific bridge, then maybe that's part of the metadata of your GIS point feature that then links you to the common data environment with the IFC data with the viewer and metadata there.
Yeah, and real quick,
There are systems today that do it.
sorry, I was going to say one thing is, you know, find yourself doing is referencing in files from past designs to, you know, take from, or what did we do before, that kind of thing. And to be in one environment where all that's there, seems like that would be very beneficial.
Yeah, agree.
Yeah, and indeed, I think we see that it's not just BIM or no BIM, that for example, the open common data environment, it's meant to provide the data environment where BIM, 2D, archive as builds, markup, photos, video can be co-located. The key is that they are organized, they are managed, perhaps with ISO and national standard. So I think that's the goal here. So Tony, I think we still have a couple more hands or comments.
Yes, we do. Is Shobha able to unmute the microphone? Okay, maybe not. Jim, are you able to unmute?
Yes, I am.
Oh, great. Go ahead.
Mine's really honestly just more a comment when somebody's making a statement about the BIM and the cost and why our executives are somewhat hesitant, especially I'm from Washington State DOT. Hesitancy comes from the return on investment. They're obviously all over. If the return on investment is great, they're going to go for it, but there is an upfront cost to it. So when you start looking at the upfront cost, we start asking for, you know, a couple $1 million to implement. They're hesitant on that because they want to make sure this is just kind of like not the next great toy. They want to make sure that this is actually implementable and deliverable and will return them a return on their investment.
Good points. And Patrick, would you like to share your thoughts? We may need to wrap up in about 2 minutes. So final thoughts, final comments.
So once again, this is Patrick Lane from the Montana DOT, and I can tell you that we're several pilot projects in, and one of the specific projects that I'm going to refer to, we'll be talking about more at IHEAP, but we've already, within 3 weeks of data passing from pre-construction to construction, seen over a $50,000 to a $100,000 return on investment due to issues we found between design and construction using a 3D model and working with a contractor that we wouldn't have found using a standard 2D plan set. So if DOTs, in my opinion, take a solid approach with minimal investment through the process with some of the new tools that they probably already have, then that investment isn't as large as $1 or $2 or $3 million. Typically with in-house staff, you can begin to move in this direction, showing leaps and bounds with return on investment for small individual pilots. And that's why we're big proponents of pilot projects and working with our consultants and the other professionals in this forum.
So if you can make that savings in 3 weeks, imagine what you're going to save in 3 years on a large project. Yep. So it is time to break for lunch, and we've got a couple of different instruction sets here. Firstly, for the people in the room, we're going to go to the building across the way where lunch is available. Remember that there are 2 Oracle presentations that will be in the room adjacent to the lunch space. It's your option whether you want to have lunch in the sunshine or lunch listening to the Oracle experiences. Again, that's around Primavera integration and also around Aconex integration. So a couple of topics there. We'd like you to be back in this room, please, at 1:10. So it's just 55 minutes from now. And for the online audience, if you could join us again, please, at 1:10. That's 1:10 Chicago time, whatever the conversion happens to be. And we'll have a presentation from Autodesk sharing their openBIM support strategies and what's available. And we'll hear a little bit from Catenda before we go into the next openBIM in action part of the session. So reconvening everyone here, please, at 1:10, including our online audience. For those who would like a box lunch, it's across the street. And please avail yourself of the Oracle experiences in the adjacent boardroom. Thank you, everybody. And thank you for our facilitators online. Online audience, we'll be back with you at 1:10 Chicago time. Thank you.
They're going to show us.
Not quite yet, not quite yet. I think we're still 10 minutes away.
And supporting the US chapter. And after we've heard from Autodesk, we'll also hear briefly from Jonathan at Catenda, and then we'll be back into our openBIM in action examples. But as I said before lunch, without vendors implementing the IFC standard in software, you wouldn't have the tools that we're talking about using for this kind of data exchange and data interoperability. So we're thrilled to have a number of vendors in the room. For those of you online, we've got representatives from Bentley, from Trimble, from Catenda, from Autodesk, obviously from Oracle. We've also got ongoing involvement in the chapter from Esri. So an awful lot of support from the vendors in their willingness to invest R&D, because we've all seen standards that are written and become books on the shelf. Someone referred earlier today, I think, Alexa, to the Green Book. And that's helpful, but it's very, very hard to use that in practice. Whereas if we can get the IFC software standard into the actual applications, and if you can right-click on an object and reference the data dictionary, which is hosted on the buildingSMART data dictionary platform, et cetera, it starts to become embedded in the workflow. And it's tools like the ones we're going to be hearing about from Autodesk that help us do that. So I'm going to hand over to Jack.
Thank you, Ian. Hi, everyone. I know it's right after lunch, so I promise I won't make this too technical. My name is Jack Shea. I lead cloud collaboration and data management at Autodesk. And part of my role is to make sure that we're supporting open standards with the solutions that we develop. My background before joining Autodesk is in industry. I've worked both as a structural engineer and a contractor, and I have a SE license in the state of California, but I have not designed a building in about 20 years. If you've seen an Autodesk presentation, then you're familiar with our safe harbor statement. In essence, I may make forward-looking statements regarding our efforts around existing or new products. These statements aren't intended to be a promise, so please do not make any purchasing decisions based upon my statements. The role of open standards is critical when we look at the number of buildings and the amount of infrastructure that have to be built in the next 30 years in order to support the explosion in population and the human migration towards urban centers. We need to build faster than ever, and we need to do it in a sustainable manner. Standing in the way of that scaling are the well-documented inefficiencies of the AEC industry, as well as a rapidly aging workforce. The pandemic accelerated the global shift towards hybrid work enabled by cloud technologies and the creation of digital workflows with collaboration across industries and geographies. This acceleration of digitization combined with the explosion in data requires better data management solutions and improved interoperability, and open standards are necessary to help us achieve these goals. There's an increasing demand from both customers and governing bodies to provide QA/QC tools for models. And so a lot of what I discussed here will have already been touched upon earlier and connects to a lot of the other presentations. We had a lively discussion just before lunch about model as a legal document. And I might highlight a particular article that the HDR team here has actually written in ASCE just a few months back. It's on the ASCE website. And it highlights some steps in the phases in which we can go about achieving model as a legal document. And so aside from better model consistency and quality, the increased availability of model verification solutions will make it easier for owners and DOTs to request the model as a deliverable. And buildingSMART has developed the Information Delivery Standard, or IDS initiative, that allows the requirements to be defined as a standardized approach. In the U.S., AASHTO has advised state DOTs to adopt models of legal document. And taking it one step farther, these solutions can also be developed for code checks during the permitting process, which would increase the accuracy of review along with many other benefits, particularly a reduction in the time for the permitting process. I know that Calvin mentioned, sorry about that, there's a automatic slide forward here. Calvin mentioned the Singapore example earlier, and I believe a study of the Singapore's approach to the eBay submission system that they've had in place since 2008 has estimated that the time for permitting has been reduced by more than 80%. Internally at Autodesk, we're developing cloud tools as well to check Revit models today and IFC models in the future. At Autodesk, we've been committed from the start as one of the software organizations that chartered the Industry Alliance for Interoperability in 1994. And even before that, we developed the DXF format as an open format for CAD in the late 1980s. I thought I'd be the first to mention DXF today, but Scott from HNTB beat that to me earlier before lunch. So here's just a summary of some of these milestones that I mentioned. A couple of years after the initial Industry Alliance was formed, it was renamed to the International Alliance. And almost another decade later, it was renamed to buildingSMART as we know it today. At Autodesk, we've been known to acquire a company or two, and that includes Revit over 20 years ago. Along with the continued investment in modeling capabilities, we've ensured that Revit continues to handle each updated version of IFC as well as other formats and exchanges like Kobe. While IFC is essential in establishing industry standards and methods of data sharing and exchange, other ways of improving interoperability include cross-vendor data exchange agreements and partnerships. We've highlighted a couple of those partnerships here with Bentley and Trimble. At the international level, buildingSMART has many different rooms and committees. Given we're here to focus on transportation, I wanted to at least highlight the infrastructure room. The room is led by a steering committee, which is an executive body that comes from the industry and understands the challenges that the industry has to deal with and solve through open standards and digital transformation. Next, I'd like to discuss our ongoing efforts and commitment to supporting openBIM. Civil 3D is our primary infrastructure design tool, and currently it has a IFC 4.3 plugin that supports all the key AutoCAD and Civil 3D features. For Revit users, here's an example with rail designs and stations that can be transferred directly into Revit. And for customers using our cloud solutions, IFC is also supported by both the BIM 360 and the Unified Autodesk Construction Cloud. Next, I have a video that's just a little over a minute that shows some of these workflows, and it starts in Civil 3D here and then moves into Revit and then the cloud after that. Here we're bringing in the Civil 3D model that was exported as an IFC into Revit. Here's a section cut that's being done in Revit. And then you can use Revit capabilities then to tag some of the elements that are shown in this section. Here we've added a rail station within the BIM model in Revit. And then the last part of this video, this just shows a open IFC viewer, which is one that's developed by the Open Design Alliance or the ODA. So while there's a heavy emphasis on Revit and Civil 3D and discussions of Autodesk products around IFC, it's important to know that our IFC support and our future roadmap isn't just restricted to these two products. We support open standards across our product line for both desktop and cloud solutions, including both BIM 360 and the Autodesk Construction Cloud. Moving forward, we're looking forward to expanding our support for IFC 4.3 via our Autodesk Translation Framework and the Open Design Alliance core work. When future versions of IFC arrive, such as IFC 4.4 or IFC 5, we'll incorporate them so that our customers always have the most up-to-date capabilities within our products. And then aside from IFC, we added BCF capabilities to the Autodesk Construction Cloud last year. So you can now export BCF from the Construction Cloud, and then the import is in beta right now. And moving forward, we're working on incorporating the BCF API capabilities to automate more of these workflows around collaboration and issues. And I believe Calvin also highlighted an example earlier where the order of magnitude using BCF automation was reduced by 2 orders of magnitude. And so that's something that we're working on currently. And then we also support efforts through further standardization through data dictionaries. To unify IFC support across our products, we joined the Open Design Alliance in 2020 and adopted their IFC software development kit, beginning with the integration to Revit and through the Autodesk Translation Framework. This framework will allow us to leverage the software kit to easily extend IFC across other products in our portfolio. We have a strong partner ecosystem with add-ins that extend IFC support that can be found in our App Store. And I wanted to just briefly touch upon our efforts with the Transportation Pooled Fund, BIM for Bridges and Structure Study. The TPF is funded by members of AASHTO and the Federal Highway Administration. The goal is to provide a modeling exchange standard for AASHTO members to use. At the start of the day, we heard Julie and Alexa provide some of this background, so I won't go into it in too much more detail here. But Autodesk, along with other vendors, were involved with providing feedback for IFC 4.3 topics like parameter mappings and alignment-based reference views. And then we're using bridge designs from HDR and various DOTs as part of the test suite. We have various resources for advising users on IFC on our website. There are also typically a few presentations at Autodesk University and webinars throughout the year on topics, as well as Civil 3D and collaboration for Civil 3D. Aside from IFC and BCF, I wanted to highlight a few other standards that are supporting our solutions. The ones shown here tend to have more specific applications, including formats for land design, point clouds, terrain, structural steel, oil and gas, energy analysis, and sustainability, and manufacturing. All right, so in closing, I would just like to reaffirm Autodesk's commitment to open standards, and we certainly welcome Ian's challenge just before lunch for software vendors to make sure that we're leading and collaborating with each other in supporting these open standards and making sure that we're able to deliver to our customers as well as the industry at large tools that support open standard workflows. Thank you.
Jack, thank you. And to the point that was made earlier today, if you all as owners, particularly all those DOT people online, weren't asking for interoperability and weren't asking for open standards, I'm pretty sure Autodesk wouldn't be spending all that money doing it. Or Bentley or Trimble or Esri, pick the flavor of your favorite vendor. So it really is owner-driven demand. And I liked the conversation before lunch around us being much, much better about articulating benefits. It seems that we've touched on that a few times with some of the examples. I think one of the takeaways for buildingSMART USA and Calvin in particular for the seeing is believing is to see if we can start trapping some real hard data on benefits, on return on investment, because yes, there is a training cost, there's a tooling cost to every DOT and to every project team, and certainly wanting to make sure that we can articulate those benefits. Yes, altruistically, we all understand that seamless interoperability and data exchange should give us a lot of profitability and savings, but if we could collectively build 5 miles of road for the cost of 4 every single time, how far would that take our public funding much, much further? So we're going to do some work on that. It was great that, Pat, you shared one particular example where just in 3 weeks you saw gains. If we can collect more and more of those examples so that you all as advocates and champions within DOTs can take that story to the executives to get the support to adopt the programs, as well as what's happening at HEAP in Utah, a bit of an advertisement for iHEAP coming up in October in Utah. It's an annual event where digital transformation gurus, champions share data between the DOTs. These are the people responsible for digital transformation strategies within the DOTs who come and share collectively lessons learned, successes and failures in terms of just making sure that we raise the water level quickly for everybody and that everyone's not reinventing the wheel. If something's worked in a particular state and shared as a best practice, and if something hasn't worked, that's equally valuable. So for any of you online or here that can get to HEAP in Salt Lake City in Utah, I'd really, really encourage you to go and listen, because we've shown you 3 or 4 or 5 case studies today. There's like 3 days of lessons learned and projects being shared between all of the different DOTs, and project teams are presenting, and certainly that's another example where you can get some benefits. Before we go into full program, I'm going to ask Jonathan to come forward. Thank you for the coffee. Thank you for the lunch. Thank you for sponsoring the event. Catenda offer one of the CDE environments, and Catenda are interesting in that they're not well known in the US, but Jonathan, you got a chance to fix that right now.
Well, to make it really easy for you, I have 3 minutes to fix that. So I don't know how we can use the last 2 of them, okay? But what's very great actually today, I wasn't sure how I'd use my 3 minutes, but I thought based on what I heard this morning, I don't need to be patronizing or tell you anything. Actually, you guys all get it already. So what I want to show is a little bit of a reality here. Like, first of all, respect. I've known Ian for how many years? The first meeting of IAI in Europe, I remember him coming over. I was working for Autodesk UK at the time. Jeff, I've known for decades. Calvin for decades. Chuck Mees for decades. This is the Indian, and Roger Grant. These are people who've been committed for decades to making this thing move. And to see this traction now in the room, it's not done yet, but to see this traction tells us it's a marathon. It's a ton of volunteer work. And it's without you guys in the room and people online caring about this, it doesn't go anywhere. So my job today is I'm here as a director in Catenda. Catenda is a Norwegian company. I want to introduce the company and the open way. That's it. Okay. And the takeaway simply is they've been around since 2009, founded by a bunch of data scientists who are really good people. For me, it's an opportunity because I've been in this industry forever, it seems. And what I'm always looking for is somebody's got a fresh take, a fresh approach, an open mind, and has neutrality. So it's not ever getting into those silo discussions that are man-made. So for us, the open way is the way they think. The Norwegians see the US market, the North America market as critical. They have great technology. They are very focused on open standards from day one. They believe it, okay? It's in their DNA. They will change what they need to change to make it work. If the standard shifts, they shift. But I think what I hope the takeaway is you just take a look at catenda.com, check it out. It's an OpenCDE platform, 100% cloud-based, handles stuff great, but you've seen good viewing already. It's a lot more than viewing. It's communication. And for me, I spent maybe the last umpteen years all about communication. Who cares what language you're talking in if you can't get the message at the other end? So it's not about file formats or anything else. It's about how do I get the job done with the team that I have in the most efficient way, keeping the respect along the way and having your principles. So for me, what I'm trying to say to this group is check us out, kick the tires, see if it works. Pilot projects are great, okay? But the second piece of it is I can promise you the business model is different. Because I've been in this industry long enough to see the business model sometimes works against the openBIM initiative. We're saying, okay, everybody pays to play, and Catenda says unlimited access to all. We don't care how many people get into the project. We care, do you get the benefits out of the project? We're not going to incrementally charge people to view something. So if we can remove some of the man-made barriers that we've created that keep the audience small, and we open it up, that's what the open way is about. It's about, let's make this thing fly by making people better informed, better decisions. Doesn't mean they have carte blanche to get involved and change everything. It means you have controls, but you also can share with an extended audience when it suits you. And the data is protected. The data's got to be there forever. And I'll just cap it by saying the projects they're involved with, the Norwegian nuclear decommissioning, you can imagine the records involved with that. It's a 12-year project for phase 1. Okay, they're managing Schiphol Airport, not the only guys managing Schiphol. They've got some huge rail and bridge projects throughout Europe. I think they'll bring that technology here. It's been tested for 10 years. It works. So you don't have to do what they do. You just got to do what you want to do, but understand you have a partner there who's willing to change. And that's all they do. And I like all the technology vendors. Gosh, I probably work for most of them, but everybody's focused on the right thing. Now you every once in a while get an opportunity to be neutral, powerful, focused, and very flexible to adapt. And it's, again, it's not a desktop application. I remember 3.5 disk and a manual and everything else. But the big takeaway for me today was what was said earlier in the day is it's all about training. You have to get trained. Nothing's intuitive. You have to know how to use it. You got to spread that knowledge. And if you don't do it, your implementation adoption will take decades. If we do it, it happens faster. That's all I got to say. Thank you. Did I go over my time?
Hold on.
I forgot my slides.
Am I next? All right, well, good afternoon. So I was asked to do a presentation on implementing openBIM and ISO 19650. I think this presentation is going to be rather short because everybody's already covered every topic I was going to talk about. So we could just have a conversation, I suppose. So I was going to cover, these 4 topics. I think we probably want to spend some more time in Q&A since a lot of the content has been presented. Value of information management, what is openBIM and what is ISO 19650? I don't think I need to convince anybody in this room or online the value of information management, right? I think everybody that is attending this event has that understanding. But if you have to go to your leadership and explain the value of information management, then you can really provide the business case. We have so much data, we don't know what to do with it. It's just, like, think about how many photos you have on your phone, right? In your personal life, can you find stuff in your computer that you saved 3 years ago? Right? Or in your phone, or, hey, I remember somebody gave me this, right? I don't know where I saved it. I do that all the time. Data management. Just like you would want to do it in your personal life, you want to do it in your business.
And it makes a lot more sense in your business because you're dealing with a lot of data. So I've worn many hats before. Currently, I'm a consultant, but I was a DOT at one point. So I'm gonna put that hat for a minute and tell you that after a consultant turns in a project, they walk away. And it is up to the DOT to manage that for perpetuity. That's a long, long time, okay? And so being able to access the information quickly, know that it's reliable, that is secure. You don't want to be the one DOT on the news saying, you know, your data is up for ransom here right now. So data security, data standards are going to enable us to do that. Data governance is going to enable us to do that. And I think a lot of people have, there's some misconception about what data governance is, but it's a lot of things. Data management happens to be one component of data governance. Data standards, one component of data governance. So all of those things, we talk about the silos, and someone said about breaking the silos. I'm going to stand here right now and tell you, I do not want to break the silos. I want to connect the silos, because everybody's very good at their function, and they've been very good at their function for a long time. And there are reasons why those silos exist. The problem we have is we just don't talk to each other, right? And so we need to connect the silos. You know, I remember the days where I would have to get up and go to the bridge office as a road designer, go to the bridge office and ask them a question. Same thing. Go to survey, ask them a question. And then certainly people start asking me, why are your projects mapped so much quicker than everybody else's? It's like, because I talk to them. So connect the silos, right? Sustainability. I think we talked about sustainability and having not just an open data standard is going to allow us to do that, but a data standard that is governed, that has a steward, and that is going to be sustainable for a long time. So now, what's openBIM? I think you covered it. Somebody else covered it. So we'll see. You've seen this, right? And I'm going to ask you a question. We've been talking about interoperability. Can you be interoperable without openBIM? Can you be interoperable without openBIM? Anybody? I do want to answer.
I think you can on a one-off basis, you know, you can do it project by project, but if you want to do it, you know, across the enterprise, you need something.
Okay. Anybody else like to? All right. And he's absolutely right. You can be interoperable on projects and even across your enterprise if you require everybody to use the same tools you are using. So we're not necessarily solving interoperability. We are enhancing interoperability through open data standards, making it easier for us to collaborate, making it easier for this open and neutral. I think a lot of people have a hard time understanding open and neutral, especially if you're an engineer. Let's say you're a roadway design engineer overseeing the design for states. Open may mean something totally different for them. It's like, oh, everybody has access to my information. That's not what open means. And so I really don't like this word because I have to explain it to so many people in positions of leadership that I always say neutral. I like neutral better. Would you say that's the case, Julie, that we constantly hear people ask the same question? Yeah. So, but it has to be reliable. I don't know necessarily that open data standards alone or openBIM alone are going to give you reliability if you don't have certain information within your data governance that tells you how long you're going to keep that file, what is the retention period for that record, who collected it, when it was collected, what information can you rely on? If you have access to the file, but you don't have the answers to those questions, I'm just going to recollect it. So Reliability has to be reliable, collaborative. I don't think we need to spend time on that. I think we've seen many, many examples of how we can be more collaborative. It has to be flexible. It has to be flexible in the sense that I should be able to use whatever tool I want to use and be able to use it effectively, but also use the native files for whenever I need to use the native files, right? It's flexibility in using it, when to use it, and those kinds of things. And sustainability is a big deal. So, if you think about a bridge, what would you say is the normal age that you design a bridge for? 100 years? 50 years? 75, right? So different organizations do it differently. So if you design a bridge for 100 years, someone said, are going to be able to open those files 5 years from now. Well, if you're the consultant, maybe. But if you're the owner, I may not touch that bridge again for 15 years, 20 years, because we're terrible at doing maintenance on new assets, right? So I may actually not touch it for a while. I need to be able to sustain that record, and I say record, right? Information, file, whatever. And I need to be able to open it and have access to it 20, 50, 75 years from now, after we're all gone. And you can't call me and say, hey, Alexa, where'd you put that file? Right? Sustainability. So we talked about, several people talked about all these different types of open data standards. We talk about standards all the time and people get confused. I was very happy to hear Oracle talk about E57 because that is one type of file nobody ever talks about and is awesome if you're looking at LiDAR and imagery and all those kinds of things. So there's a lot. So when we talk about standards, there are many different types of standards. There is data exchange standards. These are file formats, schemas. So we confuse all of it, right? But bottom line is, how do we exchange information from one system to another, from one person to another? There are standards that help us set up and map to the right schema. For example, I said the green book, and Ian laughed at me. It's not an actual book, well, I guess you can still buy it, but it is the roadway designer's Bible. And when you take your professional engineering exam, that's your study guide, right? And so I can take the information that is in that standard and apply it to whenever I'm setting up my data exchange standards. What information actually needs to be included in my files. And that's the difference. You will always have standards like the LFRD, the Green Book, Roadside Design Guide. Help me out here. Oh, the ASCE 75-22. All of those are standards that help you define your information requirements, which is the first step in even thinking about open data standards, right? Information requirements, different types of standards. So what is ISO 19650? I'm gonna skip this. I mean, everybody talked about it and I had a cute little game and I was gonna play because I'm like, I'm after lunch and nobody's gonna pay attention to me. Play the game. So what is ISO 1950? Now, if you have been paying attention the whole morning, the whole day, you know the answer to this. So I want a brave soul to give me the wrong answer. Anybody? Because I want to play the game. Because I really work really hard on this. Anybody? C. Model management. All right. Oh, I'll probably need to go over here and click on it. Ah, dang it.
Do we have anyone online who wants to get?
Oh, yeah. There's no such thing. Now, right? Yes, please. Can you click on back? It's being covered by the Mentimeter thing. Okay, thank you. All right, any other wrong answer?
Oh, must be A.
Must be A. Thank you. No, that is an ISO standard though. that it is related to ISO 19650. And we talk about it all the time, but it's different. All right. So now we got two choices, B and D. Not B. Thanks, Matt. Thank you. Thank you. Not B. Okay, let's do D. Yay! And so, Yahtzee! You're good. So the point was that there's a lot of terminology that no wonder we have a hard time creating the business case for our leadership. We're engineers, we're technical people, we love our jargon. Absolutely love it, right? No, don't use jargon. I have had conversations. Oh, the prize is like, you got to listen to me, Matt. Yeah. So I was trying to explain to somebody a concept about the software they're using and the value of why you should do this. And not once did I say ORD, OBM, Civil 3D, none. You need a software package that allows your people to model what they're designing. Not specifics of what it should be, but when you talk to your leadership, that's the kind of language they understand. You have to translate all this jargon that we are familiar with. We throw acronyms up the wazoo, right? They could care less. And you know what, Alexa, you have 5 minutes of my time. Make it quick. Make it quick. So yeah, I went to the director's office. Can I have money for this? What are we gonna do? I don't know, I'll come back, right? You can't say that. You have to have some kind of answer to why you're doing that. It could be like, oh, why do we want to do that? Because you don't really want the AGC down the door, knocking on your door, asking you why you haven't done this. Do you think that speaks to a director? No? It did in my state. The point is, there's a lot of people that lobby for different things that they go to your leadership. You need to be able to speak their language. So we already talked about it's an international standard. I like that you talked about examples of the framework. It is a framework, but it doesn't tell you how to do anything, right? You have to figure it out. It tells you the things that you should consider, but it doesn't tell you how to do it, okay? And I wanna concentrate on this, the part 2, because ISO 19650 has a lot of parts, but the one that we play in the most for the people delivering projects is the project delivery phase. So I wanna kind of talk about that for a little bit. And it really is the portion of the standard that gives you the rules of the game. I like sports, so I always say, you gotta have a game plan, right? But it tells you about what rules you're gonna put in place to collaborate within a project, but also to manage all of your information, not just your models, but all of your information. So if we look at it, you have to decide, what standards am I going to use on this project? Most of the time, we have, and at least in the highway sector, we have standards that are kind of dictated to us. We know a lot of those standards, but that are more on the information part of it. But we often lack level of development, level of information need, standards, So if I've read some contract language that says, deliver a BIM model. Okay. So if I tell you, can you go to Starbucks and get me a coffee? And that's all I tell you. Do you know what kind of coffee do I want? Well, Ron. Yeah, right. So like for me, if I go to that store to get coffee, I'm gonna get a sugar-free caramel latte with oat milk. Is that what you wanted? No, Ron probably just wanted black coffee.
Amen.
I know I can pick on you, Ron. Right? So being able to communicate exactly what you want gives you what you need. And if you don't know, ask a bunch of experts, right? What do I ask for? So that you don't get burned that, oh, well, it didn't work. Now you have like a bad taste in your mouth that, it doesn't work. Okay. Production methods, what software are you going to use? How are you going to review things, right? How am I going to check things? Procedures, right? So tools, production methods, how we're going to produce the models, how we're going to put them in the container files and all that kind of stuff there. Procedures. Okay, so when are we going to share files with each other? Is it every week? Is it on Friday? Is it on Mondays? Because everybody's going to be working in their authoring platform through their management system that is integrated with their software. You're going to share your information when it's ready to be shared and reviewed by someone. That can be weekly, depending on the project. It could be monthly. I don't know. We have one of the biggest projects in the history of HDR, and we have over 600 design teams working on it. And so being able to say at 4 o'clock Pacific time, you're going to have the latest and greatest files in this location. That's when you go look at them. Also, we're going to submit things every 2 weeks or every whatever, but it is about the procedures on when you're going to do things, how you're going to do things. All of that information is important for you to leverage all this digital technology. Otherwise, it's just like, I don't know how to do with it. And repository, right? You may have a different tool. We talked about common data environments. There's not just one, there's many. You may use one for internal design. You may have something different for collaboration with external parties. You may have information that you keep all of your authoritative data, that's the data that matters to the state or to the organization, right? In a construction management system or a financial system, right? So there can be different common data environments. You just have to define which ones you're going to use and for what, right? All right. Oh, I guess I got ahead of myself. Okay. So this is just a graphic that one of my colleagues put together to talk about this common data environment and all the different things that we do on a project. There's so much information that most of us are like graphical models and also data documentation. Most of us live there, but there's like a whole bunch of other things, right? And so you really have to define who has access when and how from a system architecture. How are you going to put these things together, right? Do I export things or is there a direct connection to that system? Right? We talked about information containers, we produce a lot of models and then we put them all together into what we call a federated model. There's got to be security. I want to make sure that the right people can access the information, but more importantly, the wrong people can't, right? Workflows, you need to define those workflows, system integration. If you need system integration, you need to define that. Because what you want is manage your information. And I always like to use analogies because I'm typically not talking to engineers that model things. I'm talking to higher ups, right? And so we just need a drawer, a chest drawer, right? Or buckets or whatever, however you organize your stuff. So we know we're going to give models, we're going to have asset data, we're going to have documentation that goes with the models, pictures, e-ticketing, just all kinds of stuff. And we're gonna put them in some place. And we have a very specific drawer for everything, right? And we want to integrate the systems that we want to integrate. We want everybody to be able to play nicely in the sandbox. Oh, but I don't want the cat going to the sandbox and doing their business, right? I mean, like, seriously. So this is really, you know, what everybody's been talking about today. I just put it in just different ways, right? So the end. And everybody talked about this. This is what ISO 19650 is about managing your information through a project. If you're looking at part 2, if you're looking at part 3, it's asset, right? So the other side, tools, methodology, how are you going to approve, how are you going to accept it, how you're going to collaborate, who is going to collaborate, and who is the client, the owner. So all of those things. And with that, I don't know how long I took, but we moved through very quickly because everybody already covered it. So, but anyway, thank you.
Ron.
Thank you, Alexa.
Yep, now it's Ron.
Ron Grant.
Ron Grant.
I think I opened Ron's file.
No, really don't.
So we
Let's see if I can figure out how to reuse this thing. All right, where'd Roger go? Where'd Roger Grant go? He and I get on the IFC calls together, and there's an R Gant and an R Grant on there. And everybody gets confused which one's which. I was wanting to get him to stand up there so people tell the difference between the two. He is a little taller. I'm a little older, I think, from that
Sorry, do you
standpoint.
mind to also?
No, I really don't want to use that. I usually talk loud enough. I don't have to worry about that, but yeah, I'll be glad to. Okay, so I'll blow you out of the room now. One warning, the accent's real. I am from the South. I'm not from here. I know it's hard to tell, but that is where I go. I'm from Infotech, and I'm actually going to kind of change the way that we're looking at some of this right now, because the people that have talked so far as software vendors have been people who create IFC files. Well, Infotech, for those of you who don't know, we're primarily known as the contractor for AASHTO for FHWA. And so we do bidding, construction administration software, construction inspection software, some tools like that. We do it for state and local government. Those are our industry sectors. So as a software developer for construction, we are consumers of our IFC, not generators. So it means a little bit different from us. And the other thing is that we operate almost entirely in the cloud. We don't do a whole lot of COTS product. So you've heard a lot of information. Alexa got up here and she says, well, everybody's already talked about everything. See, when you get old like me, you learn when you go last, you take credit for what everybody else says. Okay, it's so I'm just going to say, yeah, they were right. Okay, and take credit. You'll remember I said it. Okay, but you ought to be pretty well on digital overload at this point of your mind. Okay, because there's been a lot of great stuff said, and I mean some fascinating things that people are doing and what they're trying to do with the world all like that. I like to think a little bit on our digital project delivery, and I've heard some great new twists on some acronyms today. I love what was said about MAL being the model of legal delivery. that's pretty cool. I kind of like that scenario because that's really what we're looking at. And people have a tendency to think of a single model instead of multiple models. And most of the time you're delivering multiple models, not a single one. The other one is something I stole from my buddies at Trimble. Everybody talks about a common data environment, but Alexa kind of alluded to it a little bit from the standpoint when she started talking about connected, because really what we're talking about is connecting data, not putting it all into a single database, but connecting all that data together. So when we start looking at BIM and digital project delivery, people get confused about what's what, what's where, and they're not separate. They are part of each other. As Alexa said, you can do a BIM project without interoperability to a certain extent. But it's so much better when you do digital project delivery because it's such an essential part of doing a BIM project from within that. And we've heard enough about pool funds. And you know, I was one that said it now, since everybody else talked about it. But I got asked at a AASHTO conference 3 years ago of why a software vendor doesn't do something. And I told them there's really 3 reasons why a software vendor does something. One is because the technology underneath you changed and you had to follow the technology, because someone does it better than you, or because the customer asked for it and you're going to make money at it. So there's 3 reasons. So why do we not have interoperability today as well as we should? Because the customer hasn't asked for it much. Now with our pool funds, with all of our things that are coming together, it's really never been about having the technology, because the technology has existed for a long time. I did my first 3D model in 1990. I think Will was there. And we've been doing something digital for a long time. I installed my first CAD system. This will show you how old I am. In 1983 for Houston Lighting and Power. AutoCAD 2.6. You want to know what our first enhancement was? Place arc. We were in heaven. We didn't have to put all these little stroke lines in anymore. We could actually do an arc. We thought we had gone to heaven. It was great. But and the other thing that we have a tendency to talk about, and I see charts go up. I reviewed one last night from internal of our organization. Everybody wants to put everything in a linear fashion. After all, most everybody around here is a road engineer. It's a long linear thing. But life cycle is a cycle. It's a circular item. And we need to start thinking about everything we do in a life cycle, because it's eventually going to come back around and get us again. Alexa asked us how old the bridges are. Go to Europe, you'll find out how old a bridge can last for a long time. My hometown, I'm driving on bridges 75 years old. And they're still working well. You go to Europe, they're a couple 100 years old. But for Infotech, we focus in that construction sector. That's where we're good at. We like to stay in that world. And I say that because I'm going to show you something in a few minutes that I hope my buddies at Bentley and Autodesk don't think I'm trying to compete with them, because I'm not, but I'm going to show you something. So we're dealing with that bidding environment. We're dealing with those contractors, okay? And so what do they have? I mean, they are sitting there and working in an environment of where CAD is a little bit overwhelming for a subcontractor. It's a lot overwhelming for an estimator, okay? And so we're looking at, if we're going to have CAD for our 3D model everywhere that we're going to do, then you got to have a lot of training. You got to have a lot of expertise. And I don't care if it's a commercially off-the-shelf product. When was the last time you picked up ORD and Civil 3D and immediately started designing? There is implementation cost, and it's not for everybody. They're great products, they're a wonderful product. And if you don't know me, I pushed inroads for 26 years, okay? So I'm a big proponent of those tools, but when we get in the construction world, it's a little bit overwhelming. Now, what we need in that bidding environment, what we need in the field, and what we need for construction and subcontractors is something a little bit more intuitive. How many of you worked in the field in actual construction? How many training classes did you get to leave during construction season and go take a training class? I never had a training class when I was in construction. That's most of my background is construction. You don't get to do it. It just doesn't happen. How many of you play gaming software? How many of you do Doom or any Tour Duty, any of those like that? Where's your training manual? How do you learn it? It's intuitive. And those are complex products, okay? It really is not simple, okay? And when was the last time when you're in the construction environment that you got to deal, as Alexa said, and again, I won't take credit for what everybody else has said. I don't have any problem in taking credit for Alexa's stuff. I've done it for years. I've even got some of her slides. That was one I'm gonna use a minute ago. You recognize your slide? Going through it. You know, you got to support everybody. You can't just do one product. It just doesn't work that way. So when we started looking at the problem of 3D models, and AASHTO is a little late in coming to the world of 3D modeling because it is about construction administration. But if you're not in the 3D models, you're going to be out of business pretty soon in the construction world. Initially, we started looking at it from the bidding standpoint, because when we start looking at subcontractors trying to submit their bids to a contractor for the final, how are they going to use ORD or Civil 3D to do one of those? And then we started looking, well, this may have a little bit more. So we have done a prototype of something to use in bidding that we think has application in other worlds. We attend the IFC meetings, we do those, but we're mostly listeners within that, because we want to know what Trimble is doing. We want to know what Bentley's doing, what Autodesk is doing, because we need to consume all their information. So we used IFC.js, open source, and we've come up with a little tool. And again, this is prototype. Okay, so if it blows up in my face, which it has 3 times so far, and I was told don't go to that website anymore, they discontinued it. Okay, so we end up with a, let's see which one comes up first. We'll go with this one, see if this one works. And I don't have my glasses. I'm going to put my glasses on. What did that say? Did that say anything important?
You're good. You're good.
Okay, good. Okay, that's great.
You're going somewhere you're not supposed to.
Well, that's normal. Okay. I'm usually places I'm not supposed to be. Okay, ideally, this was driven initially to run inside of the bidding software. Most of you, if you've done a DOT project, you've done bidding, you've used BidX or BidExpress to do that. And so this is, I actually have a site that it runs inside of BidExpress. And I found out just before I got up here, it's not going to work. So fortunately, I had 2 links in here, one that bypasses. If I came up in the BidExpress environment, what you see now is all your projects that you're bidding on, all your potentials. You'll see your plan room and those things like that. But I've hot wired it, so I go straight to, and I've got models here from a lot of different vendors. And it's just a little bit slower. There we go. Okay, so I've got several different models here that I can bring in. And I bring things in, this is more like a gaming environment than it is anything else. And our idea is not to change models. We're not going to change a model. That's not our job. We're going to stay in our space. Our idea is we want to be able to look at a model. And if this is a touch screen and it's not, then I could just simply take my finger and move around like I am with the mouse. On my iPad and on my tablet that I use, I just use the 2-3 fingers controllers to be able to do this. And if I come in and I touch on an item, then I see all the information that's associated with that from the IFC file. These are IFC files. IFC files from Autodesk. I've got a Tekla file. I've got a Bentley file they use. And so anybody that produces IFC, I can read their IFC file, and I can come in, and depending on how much information they actually put in their file, in which this particular example file, they didn't put all the information on there, so I don't get a lot of information. It's only as good as the information that you produce. But if I back up and look at a different one, let's see, back up.
It's the other tab.
It's the other tab. What other tab?
The second tab, not the, you're in the 3rd tab.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Okay, thank you. I couldn't see it behind my screen controls up here. Thank you. All right, so I'm gonna go to one that's a little bit smarter. And I come in and take a look at it. And one of the things that I'm not gonna be able to show you because it's not on, this is an older version of it. So if I come up and I take a look at my model and I zoom in on my model, now when I look at an item, I start to see a lot more information associated with my model. So I can see what I was there. And if you could see the message that flashed across the bottom of the screen, if this was working the way, and again, this is prototype. I don't mind blowing up in the world. It happens from time to time. You'll see looking at the bid tab items. So one of the things that we have done in the lab was we have hooked the design model to the bid tabs so that if you come into a design model and there's multiple possibilities on the bid tabs, it gives you an option to select that. So you can do your quantity takeoffs and information like that. But also if I come over now and look at the information on the right-hand side, and I can come and grab any object within that and tells within that. So this is just a prototype that we've got working, being able to use IFC in a model viewer that's in like a gaming environment, so that you can actually come through and do this without having to be CAD literate or an expert or all the training that it takes in order to be able to do that. Ideally, what we want to progress with this is to do quantity takeoff with it, to be able to do markup, because usually if you're an estimator, you're doing some markups as you do this, not markups for as-built, but markup as an estimator or someone like that would do. So come back to this one. So the natural progression on this is to link the pay items and the features or item types, whatever the particular CAD vendor calls those. We have a couple of projects that we're working on with the DOTs where we're trying to do some integration with AASHTO and ORD and Civil 3D and stuff like that. But we want to be able to do the quantities, be able to do the estimates. We'd like to be able to take this model like this, that it's a gaming type model, and take it to the field for inspection and be able to do things like that. So IFC has a lot of possibilities for everybody. It's not just for the CAD vendors to create, not just for the design engineer to be able to consolidate information from different places. And again, I'll take credit for what the other people have said. You know, AASHTO's behind this completely and 100%. And so that's the reason we're working on it. And then skip through that one because that has been. So what it means is now people like Infotech that we have our lane that we're going to stay in. So through IFC, we can collaborate. And I like that collaboration term with all the other vendors. And this doesn't include Bentley and Autodesk in this particular slide, because when we created a few weeks ago, we weren't working actively with Autodesk and Bentley, but we are now in trying to do some of the things there. But it allows vendors like ourselves to be able to collaborate with other vendors so that you can use your product of choice and be able to use it for the full life cycle and not just a linear point within what you're doing within that. And that's pretty much what I had. You won't ever hear me talk that short.
Yeah, plenty.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, fire away.
So Ron, you use the mic, please, for the virtual audience. We've got some time for local and remote Q&A and also some Mentimeter questions. Yeah.
Are you taking hard questions?
I'll take any kind of question. I may not have an answer.
I know Ron from a long time too. So I guess you said that you are a consumer, but really, what if we wanted to put materials information that is often collected in one of your modules back? Is that in the works?
Matt from Howell and I were talking about that just before the session started. We think one of the next steps in IFC to start looking at some of this other information, because this is a life cycle. And the thing that Matt and I were talking about was materials and material information. Definitely you can extend IFC today to carry whatever you want to within it, within its own, the way the structure is built, but it's not a standard yet within that part of it. So ideally, I hope that's where we're going. Okay, we need to get there because there's a lot of, the way that we're actually looking at it today for the material information is that most people's GIS or maintenance management is Esri. And so I don't think that slide had Esri on there. It's listed as one of the partners we're working with. But today it's Esri, and because AASHTO operates within a database. Now it's a highly protected database for the reason Alexa said, because you got to have governance, especially on some of the data we carry in our product on civil rights. So today it's linking our database with Hall Hub's database, with Esri's database to be able to visualize the information. Because I see the future in that area is predictive analytics.
Yeah.
And I think that's where we're headed in that area. I don't think we're close yet, but that's where we're headed.
I'm glad that you're talking about it.
So material, so the concept of material is one of these inherent parts of the IFC schema and how it's attributed. The interesting part when you talk about amending or this concept of amending or enhancing an IFC file that already exists. So I'll point Ron and the others to, there's applications like Catenda, like Simple BIM, that can take an IFC file and can actually restructure it or add information or parse information out of it. So it's not like a PDF in that, or a locked PDF, I should say, in that you can't manipulate the information. You can, but then that goes into this idea of governance issues and reliability and, you know, making sure that people know, hey, this was an edited file and I put it out under a different name or whatever. So the beauty of it is that it's possible to do. The hard part is figuring out what is the best way to do it and then track how that's done. So.
Now, see, if Ron Gant was ruling the world, it'd be all open APIs and we'd all talk openly with one another and we wouldn't need IFC. But because it's a competitive environment and not everybody's going to open up everything in their APIs, that's not a realistic thing to do. That is the way that we in Hall Hub are working today, is through the Open Alliance, through the API that AASHTO, that we're working on for AASHTO from that standpoint. And that's how we're working with the material stuff with Hall Hub today.
I mean, you're in 40 plus states, so the more, I mean, in AASHTO, so yeah, that is a key set of data we need to get available.
I agree completely. Yeah. Other questions? That was an easy question, Dave. You can give me a harder one than that.
All right, I'll try to think of one.
Any questions for Alexa? With Rivera and Elizabeth, I have a schedule. Any questions, comments for Alexa? From local? Tony and team, how are things in the virtual world? Seems like we still have 92 remote participants joining us.
Yes, the virtual world is alive with interest in what's happening in the room. And we're delighted that so much has been going on. Speaking to our friends in the virtual world, does anyone have a question or a comment you'd like to make? Just use the Zoom tool called Raise Hand. We'll see you. We'll unmute your microphone. We could ask Ron to sing and dance for us if that will encourage you.
No, Ron's not going to sing.
Dan Prokop with HDR. So speaking specifically with Infotech, and you're looking at it from enabling the contractor to bid with the models that are produced elsewhere, really. Are there other tools that you're looking at advancing in there with, say, contractors' means and methods to be able to explore staging and different build scenarios and options like that? Because those are always really a big part of how they put their bids together, and being able to, say, break out quantities on a stage-by-stage basis, earthwork, hauling, diagrams, and things like that. Are those things on your roadmap?
No, that's an area that we kind of have to stay in our lane and not do ourselves. We're working with Trimble at trying to do some of those things with Trimble because they already have the technology to be able to do that. So our best, one of the things that we're looking at is Quadri. Okay, and interfacing Quadri, because they give us so many tools that they've already developed. And the last thing in the world I want to do is a $65 million company is go compete with an $8 billion company. Something might happen to us. You know, I might get a footprint right back here in the back of my head. So we're going to try to stop, not do that, but definitely where there are companies that provide that capability, we're trying to work with everybody that makes sense to do that. And today the main one we're working with is Trimble. It is important, definitely.
Not a question, so you're getting off easy. Just a comment about what we were talking about, adding material information. So within the IFC schema, there's an entity IFC owner history that you can add in to track that sort of stuff in terms of, original author had a particular entity with this information, then it was edited or changed down the road to add additional properties or metadata.
Yeah, but I got comments on that. So.
Well, I tell you, there's a weekly meeting with the IFC implementers that myself and another gentleman from Infotech, and people from Autodesk, Bentley, a lot of other companies are involved in that as well. The Trimble people are there as well. Some of the questions that were asked earlier today about geometry and DTM and stuff like that, we're addressing. Matter of fact, the last, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, that's been all we've talked about is civil geometry and linear referencing and things like that. So those things are being developed. Those things are being worked on. There's a lot of work going on.
That's actually a good segue. So. Let's see here. Yep, I got it. Yep, got it. Oh.
Say, Jeff, I wonder if while you're getting the slides up, we could invite Matt Blake to voice over a comment that he made in the chat window.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, Matt Blake from Lane Construction here. Appreciate unmuting me. Just a comment, I guess, and some of this, the openBIM viewers and such I'm on the contracting side, obviously. Having the viewers is a great tool to have, but I think just making sure being cognizant of the steps that need to be taken prior to that in getting the proper naming and coding provided to those model elements. So it does make sense. So we can get those quantities in the right bucket that pertain to the right pay item. And our experience thus far, that's been quite a challenge with some of the software packages that are out there. It'll be better, I think, once DOTs get their workspaces developed in the Bentley system, for an example, as to where some of that will carry through. But right now, I think that backing up a few steps, the model's great, but it's not just a magic button to click and get all this great information. We have to put a lot of thought into how that model is authored in the first place.
Exactly. And I think Alexa pointed that out. And as she said, and some of the others pointed out, when you talk about protocols like 19650, right? Making those kind of decisions. Well, how are we naming things? How are we classifying things? I will tell you, in the building world, classification has been around for a long time. So we do have classification standards like uniformat, omniclass, master class, master format, that are used heavily throughout the industry. And depending on your point of view, you might use one classification system over another, but there's also mappings between those classification systems. What I have found interesting, and I come from the building world, is how that's missing from the infrastructure world, that essentially your classification systems are each of your individual pay item lists from each of your individual states. Well, I tell you what, if you could agree on a classification system that could be used universally, you could still keep your pay item lists, but then as Matt pointed out, it would make it easier for a contractor that works across multiple states system they could apply to multiple projects across multiple jurisdictions. So it's something that we're going to talk about with phase 2 and talk about with AASHTO and the others about how to move that forward. On that note, and this is related, my name's Jeffrey Ouellette. So I've been alluded to several times already in previous conversations. I am the chair of the technology committee or the technical committee at buildingSMART USA. I've been involved with buildingSMART since essentially 2006, when I went to work for a software vendor called Vectorworks, again, on the building side of things. Been involved with IFC very early on when I started with the company. Already had an understanding of it a bit, had already been doing some BIM work on the building side, small scale, medium scale, large scale. And a lot of that happened in the late 90s and in early 2000s. So I've seen this come from some deep roots. I'm going to date myself too, Ron. My first CAD system was AutoCAD 2.5, I believe. And it was an IBM AT that had a floppy drive and a little hard drive and a 16 color monitor. So yeah, we've come a long way since then. So what I want to talk to you today about is what is happening on the technology side when it comes to openBIM. And Ian talked about this earlier, that none of this really matters until you have the technology available. And I'm a tech guy, and I don't think the problem is technology. To me, it's 90% it's people, it's attitudes, it's being open to things and making changes. But as Ian correctly pointed out, if there's no mechanism in order to use it, then it's all aspirational. So I want to try to, in some ways, as was done earlier, sort of demystify what's going on. Similar to Jack's presentation, I put this up because I am involved with the vendors on a weekly basis, but in some cases, it's more often than that. I have been involved with vendors for a long time. When I first started at Vectorworks, I was the company's representative to buildingSMART. Then eventually I became the leader of the vendor group. Back then it was called the ISG. And then after I left Vectorworks, I became a manager hired by buildingSMART International to manage that group. So it sort of removed one bias and said, okay, but I still like you guys and I still want to work with all of you. And, we still had the same aspirations. So we moved forward in that direction. And since then, buildingSMART International has hired a technical director and has built up a technical services team to provide better resources for those software vendors that are involved in supporting openBIM standards. And as we've seen, it's not just IFC. There's BCF, there's the buildingSMART Data Dictionary, there's IDS. There's all of these things that are all connected and relate to different parts of the process in which we do for the entire life cycle of a building. So the three things I want to talk about: what are providers being asked to do? Where are the opportunities for them to participate in support what they're trying to do, and what progress is being made? So, the obvious thing is what they're being asked to do is support the IFC 4.3 schema. Now, in many cases, many of these vendors have been supporting IFC for a long time. So Autodesk, Trimble, Bentley, the Nemcheck Group partners, many of their companies have been supporting IFC 2x3, IFC 4. So we're talking 20 years of support, right? The interesting part is to see how in the last 10 years, that support has matured immensely, exponentially. When I first started going to the meetings in 2009, to be honest, it was frankly a mess. I will say at that time, Bentley MicroStation had one of the best IFC import exports on the marketplace, and nobody knew about it. Not even half of the people inside of Bentley. I knew about it because through my meetings, I was talking directly to the engineer who is directly responsible for creating that import and export functionality, right? So there was, in a lot of cases, it pointed to how even within companies, in those organizations, not everyone was aware of what was going on and how it was happening and how good it was. Thankfully, that's changed. That's changed a lot. So in most organizations now, everybody's on the same page of what's going on. When we talk about IFC 4.3 support, we're talking about things like export, import, BSDD support, IDS support, and BCF support. Now, it could be all, or it could be any combination of those things, or it could be any one of those things. Again, as Ron pointed out, it kind of depends on what your lane is, what your point of view is. What are you doing? Are you creating IFC files? Or are you consuming IFC files? Are you reading and analyzing IFC files, or are you amending IFC files with more information to be passed down the road? Right? It really depends. Within the schema, the other set of requirements are, okay, well, I'm going to export a file based on the IFC 4.3 schema, but I'm not going to use the entire schema. It's very broad. It is very deep. It covers lots of different aspects. In fact, do you know that structural analysis is built into the IFC schema? There's actually entities for axes, points, planes that cover finite element analysis as well in mesh structures and things like that. But in doing that abstract analysis of having that point line plane type of analysis, that's possible in IFC. Now, does anybody execute it? There's like a couple of applications that can do it. Could there be more? Yes. But it also goes back to Ron's point about is there a customer demand for it, right? So we looked at this and buildingSMART said, look, the biggest workflow that everybody is demanding is this idea of design coordination, right? And not just design coordination, but how can I use simplified models to do things like quantity takeoffs and thus costing? How can I do construction sequencing? You know, these types of that within that certain subset of the entire IFC schema, I can accommodate a lot of different workflows. So that includes the alignment-based reference view, which is basically infrastructure focused. It includes this idea of alignment curves. So this idea of what is important when it comes to infrastructure. That alignment is one of the primary aspects, along with georeferencing, geolocation, right? Also, map projection, mentioned this before, is depending on where you're at, which country you're in, which system that you're using a different map projection for all of those elements, right? So the way that they look in 2D versus the way they look in 3D correspond. The way they map to an actual larger system. You know, what does the map look like for a national system versus what it looks like for a local system? And making sure that quantities are actually accurate. Georeferencing I mentioned, again, horizontal linear projects and simplified geometry. Now, we also have this other view called the reference view. Well, this is essentially what buildings and facilities use and have used for a long time. It's really, this goes back to IFC 4 and even goes back to IFC 2X3 in a different name and different form. But it's much simpler in that we just really have to deal with georeferencing. We also have different types of spatial relationships than you do in horizontal. And of course, we're still sticking to that simplified geometry. So we don't need all the complex geometric parameters that might be from an authoring system embedded in the IFC file. Not necessary. I just need to know what the resulting geometry is. What is the resulting geometry? What are my resulting dimensions and things like volume and length and all of those things? That little bit of information can go a long way in a lot of different workflows. Okay, what else are they being asked to support? Well, they're being asked to support a number of domains now. Up to IFC 4, we were pretty much just locked into buildings. IFC 4.1 was the beginning of blowing the doors open. IFC 4.1 was an initial version that introduced alignment. And that was back in 2015, 15. In the interceding 9 to 10 years, that even concept has changed significantly. As we've gone on and begin to introduce further concepts of bridges, of tunnels, of roadways, and all of this, the vendors and the end users have sat down and begin to look at what those requirements are and said, okay, how does this change the schema? How does this change our support? How does this change the way that an IFC file looks like? Because different domains can have differing logical constructions of a project, like how a bridge is logically or spatially put together or considered is different than it might be in a building. In a building, everything is about stories. It's about stories, right? And rooms. And if you have those two things, you can pretty much find anything in an IFC model in a building. But with linear infrastructure, it depends. What kind of linear infrastructure am I talking about? What parts of it am I talking about? How are they connected? Well, if everything's horizontal, then what's my spatial containment? And we talk about things like superstructure and substructure, right? That being different than the idea of a building having multiple stories. What's below grade story and an upper grade story? And there's also the opportunity, and we talk about this in the digital twin constructions of, well, an application might just stick to one domain or maybe a couple of domains, but then there's also opportunities in workflows and applications that can munge all of the domains together. It's not impossible. It's a little bit harder, but it's not impossible. So if you look at some of the things that many of the applications, many of the vendors are providing today, things like Trimble Connect, like Bentley iTwin, like Autodesk Construction Cloud. They're providing those environments, and Catenda, you're providing those environments in which all these models can be brought together into one place. And depending on your point of view, you're going to look at different things. We're also in a point where we're asking the vendors to look at specific use cases. So we have 3 that are currently being worked on right now. One that was alluded to earlier was the IFC for rail. So this is an international project. It is within the railway domain. They used to be called rooms, now they're called domains. There are a lot of European partners working on this. And essentially what they're trying to do is they're saying, look, we're going to look at the entire life cycle of rail networks and all of the components of them. And we're going to look at the IFC schema, and we're going to look at the things that we think vendors need to test so that they make sure they support it correctly. So that when we go to create these models and create them and export them as IFC models, we know that that information is there and we know it's reliable. At the same time, you also have another international project called TI Bridge, Test Instructions for Bridge. Essentially doing the same thing in the IFC 4.3 schema, but focused on bridges in general. Now, they don't have a specific use case like we do with the BIM for bridges and structures, right? Where we're focused on design and construction. The great thing is that we're cooperating across all 3 of these to make sure that the vendors have enough information, have enough test cases, that they can accurately and reliably and repeatedly create this information, export it, and consume it, right? So as end users, we're trying to make sure that they have all of the information they need to do a good job. So as I said before, within BIM for bridges and structures, we're really worried about this design to construction. There are a number of pieces of this that we've explained to the vendors, and as we engage them, we talk to them about. It was mentioned earlier where we had a software vendor engagement plan. So we spent a lot of time educating those vendors who had no idea about buildingSMART or IFC before, but also bringing up to speed those vendors who had been around for a while and what they were being asked to do that might be different than what they were being asked to do previous to this. And again, the idea is to create that consistency and making sure that the information that was needed in the workflow is there. And everybody knows where to find it, everybody knows where to put it. And the idea is to, is going back to this keep it simple philosophy, right? Is trying to make sure that it is reliable, it is repeatable, that an end user just presses 1 or 2 buttons, that there's a small bit of configuration, that they know that when they say, I'm exporting an IFC file, the person on the other end is getting what they expect, or they're sending out what they expect to send out, right? So we're trying to make sure that across all of the tools that are used, whether they're creating IFC files or they're consuming IFC files, that those expectations are managed properly. So how is this being done? Well, there's multiple opportunities for this happening. So to happen at the international level all the way down to the local level. And we're going to look at a few of these, or all of them. So the buildingSMART International General Assembly of Implementers. So this actually replaces the old ISG, the old Implementation Support Group. And the idea is to bring together not just vendors, but also technical experts, some advanced users. We have people like from firms like Mott McDonald, from Arab, from HOK, because they are such large firms that have so much technology and they have advanced understanding of how a lot of this technology works. They're also involved in saying, hey, well, here are our requirements. Here are the things that we need to do. Or by the way, we customized a bunch of stuff. We think those customizations should be a part of the standard product or standard practice. So how do they, communicating those things with the vendors is very important. And we do that through this forum. And the idea is the forum provides an opportunity for BSI's technical services then to interface with the vendors and these technical experts and these expert users to come up with the best way of how do we do things, right? The standards are already there. The standards are the what. It's the how that's important. IFC is a huge schema. It can do lots of different things. And there's lots, there's lots of ways to skin the cat, as they say. Well, it's important for then the vendors and the advanced customers to come together and say, okay, even though there's 10 ways to represent this object, here are the only 2 or 3 that we actually think we'll ever really use. Okay, if everybody can come to an agreement on that, then we can set up these standards like those model view definitions and say, this is how we're going to export this stuff. This is how we're going to encode it. And because they are the technical experts, it makes it easier for them to have those discussions and make those decisions. So they meet in person, they meet online. The next one in person, well, it's actually a hybrid meeting, is actually being hosted by Dassault System in France. Wish I could go, but there's usually a pretty good group that shows up in person, and now that they're hybrid, there's also a good group that is online. And all the major vendors are involved. And there's going to be some vendors involved that you probably didn't even know existed. Within the General Assembly, there's also a subgroup, and that's called the IFC 4.x, because it's more than just 4.3, Implementers Forum. And essentially, this is where they have these weekly meetings that Ron talked about, in which they look at these issues, things like alignment. Well, what's the best way to actually deal with alignment? What's actually the best way to do stationing? What is the best way to determine where something is in reference to an alignment? What are the best geometry options to use for particular objects and concepts? What are the best spatial relationships for things or hierarchical relationships? And then they work with those other 3 groups to create these test cases, these unit tests, these technical tests that the vendors then who are creating the IFC files have to model and then export. And then they validate them. And then somebody comes along and says, well, I'm an IFC consumer. I want to import them. So what I'm going to do is I've got a good file here. Can I import it correctly? Does it look right? Does it have all the information in there? So within the General Assembly and the Implementers Forum, these are all the companies that are involved on a regular basis. Some of them you will recognize. Some of them are within the infra space. Some of them are both in the vertical and horizontal spaces. Some of them are global companies that sell product all over the world. Some of them are within particular regions or countries, right? But they all have an interest in supporting openBIM and openBIM technologies and workflows because they see the value of that, or their customers have seen the value of it and are demanding it. And they all have varying levels of involvement in different projects. I will tell you that having participated in all of these different places, I know that in an organization like Autodesk, I'm not picking on them to pick on them, but to sit, because it's easy, because you have people from the infrastructure domain within Autodesk that are working on one project that might be about bridges is a separate subgroup versus the railway people that is another subgroup versus the building people, which is another subgroup. So they're putting their fingers out and they're distributing their effort across multiple teams. But at the same time, they're also coordinating back in-house to say, okay, this is what we're tackling today from our point of view. What are you guys doing? Well, what are you doing? What are the systems that tie themselves together, right? How do they cooperate? So even these larger companies, they are involved across many of these different projects. Some of the smaller ones are brave enough to do it. Some of these are companies that may not be in the US market today, but they want to be. They will be tomorrow. And it's something to be aware of. So as I said, for the IFC for rail and TI bridge, they're developing their unit test case against the alignment-based reference view. They're trying to make sure that they're coordinating between themselves and between the implementers forum to make sure they're not doing anything that's contradictory in testing requirements. And in many cases, the same, as I said before, the same vendors are involved. It may be just a different team from that same vendor. For the BIM for Bridges and Structures project, we have about 30 vendors involved today. When we first started the project in 2018, we had 22 originally signed up. They run the entire gamut of software in the life cycle of horizontal infrastructure, right? They all have their different lanes. Some of them participate in multiple lanes. Some of them have, multiple systems, and that's fine. And the great thing is for the most part, and we're talking about at least 40 different projects across all of these 22 different or 30 different vendors. And they've all done a very good job of participating when we've called meetings, when we've had, quarterly meetings, or now we have our bi-weekly meetings for this project. They're there. And that's great. They're engaged. They're asking questions. I'm asking them questions. With a little prodding, I usually get answers. In this case, I asked them for, answers about what their progress is, and we'll go over that in a moment. So for our particular project, we understood very early on what I thought was important because of my experience with the vendors for so many years is to say, you need to get them involved at the very beginning. Don't go developing the standards without them being at the very beginning, listening to what's going on. Doesn't mean that they get to dictate anything. Doesn't mean they can't influence a little bit. But if you don't tell them until the very end, they're going to spend a long time catching up in order to support everything you've asked them to do. I mean, Ron can back me up on this, but typically you have to expect anywhere from 6 months to a year, and even in some cases, some features might require 2 years of development within a vendor's company, within the software team, to develop functionality that the consumer's asking for. Like, how is that? Because it's not simple, because these things are complex, because sometimes these requirements require retoolings, require entire subsystems to be redone. Okay, so our feeling was if we get them involved really way, they know what to anticipate. And as I said before, we can educate those who have no experience before, we can get them to understand what they're being asked for. And then one of the coolest things is that they can talk to each other and they can ask us questions. Or when we ask them questions, we're asking for their advice. Hey, the Bentley guys, the Autodesk guys, the Trim guys, you guys have been doing this for a long time. What do you think? And we take their answers and we mull through those answers and we say, okay, they do have a point, or maybe we make them suck it up and do it our way. But the fact is that we engage with them early on. We can make these decisions before we're at the finishing line. Then we simply say, okay, we've developed a standard, now go do it. And they're like, well, it's going to take us 3 years before we have a functioning IFC 4.3 export. And then how would you all feel? And the DOTs who said, well, it wouldn't be till 3 years afterwards that any of this would be available. So getting them involved very on, and even at the international stage, getting them involved very early on in the development of it has meant that for the most part, we'll see what the progress is. Okay, so I'll get to that in a minute. So in these different forums, they're making progress, they're interacting. So with the implementers forum, they're on GitHub. They have a whole GitHub repository. They have a board that has all kinds of their unit tests. It has documentation, and they're going through and they're saying, okay, in the implementers forum, we had to address all of these comments that came back from ISO as ISO looked at the IFC 4.3 standard that was submitted in March of 2022 and said, hey, here's some things we think need to be addressed. The implementers forum has gone through all those comments. They're supposed to be submitted next week. We are hoping that by Q1 of 2024, this will be published on ISO. So it will be official ISO standard then. That's a big step. But the vendors have all been involved in making sure that those questions have been addressed. Next, what they're asking for is saying, well, what do we do from here on out? And they're looking for people's priorities. And I know what our priorities are. From the US perspective, our priorities are the BSDD and USDD business model. How do we make this work? How do we make it sustainable? How do we get people interested in utilizing it and using it? both as vendors and as end users, and also software certification. So we're doing all of this work and we have different processes to validate IFC files and everything. And we've had past software certification, but what we want to do is we want to say, okay, what are we doing next for software certification? How do we explain to the marketplace or very quickly notify the marketplace that a vendor, an application, a platform is certified to technically be able to produce or consume IFC correctly, or do BCF correctly, or use the BSDD correctly, or do IDS correctly, right? It's something other industries do and do all the time, certify software on their capabilities to meet certain standards. We've been doing this in the past with IFC 2x3 and IFC 4, but it was just strictly with buildings. Now we're expanding in infrastructure. So how do we do that? What does that next level of certification look like, right? And then certification is important because I will tell you in some European countries, they've already mandated that any software used in an open BIM project has to be certified software. So in other words, it has to be listed through BSI's website that it has passed the certification criteria for IFC 2x3 and IFC 4. To them, that's important. Think about it as an owner, as a public owner here in the States. Imagine you can say, hey, we don't care what software you use, just make sure that it's IFC certified, that it can deal with these files, either as a producer or as a consumer. And that gives you a lot of credibility. Then you can look at it and see if there's any problems. The problems could be manually generated. Just because a piece of software is certified to produce IFC files correctly doesn't mean that the user still can't find a way to screw it up. Well, I've seen it a lot of times from everybody's software. I've seen it done the correct way, and I've seen it done in horrible horror film level ways. Imagine an entire building that came out as one wall object. I still don't know how they did it, but they did it. So yes, so all of us are involved in producing test instructions. Some of them have them available. Some of them are just getting started. In our particular case, because we're looking at a particular use case, a particular workflow that's limited, we have an understanding of what our unit tests are going to look like, but we're also coordinating with the other two, the other three efforts, the IF Implementers Forum effort and these two projects, to make sure that we're not doing duplicative effort, right? We want to be complementary. We want to make sure that we cover the entire gamut, but that we're not making the vendors do extra work. So there's a lot of coordination that goes on involved. And our vendors will be validating IFC 4.3. They'll have support through 2024 one way or another, right? These other projects have a much earlier ending date. Now, all of their work feeds into BSI, and people will be able to pick those things up at BSI in order to continue forward with them, these test cases and everything. But essentially the work in creating them is going to be relatively short. It's going to end soon. So where are we with the vendors? Well, in our case, in the polling that I've done with our vendors, after 4 years and going into the 5th year, all of these people have responded to my recent polling. And as you can see, everyone essentially either has IFC 4.3 support, which in all cases, it's really beta because we don't have the final published version yet, and they're still working through these test cases. But a couple of them are planned. They know they're going to do it. They're still trying to figure out how, but they know they're going to do it. What's interesting too is then all of these other open BIM standards of where they stand. So that's an unfortunate coordination clash. But most of them want to support BCF as well, which is great, both on the data authoring side and on the coordination side, right? Because, you know, the whole idea of the BCF is if I'm working in, say, Open Bridge Modeler, or if I'm working in Civil 3D or InfraWorks, if I have an issue and as the bridge engineer, I hand off my model to the contractor sees something in that IFC model, they can tag it using an application that utilizes BCF, and they can send that BCF file to me and say, hey, look at this problem. And if I open that up in InfraWorks or Civil 3D, it'll take me to where that issue is and tell me what it is. And then I can fix it. And then I can say it's been fixed, and then I can send it back and say, hey, here, it's been fixed. Oh, here's the new version of it, by the way. Okay, you can zoom back out. Now, that isn't to say of the 30 vendors, not everybody hasn't been involved in everything. It is summer, so we'll say that caveat, getting contact with everybody is tough. But the overwhelming majority of the vendors who are involved have all indicated they are either in the process of or are supporting IFC 4.3 because it's just a de facto way of how they work. So in a lot of these cases, when these double asterisks I have, they're all consumers of IFC. They're model viewers and analyzers, right? They're not generating the models, but they're using them. And most of these platforms have already supported earlier versions of IFC, and they're planning on supporting IFC 4.3 if they don't already have a beta version already. Some of them already have said yes, that we're planning on doing it. We're just not telling you when we're getting there yet because we're not quite sure ourselves. And then a couple of them actually are more observers, or if we look at the design to construction process, their software really doesn't fit in there. Of all those categories I covered, which was, the design or the modeling of the bridge, the CDE, the QA/QC, a contractor doing cost quantities and costing and construction sequencing, or the beginnings of fabrication. Well, something like Larsa or Lucis is, as on the analytical design side, might have an interest in IFC, but we're not really addressing that workflow, that analytical design to bridge modeling. However, that doesn't mean they still can't work on it, and they can't work on it for a future exchange that will develop. But some of them are kind of sitting back saying, okay, this is a lot for us to absorb. We're going to start down the path and we'll let you know what we get done. And hopefully by then you'll have come up with those workflows and we'll be ready and we'll hit the ground running, right? So I'm very encouraged, because if you would have said something like this back in 2012 when IFC 4 was first published, there would have been an empty list. There are a lot of vendors that were already supporting IFC 2x3 or were still in the process of supporting IFC 2x3. IFC 4 was published in 2012 and crickets, right? With the exception of a few Norwegian companies, but I'd expect nothing less from them, right? But crickets. And it took almost 10 years before now we have applications that are a large number of applications that are even certified for IFC 4 files. And there's still companies that are trying to certify an IFC 2x3 files because there's a demand for that as well. So I'm very encouraged to see how this is going, right? That they're engaged early on and that they're providing that support. And they know, they say it's messy, It's beta version. It ain't gonna be perfect, but we're working towards that perfection, right? Okay. So any questions? Any questions you want me to ask the vendors and relay to them?
There's some questions online.
What is your opinion on competing standards such as?
USD.
Oh, USD. So that's an interesting question, probably more appropriate for a different forum, because that has actually been brought up at the BSI level. So we've been talking everything about IFC 4.3, but some people have already been thinking about the next version of IFC. Now, we don't want to cloud anybody's ideas about, oh, well, maybe we should just wait for the next version. No, 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 no. Put that out of your heads. Do not wait for the next version, right? That's like saying, oh man, I shouldn't buy that computer. I should just wait till the next version. Just buy the computer. It'll do everything you need to do for the next couple of years. And by the time you use the heck out of it, the next big thing will come along and it'll be a generation leap over the last thing, right? So things like USD have already been considered as prototypes or templates for what the next generation of IFC might look like. But we're a long ways away from figuring out all the technical details and what that looks like. but it is an interesting concept.
Any other open comments from the Zoom channel? We do also want to then bring up 2 Mentimeter questions, and our marketing director is asking us to take a group photo. So Tony, how's the Zoom chat coming along?
We're doing pretty good. Matt Blake has a question for us.
Yeah, just in general with implementation, testing, and development, I guess I just had a question as to if you had an idea how many contractors participate in that, just to make sure. I guess it's one thing for the IFC 4.3 and to get a certain amount of data out of that, but at the end of the day, the folks building it need to perhaps get different information. I just want to get your thoughts on if there is adequate participation in developing that or input.
Yeah. So that's a good observation, good question. Most of what we've been focused on to date has been the vendors and has been on the client side and then also the design side. So one of the things that's been identified as a part of phase 2 is this engagement with contractors, other service providers, subcontractors, and all of that, and educating them on how all of this works, how they're expected to use it, what people expect from them. That being said, in the last 2 years, we've actually had a couple of contractors come on board and say, well, we don't build the software exclusively, but a lot of times we do plugins, so we're going to actually be working with Trimble or Bentley or Autodesk, and depending on what they do, depends on it, then it determines what they do. So there are a few involved, and usually they're the ones like Vercon and High Steel and others who have some experience. So in fabrication as well as contracting.
Okay, I guess I've had some experience with a couple software vendors, and unfortunately there's things even as simple as a app for an iPad to view models and view project information, and something as simple as viewing photos taken on a project wasn't included on the iPad app. So I was actually asked a question, why would the folks in the field want to see all the pictures? I mean,
yeah.
So now I have to go back and ask for the software to be enhanced, which takes weeks and months and on down the line. So just trying to head off some of these stumbling blocks out in the field early on and get it baked into the software, if you will, from the start.
I'm also a big proponent of end users operating within their professional groups to pull together requirements to vendors in one group and sending it along to those vendors. So whether it's AGC, whether it's, PCI, ACI, AASHTO, whatever it may be, when you come together as a group, you agree on requirements, you come to a consensus on what those requirements are, and then you give those to the vendors, they stand up and take notice. When they have 1,000 different requests from 1,000 different customers and they're mostly different from each other, it's paralyzing. What do you do? If you have 50 requests for a feature and they want it 50 different ways, what are you going to do as a software vendor? Nothing. So that consensus is important.
Sure, and I understand that. That's just a huge challenge in the civil and infrastructure side of things in particular. And we touched on it earlier about the common coding environment. And if I have a 24-inch RCP in California, it should have some relevant code that can be tracked in North Carolina and Colorado and Texas. It should be looking at the same widget. And so some of those fundamental pieces we got to get overcome first, and then we'll have a better outline of where we're going.
All right, why don't we give a round of applause to all the speakers. So thank you to all the active participation remotely. We have 2 Mentimeter questions that we want to poll and get your feedback, both in person and online. Once again, go to menti.com, type X917719. And question 1, which of the OpenBIM use cases are you most interested in? And that's one category, which is other, and you can type more to us. And so that relate more to what we saw before the lunch break. And then why don't we go ahead for the next question, since we do have almost 33 people filled in already. The other question we want to ask is about what we just saw in terms of, I think it's the following one, Eva. It's also about how we integrate some of the workflow information management in the organization. There you go. So this more relate to what we just heard from Alexa, from Juan, and from Jeff. All right, so we're going to leave it up on the background. You can take your time and fill that out. For those of us in person, can we all come towards the front and maybe just look at the camera over there and we'll take a group photo. We also welcome any one of you, maybe remotely, to turn on your camera if you are ready, not camera shy. And then we will actually post the title slide here. So let's all stay up here. We will take a photo.
If people online could turn their cameras on, and if we could show that up, we'll basically position that in the photograph. If we can put that onto the display screen, please.
That will probably take quite a few minutes to get.
Okay, so we're not going to do that. We'll just stick with the title slide. Sorry, virtual people. We're going to take this photo and then take about a 10-minute break, and then the agenda will resume. So inviting you at home to take a 10-minute break as well, please.
We're wondering how our coffee will be delivered to us out here, Ian.
We're sending it right now.
This is cameras.
There's supposed to be a macro.
Can we confirm
We'll be able to do it off the cameras straight.
Friendly, go close.
Innovation on 3. 1, 2, 3.
And again.
1, 2, 3.
And again.
Got it though.
Thank you.
All right, we'll resume again at 3:20. 3:20.
Okay, thank you, Calvin.
I don't think we ever met.
Show up everyone, Ron.
other parts of the facility are welcome to do so. There's a smart apartment upstairs, there's safety over there, there's manufacturing out there. And Ray and the team are willing to hang in there. And if anyone would like to have a bit of a tour of some of the other elements of the lab, certainly it's a magnificent facility. We've only seen a small portion of it with our agenda today, but remember, you are welcome to come back, I assume, Ray, and bring your colleagues and arrange that in advance. But there is an opportunity. There is an opportunity tonight when we finish at about 4 for you to take advantage of that while you're here, if you can delay your departure. I'm going to hand over to Will, who's going to kick off this last segment. Thank you, Will.
So Tony, can you guys hear us okay?
Yes, you are loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay. Well, thanks, Ian. And I did want to thank all the speakers that have gone up already. I think this has been a very interesting forum. You know, I can tell you a lot of work goes into planning these forums, but I really appreciated the national updates that we had and all the open BIM in action that we had. And really wanted to provide you a number of key topics. Like you said, Ian, this last segment is more on industry updates. And the one I'm going to cover today is digital construction with open BIM. Originally, I planned to have Matt Blake with Lane Construction give this update. And unfortunately, he had a scheduling conflict, wasn't able to be here in person. So I'll be providing the update today. But some of the things I wanted to get into, well, what's driving the contractors toward digital construction? And I mean, I'm sure you're aware many of the major contractors have been doing BIM and digital delivery for quite some time. You know, that's part of their workflow. That's part of the way they do business. But what we're seeing is there's a lot more interest in this because of all the work that's going on with AASHTO in the States. You know, as they're moving to model as legal document and these digital deliverables, that's really grabbed the attention of a lot of the contractors. And I think we're seeing even more interest in digital construction. And some of the drivers that we see, you know, I think, Julie, you had a very similar slide to this, but on the BIM for Bridges and Structures project. But, you know, I'm seeing this movement toward, definitely toward digital delivery throughout the entire life cycle. So we're just not talking design to construction, you know, it's design to construction to fabrication to asset management. It's all the way through the life cycle. And that is enabled with open BIM. Other drivers we're seeing on this as well is some of the work that we're seeing through the AASHTO Joint Technical Committee on Electronic Engineering Standards. I mean, they've already come on board. You know, they want to do model as legal document. Maturity levels have been laid out, and their top maturity level, 3 and 4, like level 4, there are no plans, right? It's digital delivery, model as legal document, no plans. Level 5, we're going to get digital as-builts back from construction. So this is something AASHTO has come out and said. John Wilkerson and I are both involved in, you know, JTCES and these levels of maturity, but this is also sending a message to the contractor industry that, hey, you guys need to be part of this. You know, you're definitely part of the solution, and it's going to affect your workflow and your business. And other drivers is the movement nationally to model as legal document. And this is one, I try to keep this map up to date, but we have seen tremendous progress. I remember when this map had 5 states on it lit up, and you look at all the color on this map nationally, we've got 2 states that are already piloting planless model as legal document, both for bridges and for on the AMG, automated machine guidance side. That's Utah and Pennsylvania. We've got the states in green that are piloting the AMG work with plans. You know, the model as legal document has the digital deliverable plans take precedence over the 2D plans. So a lot of activity, and states that are planning this with their strategic planning. So, you know, we're seeing this really throughout the country. And this is something I can tell you, I've tried to convey to the contractors. I mean, a group of us were just with the contractors just yesterday at the AGC IT conference. And it was interesting just to make them aware. They need to be aware this is changing. It's going to change the way they do business. So that's some of the drivers. So one of the groups that I've been fortunate to work with is ARPTA. I'm one of the co-chairs on the Innovation and Technology Forum, co-chairs with Matt Blake and Cindy Hoagland, Matt Blake with Lane and Cindy Hoagland with Trimble. And some of the work that's been done with this group has been very interesting. You know, we met as a group and talked about, well, where does ARPTA stand on this? Where do we stand on digital construction? What's important to ARPTA and their membership? And this was a policy statement that was put out back in May of 2021. The QR code will take you right to the policy statement, but this was, I think, really good for the industry to hear this loud and clear. You know, where ARPTA stood, what's important to them, what do they see with digital construction? And one of the things I really liked about this, in order to accelerate innovation in the US, you know, ARPTA supports the adoption of open data standards and model legal document. So they can see the value to their members, to their industry from making these changes. So things like this, I think, are very powerful. They send a very, very clear message to the industry on, you know, what's important to our group. ARPTA also came out with a follow-up paper, and I know Matt Blake was one of the primary authors on this, but a white paper on accelerating digital construction that went into more detail, you know, on what's required, what are the challenges, how do we meet those challenges? And there's a number of key things that came out of this. I know part of this was discussion with FHWA on the ADCMS grant program, and, you know, what are some of the priorities with ARPTA. I know part of this incentivizing digital construction projects, encouraging investment in open data standards. But a couple of these I want to highlight, you know, promote models legal document. The digital deliverable needs to be the contractual deliverable. You know, if it's for information only, the contractors just cannot rely on it. So ARPTA definitely sees the strong need for that. And then this quote, this is a quote right out of the white paper that I pulled out. Contractors must be able to rely on digital files and realize the benefit. Standardization and interoperability are key factors. So to me, that's right in alignment of what we've been talking about all day, right? We've got to have that standard deliverable. We've got to have that consistent digital data so the contractors know what they're getting, where it's at, how to use it for bidding, how to use it for construction. So this is one, the QR code there takes you to the section with the white papers with ARPTA, but I'd encourage you to read that full white paper. It's a very, I think it's very well put together. You know, there's great input there that ARPTA's done. So some of the other events that I've been personally involved with, and there's been a lot of dialogue with the contractors lately. You know, that's one that many of us feel like their voice is not being heard. We have to engage them. We have to get more direct input from them. This was one at the state level. This was actually in Iowa. We did a bridge forum on 3D and digital deliverables. And this was a very interesting event. We did it free. It was supported by Iowa DOT, Iowa AGC, and Iowa ACEC. There's about 160 of us that attended this event. And it was just great to have the dialogue. What's working well with the contractors? What's not working? You know, where are we going at the state level? Where are we going at the national level? So these types of, I think, engagements are critically important for us moving ahead. You know, you've got to have that direct dialogue. And this one, the designers are in the room, the contractors in the room, you know, we're having that dialogue. So this is one that we actually did in November of last year. We're actually doing another, and David, I know you came out and spoke at this event. We're doing another one actually late October this year on this event. And it's, so these types of things we're really encouraging to happen, you know, at the state level and national level to have that dialogue. Other events, I was fortunate to get invited to a construction leadership conference with AGC. This was in November of last year. And this was with a gentleman, Eric Silwick with Sunt Construction. Now, Eric is someone to keep in mind as well. He leads up AGC's Digital Means and Methods group. So AGC has formed a group, you know, to basically, how do we coordinate on digital delivery? So this presentation, it was sort of a call to action for the contractors that, hey, things are changing with the DOTs. You know, you really need to pay attention, and promoting Eric's new group as well. But again, some good engagement here on what's going on, you know, nationally and really partnering with the contractors. This was another one that we did. This was actually a 2-hour webinar back in May of this year. Many of us in this room, I know John, you helped me with those too. We do a national BIM for infrastructure webinar series. These are free, you know, they're promoted through the buildingSMART site as well as through HEAP and through TRB AD80. And we did a webinar, 2-hour webinar specifically focused on contractor perspectives. You know, what do contractors feel? We got an update from AGC, we got an update from ARPTA at the national level. We had several contractors that are working with the DOTs at multiple states. And just getting that direct input again on what's working well, what's not, what do we need to keep in mind? So these are other engagement opportunities. This one's actually on the HEAP website. This was recorded. So if you're interested in seeing that, but you'll hear directly from the contractors and many of the state construction folks working with the contractors on, you know, what are those lessons learned? And this one covered several states. And then the last one I wanted to put a plug, and there's been a couple plugs on this, is iHeap. You know, iHeap this year, I have talked to George Lukes. George is with Utah DOT and leading up the planning of this event. And he's told me directly, we want to hear from contractors. You know, their contractors got precedence with their abstracts and getting accepted. You're going to see more contractor presentations at iHeap. So I'm really pleased to hear that, you know, that we're going to give them an opportunity to really get engaged. I know, Dan, you're doing a presentation with several contractors, right, on alternative delivery and digital delivery, how those kind of mesh together. But I think you'll hear at iHeap a lot of great presentations on this, and you'll probably see more contractors there than you have in the past. So just wanted to flag that. And then a couple other things. I did want to talk a little bit, you know, how do things change with openBIM and model as legal document? How does that change for the contractors? We've talked a lot about the design side, but a couple of things that we see, you know, the contractor now, my opinion, you know, they're going to be getting an openBIM type deliverable, which will be contractual. And there may not be any plans. It may be all the information that gets the openBIM. So they need to be able to use that information. You know, I do think that's going to make it much easier for the contractors to use that for bidding, for automated machine guidance. You know, they're not going to have to make their own models. You know, I think that's going to really help streamline the process. But we're also going to ask the contractor to give us a digital as-built. You know, that's definitely in the long-term vision for AASHTO is, you know, we're going to want that digital data back at the end of the project. So I know, David, there's been a lot of discussion with FHWA on digital as-built, you know, but that has always been the end goal. You know, the 6 years I've been working with AASHTO at JTCES, from day one, you know, asset management was always on the roadmap. So this is one, you know, again, we've been talking to the contractors about this on how things are changing, how openBIM is going to change the way we do business with the information you're provided, as well as what we need back from you. You know, I really think the days of doing redlined PDF scans, you know, that just doesn't provide us a lot of value long-term. So we really need to evolve. And then the last slide I had is just the vision for BIM and open data standards. And I think this correlates very well with the contractors. You know, we're definitely seeing the model-centric design and collaboration. You know, I've seen some of the projects in Utah that are like CMGC. The contractors and the designers are sitting around a table looking at a screen. They're looking at a model. They're not looking at plan sheets. You know, it's model-centric design. That's how they're reviewing the design, commenting on the design. I definitely see more of that collaboration coming, particularly in the short term with delivery methods like CMGC and progressive design build, for example, where the contractors and the designers are working together. And then we've talked about the importance of model-less legal document so the contractors can rely on that digital information. You know, right now for information only, they're just not going to use it. You know, they take the risk of using that. So I think that's going to change the reliance and also the quality of the information. And then the digital as-built or digital handoffs. So that's what I had today, but I just wanted to give you a feel of what I'm seeing, you know, on the digital construction side. I think there's a lot of activity here. I think you're going to see more presentations. I know when I talk to AGC and ARPTA and others, I'm really encouraging get your input, proactive, because I know the states that I work with, they want to hear that contractor input. You know, they want them to be a stakeholder and have a voice in this. So that's what I've got. Thanks. So I think, Ian, you're going to talk about accelerated projects, correct?
So I wanted to come back to a question from earlier this morning, which was very astute. What could we be doing to make this easier and more seamless for the states to adopt the technology, et cetera? With reference to the contractors, I think one of the things holding us back is design, bid, build. If we could somehow liberate the states so that they can get into collaborative forms of contract, design, build, CMGC, where the contractor is part of the design team, and there's certainly still has to be a selection process, and there has to be a fair price and competitive. I understand we have to protect the public dollar, but design, bid, build, I think, is one of the biggest obstructions to going forward, because it means that the contractors really are going to hold out until there's something in the contractual specification that says you must. But I don't think the owners are quite at the point where they're willing to do that, because it is still, we're figuring it out, and we'd like to figure it out with you collaboratively as we go. So that would be one more suggestion. And I don't know how federal highways can affect that policy, but
We're all about the alternative contracting, absolutely, and the connection that you're
exactly,
all
exactly.
about.
I think that would make it a lot simpler. I wanted to give a couple of BuildingSMART international updates. A lot of what we've been doing today is chapter activity, Roads and Bridges Committee activity led by JSTAN and by Will, and what we're doing with the implementers locally, et cetera. But this is a little bit of an update from international, because we're trying to really grapple with two topics. One is this idea that we're doing all of this so that it helps us with operations and maintenance long term. And how can we make that part of the plan going forward? And the other is just helping in the adoption by industry of this new standard, now that it's getting its ISO badge at IFC 4.3, now that the implementers are with beta software about to be in production release, hopefully in their 2024 release cycle. It means that we've got those tools. What are we going to do with it beyond just the certification and professional training? So let me start with asset operations handover. And I think we all know what that is. We've referenced it a lot today in terms of there's design intent that has to be captured. There's as-built construction that has to be captured, and somehow that all needs to flow as reusable information for decision-making, for operations and asset management. You heard reference, I think, to COBE earlier as part of the NIBS presentation. The first attempt at this was in the building space, and COBE was the tool that was built basically around the commissioning and handing over of equipment. So I think building systems equipment, warranties, maintenance manuals, etc. And some people tried to use COBE for roads. It was a big initiative in the UK, and it failed badly because COBE was never originally designed to handle a different problem set. So we started looking to say, well, what could we do as a next generation? Because at the moment, it was all focused around supporting these legacy computer-aided facility management systems, inventory work order systems. This is sort of the legacy view. This is the state of the art today, but it really doesn't think about where do we want to go with all of the model-based information. This was really a lot of activity that was document-based because we were in a world of 2D drawings. So I think we've referenced digital twin. I think there's 50 people in the room and 150 people online. That makes 200 versions of what we think a digital twin is. And you can replicate that by every association and every vendor worldwide. It's not resolved by any manner or means. It's a promise. It's an ambition. It's a goal. It's a vision. And yes, we'd love to have operating models that are tied back to the digital models for simulation and so forth. Now, there are wonderful pieces of research being done. There are huge advances being done, but it's nowhere near sort of a mass market definition or adoption, but it's coming. And in the world of a digital twin, how does all of that model information that we're capturing through project delivery migrate and be useful in a very dynamic world of predictive maintenance, sensor monitoring and so forth. So we've got a thought leadership group at BuildingSMART starting to try and put their head around this and think about how can we tackle this? How can we use IFC data, not models, not files, but IFC data to really support digital twin ecosystems where transportation and waste and building energy, you know, all of those systems interoperate in the real world and in the digital twin. So we got some of our domains, you've heard this room domains, so groups of experts, the building group, the infrastructure group, infrastructure being roads and bridges, the rail group, the airports group, and sort of not quite bang their heads together, but ask them to spend time challenging each other to think about what does digital twin look like? Because they were all wanting to pursue the idea, and we didn't want to pursue it in at least 4 different directions, but to really work together. And there is a huge opportunity here for anyone in the room or anyone online to join the discussion. So don't think this is closed shop. This is all exploration and experts working together. So there's working groups we can plug you into. There's committees we can get you involved with if you'd like to be part of this digital twin conversation. So we kind of tried to think about the similarities and differences between these different domains. And the precedent to this is the alignment-based reference view. Because when we had a roads initiative and a bridge initiative and a rail initiative, there were 3 versions of alignment. So we did a big harmonization project to say, can you 3 groups all sit down and agree one version of alignment so that it can be the international standard that we all use and make sure that the requirements are met. So same thing here. And can we, the question we put to the group was, can we find a common approach? Is there enough similarity? Is there enough synergy that we can actually package into more of an international standard in terms of how handover is done for future asset, whether it's buildings or whether it's infrastructure? And that analysis came back to say, yes, there are some core things that are absolutely common. Don't worry too much about the detail because this is sort of IFC speak in a way. And then there's a whole bunch of use cases which are different. You know, airport have baggage handling systems. There are some commonalities around people and navigation, whether it's a railway station or an airport. There are certainly some difference in terms of bridge design that you don't see replicated. So we tried to separate out what could be considered common elements and what could be considered use cases. And we've come up with a vision. There's a lot of work to be done here, but we now know that we can create a framework and have a modular approach to solving use cases for buildings and a modular approach to solving use cases for infrastructure. So if we put as much as we can into the common framework, and then the specific things that might relate to road maintenance as a road maintenance module, or bridge inspection, or building systems management, or space management, uniquely in those buckets. So Jeff Ouellette has been involved with helping guide this project. We've recruited some building owners. And the reason that this one is colored is we actually have an information delivery specification for this piece. Now, this piece, of course, is built on all the lessons learned from Kobe. So we took all of the shortcomings, all of the successes of Kobe, and put that into the new information delivery specification view. And that certainly informed a lot of things that have to go in the foundation. What we want to do is work with domain groups in each of these modular areas, which will do 2 things. One, define the information requirements for road maintenance, as an example, and then that will put demands onto the foundation of the framework in terms of everything that can be done with that interoperable layer. So this is sort of next generation thinking around asset management, and we're excited to try and find participants, meaning people who want to get in and think it through and solve the puzzle, and sponsors who are willing to fund some of the technical work that is behind this. So again, just letting you know that this is a new international initiative. It's an objective which will certainly support the long-term view for AASHTO in terms of the real value long-term with all this modeling is the asset operations and management payback for the 50, 75 years, I think the answer was, in terms of life of road, life of bridge. If you've got questions, Jeff's the guy.
Another one of my hats.
Another one of Jeff's hats.
I got
And
more hats than
certainly,
you do, Joe.
and certainly also John Proctor, who's one of the buildingSMART international domain coordinators. And again, we'll make sure we publish these slides so you've got access to this information. But there are plenty of conversations to join if there's a genuine interest in doing so. What we'd like to do, and this is one of the challenges that we've discussed with Mike Kennerly, is as we're trying to map various AASHTO committees to buildingSMART work, there's an asset management group that we really want to connect back with this group to see if we can get some US voice at the table, because international consensus means US requirements need to be part of the conversation. And that's where we all come to play. One of the big jobs of our chapter is to make sure US requirements are put into the international discussion and US participants are at the table. So that's the update on asset operations handover. I've got a second update, which we call the Accelerator Program, because we're at the point now where we really want to help industry come up with some very successful implementations to, again, keep this momentum moving forward in terms of implementing these new software tools that are about to ship. So the design of the program is that buildingSMART International is going to do a few, let's call them consulting projects. In other words, work directly with customers who have a problem that they want to solve with an openBIM workflow, and then templatize that and build a resource base, a knowledge base that all of the chapters can then access with consultants in their own region. So we're trying to build a knowledge portal. We're trying to build some workflow templates, and these will be shared so that every chapter and consultants who work in those chapters can leverage that material. The idea is we're trying to support the uptake of the standard, respond to the demand that's being created. We've talked a lot today about the AASHTO demand, but there's Trafikverket making the same demands in Sweden, Finnish Transport, Swiss Rail, China Rail are all now mandating IFC deliverables. So worldwide, we have this challenge to say, how can we help industry respond and adopt the open standards? And really, number three, developing the guidance that can make consultants successful in a consistent level of very, very high quality support for projects. So typically we use a phased approach. You could argue that we get in and sort of do an audit. We really understand what that openBIM workflow problem is. We come up with a feasibility and a shopping list of items. Do you need the data dictionary? Do you need a development specification? Do you need both? How can we really help the organization going forward? And then we work with the team, actually directly with the team to do that. So there are some initial projects, I'll call these the international pilots, a bit different to what we've been talking about with state DOT pilots, but same principle, where we've worked with Mark McDonald. Their problem is they came banging on the door saying, this high-speed rail project that we've been working on has generated so much information, it's just out of control. And now high-speed rail is saying that they want to put some structure to the information, and we have to use IFC to do it. How do we inform our supply chain? Obviously, Mark McDonald being the lead engineer, how do we inform our supply chain? So we worked with them on an openBIM workflow, which helped them go back to high-speed rail and actually write a better specification of requirements for the information they really needed to support the workflow. That actually has been completed. We're working on the Furman Tunnel in project. This is a tunnel between Denmark and Germany, a huge project. And the owner basically said, we're getting tons of design information. We're getting a whole lot of construction information. None of it makes any sense. How can we structure it in a way that it can be useful for asset management? Perfect question, perfect question. And we're working with them and a couple of others. These are the lead projects that will inform the knowledge portal, create the templates, and allow us to share that knowledge with the various chapters. An example of just an openBIM workflow. This is the one we work with on Mark McDonald. We basically took them through an information session so that everyone at Mark McDonald knew what we were talking about with regard to openBIM, how to apply the standards. And also we gave them a lot of feedback on how to prepare their models. Joe and Scott, I'm sure, are all about this because, you know, modeling can be done in multiple ways. And when you know what your clear outcomes are, you can perhaps model it a little differently because you do want the information capture. You do want to take the time to add the properties, make sure the values are in range, etc., because you know that it's going to be used downstream as a good example here. So Michael Gant was the client. And they were pretty pleased because the team said that with regard just to that one workflow, not the whole project, they had a much higher level of confidence. They did have a tool that they could go back to their supply chain and say, this is how we can meet the IFC requirement from high-speed rail. And of course, part of it was upskilling their workforce and showing them how this data could be interoperable. So it was a really great initial project. I'm probably the one to ask any questions about that. We did do a combined presentation, Mike, you might remember, to the BIM for Infrastructure Pooled Fund, the BIM for Bridges Pooled Fund, and a couple of the AASHTO committees to let them know that this accelerator program was being designed. And if there was a project or a way of helping one of the pooled funds that we could get a US project running, as one of the initial projects, that certainly was an invitation that we put out for those AASHTO folks to consider. But there's only a few of these being done, what I would call centrally by buildingSMART, before we actually start to roll it out for use by chapters and for use by consultants. But it really is the best practices on how to apply everything we've heard about today. You've heard about BIM collaboration format, information delivery specifications, information delivery manuals. How do you really apply that to the workflow and set up a dictionary on the buildingSMART data dictionary platform to work successfully? So I think of it as best practices. So that's it for the international update from me. And I believe, Will, I'm going to hand back to you, but if there are any questions before that.
Let's have a Mentimeter question.
We have a Mentimeter now. Why don't I give you the mic and you can run that through. Thank you. Unless, Tony, there was any questions online.
Actually, there are several questions online, and we're making an arrangement to capture those questions and have them answered in a different way if we don't have time here.
Sounds perfect. So let's go on with the Mentimeter if we can.
Sure. It's actually many of you have filled out already. I welcome you to also fill it out. It's asking about the priorities for the next couple of years for buildingSMART USA. So take a look at that, fill that out, and we'll tee up Will to close us to close.
Thanks. And our final session is on some of the AASHTO building coordination that's been occurring. And Mike Kennerly and I are going to co-present on this. So we'll pull up the slides in just a minute. And okay, so thanks, Calvin. So Mike, are you on the line?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yep, we can hear you. So, and Mike's going to handle the first half of this. I'll handle the last half. So, and this is one I can tell you there's been a lot of coordination with buildingSMART and AASHTO on how do we need to work together. So we're going to walk you through some of that thought process, some of the progress that's been made. This is one we're you know, it's an active discussion item. There's a lot of ways for AASHTO to get engaged and involved with buildingSMART. So we're still looking for more ways to do this, but definitely want to give you an update. So I'll turn it over to you, Mike, for the start of this.
Okay, you know, one of the things that I realize everybody's doing is looking at the clock, and I realize it's getting late, and so I'm going to try to get through this as quickly as I can. One of the things that we've talked about since the beginning was the importance of collaboration and having a voice with BSI and in IFC development. And one of the things I think a lot of you were aware of and maybe even participated in was we had a BIM for Infrastructure Week earlier this year in Washington, D.C. And as part of that conference, we carved out a segment that was going to focus on trying to determine what the priorities were for the U.S. and share that with IFC as they were looking at, the development of IFC. So we got a group together. We had 65 participants total. We went through kind of a Mentimeter poll like you're doing right now. We came up with a long list of items that were identified. Those items were prioritized. And then we took that to the conference, the spring summit they had in Rome, the BSI summit in Rome this year. Next slide. And so one of the things that you can see here is that list that was developed is on the, well, excuse me, what's on the screen is a combination of what was identified by IFC in the Infra Room roadmap, and then the things that we identified as part of that conference. The things that are in yellow were U.S. priority. The things that are highlighted in green are those things that aligned with the priorities that were already established in the Infra Room roadmap. And I think it's good to see that there was some good alignment, and you heard some of that earlier in terms of some of the things that we're struggling with, they're struggling with. And as you look at this list, you can tell that there's a lot of commonality in what we're trying to accomplish nationally as well as internationally, and the priorities are fairly well aligned. And I thought that was good as well. Next slide. One of the things that was important, again, when we talked about joining IFC and we made the resolution that was passed to join IFC, was again having that voice, having that AASHTO voice in IFC development. And you can see, from the Infrastructure Domain Steering Committee that, we now have a member that sits on that board and, participates in those discussions. And, it's a little odd because, you're looking at an international group. And so trying to coordinate a time for us to come together, it has been somewhat of a challenge, but I appreciate the fact that they have scheduled, some of the meetings or half of the meetings to align with U.S. participation, and the other half of the meetings align at a time that's better for the international group to get together. But, that adjustment, again, I think shows how important it was in their minds to have our feet at the table and adjusting the time of those meetings to make sure that we could participate. Next slide. This slide, I think, was one of those that I thought was really important. And I know it's busy and it's probably somewhat hard to decipher. But one of the things that, again, we talked about was we wanted to make sure that our priorities, our concerns from the U.S. were heard as the continued development of the schema occurred. And what you can see there, in yellow, are those things that we identified as part of our priorities in the U.S. that they have now incorporated in their roadmap. So again, it goes back to the idea that, we wanted a voice. We came together to kind of coordinate what that voice really is. We prioritized that, we took it, we shared it and presented it. And as you can see, they have now incorporated that voice, those concerns that we had in their roadmap. And I think that was really important in terms of showing that IFC, BSI was willing, to take the input from the U.S. and incorporate it moving forward. And we'll continue to do that, as time goes on. But just, being able to demonstrate that, yes, they not only heard us, but they incorporated our concerns in their roadmap. So I thought that was a really big step forward. And I'm really excited about what we can do as we continue to go forward with BSI. Next slide. And I'll turn this portion of the presentation over to Will.
Okay. No, thanks, Mike. Great discussion there. It's great to see that input. You know, we've come a long way with buildingSMART and AASHTO. Another thing that we've been talking about is how can we connect in AASHTO to the buildingSMART ecosystem. So this is one, a couple things to note on this is one, you know, this was the proposed relationship. Now it is the relationship because AASHTO did join buildingSMART as a principal member. So, you know, so that really helped elevate them. That got Mike a seat on, you know, basically on the infrastructure steering committee, you know, to have that direct input. So it's great to see that happen. The other thing we tried to do is really to lay out, how do we see all this working together? You know, there's a lot going on with AASHTO. There's a lot going on with buildingSMART. So this is something that we really see that JSTAN, the Joint Committee on Data Standardization, has just a critical role to help coordinate all these activities. Because eventually we see interaction with, you know, we've already got a lot of interaction with bridges and design, but we definitely see that expanding to construction and data management and analytics and asset management, FHWA. So really trying all that representations on JSTAN. So we really see JSTAN as being critical to working with our buildingSMART USA Roads and Bridges Industry Committee and really helping tie in the pooled funds as well. We've talked about the BIM for Bridges pooled fund, the BIM for Infrastructure pooled fund, and Mike's JTCES group. So this is kind of the way we see this tying in both at the operational level, which is the day-to-day level, you know, tapping into the buildingSMART ecosystem, as well as the governance level, actually voting for schema changes, having influence on the actual schema. So a couple of higher level positions we've got here. The Roads and Bridges Industry Committee, from day one when we set that up, you know, my vision on that committee was I'm just keeping the chair warm for AASHTO. You know, I think it was really important for AASHTO to be the co-chair of that committee. Mike Bostelman was in that role, you know, as the chair of JSTAN, but since he's retired, you know, we're waiting for that new chair to come in. But I think that's really critically important to have that really tight connection with JSTAN and the Roads and Bridges Committee. Mike Kennerly is the international rep between AASHTO and buildingSMART International. So he's the one that votes on the schema changes. You know, Mike's attended several of the international summits and represented AASHTO and actually presented there. So it's great to have Mike's voice and Mike's direct input at those international summits. And then also there's been a lot of activity on the asset operations handover team. And there's been a team that's been put together with AASHTO to work with buildingSMART International on that project. You know, Ian talked about that quite a bit in his last presentation. Bill Pratt with Connecticut DOT is involved with that. Jim Hauber with Iowa DOT. And then there's a few others as well. So there's great coordination there as well. But one of the things we talked about, and we actually did this during some of the breaks at BIM Week, is Ian and I kind of sat down and we started to think about, okay, what's the structure of AASHTO? What's the structure of buildingSMART? How do we connect the dots better? So, you know, I've got a series of slides to kind of walk you through, but these are the different groups that are in the AASHTO Joint Committee on Data Standardization, you know, FHWA, data management, performance-based management, design, bridges and structures and construction. And these are the committees that work with them. You know, we've talked a lot about JTCES, working with the design folks. There's also, used to be called T19, but now the Technology Committee with Bridges and Structures. That's the folks we work with on the BIM for Bridges and Structures Pooled Fund. There's also a Technology Committee on Construction. So this is just a higher level of JSTAN. And these are some of the activities that are going on with these groups. You know, we talked about the major pooled funds. You know, BIM for Infrastructure connects back to design, BIM for Bridges back to Bridges and Structures. The AAGES project, which is more GIS nationally, you know, connecting to performance-based management. So these are some of those connections. And then we started to overlay, okay, how do these connections tie in to buildingSMART International? So there's a number of ways that these are tying together. We mentioned Mike's involvement in the infra room. direct involvement there, which is a great tie to the Committee on Design and JTCES. We mentioned Bill Pratt with the Asset Operations Handover Project and others. The buildingSMART Data Dictionary has been a very active topic as well. You know, we want to set up an AASHTO data dictionary for the US in the buildingSMART Data Dictionary format. There's been discussion both pooled funds on that. Aaron Costin, which is on the BIM for Bridges and Structures team, has been very active with that. And I put Jim Hauber as the PM of the BIM for Bridges and Structures project, but there's been good connectivity there. Also, Alexa Mitchell has served on the program board for buildingSMART International. And that's a higher level board with buildingSMART, just to make sure that they're looking with the IFC schema holistically to make sure that's going to work for industry. And then, of course, Jeff Ouellette with the Implementers Forum, you know, working with all the software vendors. So there's a lot of great connections that we're making there between AASHTO, the work we're doing, and between all the parts of buildingSMART. And then overlaying the buildingSMART USA at the top there, definitely tying in the Roads and Bridges Industry Committee. We've also got an education and professional certification program that I know several of the states are starting to get their folks through. I know, Calvin, you had talked about that a few minutes ago, earlier today. So the executive committee, we actually have been working with Mike Kennerly and with JSTAN, with the buildingSMART USA Executive Committee. So this kind of gives you an idea of kind of where we're at with that integration. There's even more integration that's being considered. You know, we talked about this at Mike's Joint Technical Committee on Electronic Engineering Standards meeting a couple of weeks ago. And this is actually, you notice I have draft on this at the bottom. You know, this is going to change, it's going to evolve, but there's a lot of additional ideas too on just how to tie in AASHTO to buildingSMART. And I can tell you from my experience with buildingSMART, it's a great ecosystem tie into. You can tap in internationally, you can tap into a lot of other countries, a lot of lessons learned. So I think there's a lot of great potential here to take the full advantage of buildingSMART with AASHTO. So that's what we've got today for that integration. I'm sure, as you can clearly see right on this slide, it's well, there's a reason why I built it up, because it's seeing the last slide is a lot of information. But like I said, we're definitely getting some more information on this. I know Catherine, I think FHWA is looking at this. I know others are looking at it. So, but we just wanted to lay this out just for comments and consideration with AASHTO, just to make sure we have that good coordination there. So I guess any questions on this, or Mike, anything that I missed on this?
Nope, I think you covered it very well.
Okay. So any really tough questions for Mike? Okay, well, there will be more to come on this. I guarantee it will change, but you know, like I said, this started off with a series of napkin sketches. You know, we walked Mike Bosselman through this, got his input, modified it. We walked Mike Kennerly through this, got his input. And, you know, now we're getting other folks engaged as well in this. But yeah, I think it's good to kind of map this out, just how can we work together, you know, how to tie this all together. So, okay. Wendy, to wrap this up, I did want to say thanks to the planning committee for today's event. I can tell you there was a lot of hard work to put together the agenda, to line this up, to get the speakers involved. Mike Kennerly, I really appreciate you stepping in on this. And Mike Bosselman retired right in the middle of the process we were planning here, but Mike Kennerly really helped us out there. And we did make this a joint JSTAN buildingSMART USA event, which was great, you know, to show that collaboration. I wanted to also thank Calvin Cam, you know, being on the planning committee, and your staff at SBI, you know, Janice and others, you know, that was very helpful as well. But yeah, this was, we definitely want your feedback for this meeting. We plan to do these types of meetings once a year, you know, focused on transportation and with the buildingSMART USA chapter. So we really would appreciate your input today, so we can consider that for next year. And I do want to thank all the speakers that came out for this too. I was really pleased with the The national updates I thought were very good. I thought we had great topics. Everyone stayed on time. I was a little concerned about that because there's always a lot to talk about on the national side, but everything was exactly on time. And I really was impressed too with the number of consultants that are applying. I called it Open BIM in action, but it's great to see how the different firms are applying this in different ways, being creative, being innovative. You know, we definitely, Calvin, through your Seeing is Believing program, you know, we definitely want to encourage that. We want to gather those examples. We want to share that information. So I definitely see that being part of next year's program, as well as being very broad with that. So appreciate all your help. I guess any last questions before, I don't want to stand between you and the Oracle Innovation Lab tour, or, you know, getting out of here, but any other questions? I guess, why don't we start, Tony? Any questions online? Any other questions there?
Actually, not that we can voice over right now. I think we'll.
Sorry, we have Matthew with his hand up. And
Oh,
Matthew,
okay. Can you do that? I'm sharing my screen, so I've lost my controls.
go ahead, Matthew.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, hi, Matt Hobrick, the chair of the AASHTO Subcommittee on Asset Management, also a member of JTCES. My question is on the slide that Will was showing earlier. There was a group called like AEGIS something or other that was coming down from the Performance-Based Management Committee of AASHTO. I was not sure what that was. Can you expand on that a little bit, please?
Yeah, Matt, that's the AEGIS project. That's a national, what would you call that, Alexis? GIS? Pooled fund. Pooled fund for GIS, really advancing GIS with the states, GIS and asset management.
Okay.
Now, maybe I've got that under the wrong box too, but I assume that was under that box, but you might have to correct me there, Matt. But
not that I know of, but that there are a lot of things I don't know, so.
Okay, like I said, it was draft, guys, so. Now, we will verify that, Matt, to see where that falls under, but yeah, that's one of, I guess, our opinion, that's another one of these national overarching pooled funds that I think play into this whole discussion.
It's data standard, it's a data standard that will relate to federal reporting.
It's a data standard that our planning offices leading, federal highways planning offices leading, that will help improve the Arnold. Arnold is it'll help improve federal reporting. I'll just leave it at that. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
All right, Tony, was that all the questions?
We have Penelope.
Hey, AEGIST, if it falls anywhere in AASHTO, falls under the data committee, under the technical services program, which is where GIS is, but there's not really a relationship between AEGIST and AASHTO. But I do have a question. On your second to last slide, Will, you have a bunch of initials of people. I recognize Mike Kennerly and Bill Pratt. But could you tell me who the rest of those people are that you are assigning those responsibilities to?
Sure, we'll pull back up the slide, Penelope.
Great. Much obliged.
Yep.
So I missed the AEGIST reference, but I'm very familiar with it because that's happening in a couple weeks.
Okay.
So ACJH.
Right. So then the initials here, you see JSTAN, those were originally Mike Bosselman, so that'll be updated. MK is Mike Kennerly. BP is Bill Pratt. AC is Aaron Costin. He's with the BIM for Bridges and Structures Transportation Pooled Fund. JH is Jim Hauber, also with the BIM for Bridges and Structures Pooled Fund. AM is Alexa Mitchell on the program board, and she's there to represent BIM for Bridges and Structures Pooled Fund. And then JO is Jeff Ouellette. Yep.
Thank you.
And those are that's not people I selected. It's just, that's the connections that have been made to date. I just want to get them all on one chart, you know, so you can kind of see that connectivity. But does that answer your question, Penelope?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. All right. Well, Tony, any other online questions?
I think we're looking good.
Okay. Well, here, I'll turn it over to Ian to wrap it up.
Just to say thank you again to all of our speakers, our organizers, and especially our sponsors, because these things don't happen without support. We really appreciate all of you attending here in person. Thank you for coming all the way to Chicago. Please take advantage of the lab. It's a really exciting facility. My first time here, so I'm really interested to see it, and I've already arranged to come back. So I hope you do exactly the same. And to our virtual audience, I know it's difficult when you're online. Hopefully you've felt included. It's great to have so many of you out there and joining in this learning opportunity. And we'll make sure we have you sign up to the buildingSMART USA newsletter, because not just the committee that Will runs in terms of roads and bridges, but the committee that Tony and Calvin run in terms of the education opportunities. And we also have a very, very active airports group. So if you wanted to keep abreast of what we're doing in all those different areas and anything that you want to plug in and participate in, please subscribe. And that's all available from our website, buildingSmartUSA.org. Thank you for being here, and thank you everyone for making it a successful day.
Yeah.